The December 3rd, 2014 meeting of the City Council is called to order. This meeting has been properly noticed and posted in compliance with the open meeting law. These proceedings are being video recorded as well as presented live on KCLV Cable Channel 2 and are closed captioned for our hearing impaired viewers. Please note some customers of CenturyLink, they may view this program in high definition on channel 1002. And some customers of Cox Communication who do not have the cable box may view this meeting on digital channel 89.5. The council meeting, as well as all other KCLV programming, may be viewed on the internet at www.lasvegasnevada.gov. So all of you students, you want to see yourselves again, which you will see, make sure that you watch one of those channels. The proceedings will be rebroadcast on KCLV Channel 2 and the web the Wednesday of the meeting at 8 p.m., also Friday at 4 a.m., Saturday at 7 p.m., Sunday at 7 a.m., and the following Monday at 1 p.m. This building is protected by state-of-the-art fire detection and suppression sprinkler system. If alarms should activate during today's meeting, please evacuate using the exits at the back of the chambers out to the mezzanine. Proceed out the double doors to the terrace, down the back staircase. For anyone who has difficulty with stairs, please check with a marshal or fire official for assistance. Once outside, assemble on the northeast corner across the street from City Hall at Lewis and First Street. Employees wearing safety vests or our city marshals will inform you when it's safe to re-enter the building. For public comment related to specific items on the agenda, citizen participation and public hearing items, we have available a speaker card which you may complete and submit to the city clerk up front. Cards are available online in the clerk's office or at the rear of these chambers. If you do not submit a card, it does not prevent you from speaking under public comment, citizen participation, or public hearing items. If there's anyone present today who has need for hearing impaired equipment, please see our city clerk staff. If you parked in the parking garage across the street and did not receive a validation ticket as you entered chambers, please exit to your right and then see the security personnel at the entrance. Before we proceed with today's agenda, would everyone please rise for the invocation given by Pastor James Roger, Greater New Jerusalem Baptist Church, and please remain standing for the pledge. And I would appreciate it, as would council, if you remove your hats if you have one on. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Let's pray. Heavenly Father, again, we thank you for this awesome opportunity to share in this council chamber today. As always, we invite and invoke your presence, for we desire to transact business for you and for this great city, which we call Las Vegas, Nevada. We ask for your guidance because we need your help. And truly we want to guide and be about business for the sake of those who are present. We do echo the sentiments of our mayor today, who reminds us constantly that this chamber truly belongs to the people of Las Vegas, Nevada. Strengthen us, we pray, in our weaknesses, and we ask that you will continue to build us where we have been torn down and help us and keep us from falling, knowing that you will prop us up on every leaning side. We ask a special touch for this council today. This, we believe that you desire of us to be about your business. And secondly, as we prepare ourselves today to close this invocational prayer, we ask that you will not only bless the council, but we have a great host of staff that works with the council, who give them guidance, who research, give them information, that they be well informed in what they do for the citizenry of Las Vegas. So we ask that you strengthen the staff, encourage them along the way, because they have great deal of influence on what decisions are made here today. And do that for us, and we'll be ever mindful to give you praise. We will ever mindful to give you the honor, for we always pray our prayers in the name of Jesus of Nazareth. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Pastor.
Bless you.
I pledge
To the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And we will now proceed with the ceremonial portion of the agenda. We're coming down to you. So all of you who are students, I want to ask you a question, but you can respond to by raising your hands. Total truth. Are you here today because of our wonderful city council, or are you here today because you're missing the whole morning of school? The Reds, I mean, I see some truth there. Yay, yeah, good. Always, even if you have to stand alone, raise your hand. You make sure you do the right thing. And while we're waiting for everyone else to meander down here, I'd like to reintroduce our county commissioner, Tom Collins, if you would. Big cowboy, could you stand? Thank you. Many years of service. Do we have any other officials that are here joining us today? We have a lot of awards, though. It's very exciting. Okay, for our first item, Councilman Beers, you're on. Recognizing the Citizen of the Month, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Recognizing Citizen of the Month is the most fun when we find someone who kind of goes out of their way to avoid seeking recognition for him or herself. And we've taken the challenge up in Ward 2. Our Citizen of the Month is Jody Shervanek. Jody, please come forward. Jody's father served in the military, and she devotes much of her spare time to supporting both active military personnel and veterans. This year she produced the 4th Boots and Booties military baby shower. It's called the world's largest baby shower. 200 women, both current and former military personnel. Our own Councilman Ross officiated the ceremony this year. She offers counseling to many former and active military veterans, many with PTSD. In fact, she has emerged as perhaps one of the most trusted counselors to that community because she is outside the official lines of military command, and there's sometimes a concern about a negative outcome or a negative perception for people who talk to counselors. And she just does this. She works hard. In fact, she's got a project right now she's going to tell you about in a second, I suspect, having to do with Gold Star families and the VFW Adopt a Military Family program. On her own initiative, she got a hold of Channel 5 and talked them into putting together a package that created a kind of a dream wedding for a serviceman and his bride, the serviceman stationed out at Creech Air Force Base. And although she's someone who does not seek recognition, I think she's pretty worthy of it. So if you would please join me in congratulating this month's Citizen of the Month. We'll present the plaque in a minute because you can't hold the plaque and the microphone at the same time. Just a few words, please.
Okay, thank you guys. There's a lot of you. My name's I know it's scary. There's so many people. My name's Jody Shavanik. Like Councilman Beard says, I'm an Air Force brat. Oh my goodness, I love my volunteers. Who knew? Surprise. But honestly, I appreciate getting the Citizen of the Month award, but honestly, there's so many wonderful volunteers and people behind the scenes, both active duty guard, reserve, people who do come from a military family, and then we get some amazing civilians who have not 1 ounce of military affiliation at all, but they just want to give back. And so it's truly, you know, my honor and privilege to get to know these families. And so I was asked to say about a couple quick things about that's coming up, military related, that we need volunteers for. We need helpers for. One of the things that I've noticed here in Las Vegas, and not only in Las Vegas, but the country as a whole, we have, especially for the little kids in the audience, we have what's called Gold Star families. A Gold Star family is a family who lost their son or daughter in war. And luckily here in Las Vegas, we have a small group of families, but they are the most amazing families who, okay, hug me, I'm gonna cry, I cry all the time. No, but I mean, they've been through awful, you know, to lose your son or daughter or your husband in war, it's awful. And so many times, see, I cry, I'm sorry, I cry and everything, but in all honesty, they laugh at me, everyone laughs at me. But you know, a lot of times it's like, okay, I buried your husband, I buried your son, now you're out of sight, out of mind. And so last year, we ended up, I'm sorry, I don't know why I'm crying, so stupid. No, but we need help because right now we're trying to remember our Gold Star families and to remember them. So next Sunday, we need volunteers to come. We're gonna bring poinsettia plants. We're looking for volunteers to bake cookies. And we're just gonna drop off and let these moms, let these widows know that they're remembered, especially during the holidays. And last year was the first year we did it. And we literally had mothers who dropped down on their hands and knees and said, nobody has visited me since my son was buried. No one remembers me. And they just literally were crying, but it's like me, but that's happy tears, you know, and they just couldn't believe that complete strangers remembered them. And it's something so small and it doesn't cost a lot of money. It's donating your time. And trust me, I'm not a rich person, but I'm the richest person in Las Vegas because I get to volunteer with these families, and I really hope, I'm sorry, I cry, but I really want to encourage everyone to get back to...
Contact you. If they want to volunteer, how do they contact you?
So, sorry. We have the most amazing moms, and so every time I think about Gold Star families, I think about attending their son or their husband's funeral, because I've been to every Gold Star funeral since 2005, and they're rough and they're hard, but as a Las Vegan, as an American, I really encourage everyone to attend a funeral of a fallen service member. It really brings to light the sacrifices that they make. So if you want to, you can email us at adoptamilitaryfamily@hotmail.com if you want to volunteer and give back. We're also doing a Christmas program right now where I have over 1,000 military families, both veterans, Gold Star families, our Silver Star families, our Wounded Warrior families, and our Blue Star families are our active duty guard and reserve family members. And so some of them right now, especially a lot of our Nellis and Creech service members, because of the recent budget cuts, they're losing their jobs. Many of them are being kicked off of base and won't have a place to live come January. And they need help and they need support this Christmas holiday. And so similar to what you might find at a Walmart in Angel Tree, we're encouraging the public to stop by at the VFW or to email us again at Adopt a Military Family, and you can sign up and adopt a family for Christmas, or it could just be one service member. So again, we have fallen families, Wounded Warrior families, but we have a lot. Over 500 total families need support. I still have over 1,000 members that need to get Christmas gifts between now and December 20th. So we just want to encourage everyone to get involved, help out. This weekend we're doing a deployed event for our Nellis pararescue unit. It's called Operation Pillowcase. And it's where the families, the spouses, and the kids come and they decorate a pillowcase for whoever, the dad or mom, whoever's deployed. And then we ship it to Afghanistan. And then what the parents don't know and the spouses don't know, hopefully they're not watching, I've been secretly emailing their spouses in Afghanistan, and they've sent me pictures, and they're going to get a surprise on Saturday of a pillowcase with their loved one's picture on it. So it's just the littlest things, and I hope that more people will get involved because it's the easiest thing to do, and it's one of the most rewarding, things that you could ever do. So thank you so much for this reward.
Very
URL.
slowly how to get in touch with you and volunteer.
Oh, yeah. So if you want to, you can visit, obviously, many people are on Facebook. Visit the VFW Post 10,047 Facebook page. We're also on the web. But email adoptamilitaryfamily@hotmail.com. Again, that's adoptamilitaryfamily@hotmail.com, or give us a call. And the phone number is 702-521-2751. And again, adoptamilitaryfamily@hotmail.com. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Jody. In addition to the Citizen of the Month certificate, as you walked across the street from the garage this morning, you saw there was a sign up there with last month's Citizen of the Month on it. It will have your name on it here very soon. This is the sign right over here. We would like to get a picture with you in front of it. All right. Thank you very much.
Congratulations. Okay, we'll go over for the picture. Thank you. Congratulations, you're really into this.
I appreciate that. That's why I want
Can't do it without all of you. We'll do that. Thank you. Wow, was that wonderful? Okay, thank you. Whew, that was wonderful and very moving. For our next item, we're going to celebrate a great team of employees. I'd like to invite our Parks and Recreation Director, Tim Hacker, to join us up at the podium for the presentation. The Action Team Award recognizes a team of employees who are superheroes in the workplace, meeting our values of action, which stands... Sorry, just feeling there's nothing there. Meeting our values of action, which stands for achievement, creativity, teamwork, integrity, and ownership now. I really love the team of employees who we're honoring today because they are a great, great example of the caring that our staff here at City Hall and around the community exhibit every day. This group not only enjoys working for the city, they also truly care about the community. I'd like to introduce you to the team from Stupak Community Center. Yes, Ward 3. He's so thrilled. Yes, thank you. Please join us at the podium when your name's called. Debbie Massey, Sherry Alexander, Ken Beckham, Tanya Tyler, Derek Larkin. And let's have a wonderful round of applause for these folk. These wonderful people are interacting with the public every day and ensuring that patrons feel welcome at the community center. But they do much more than that. Let me give you an example. Recently, a single mother of 3 could not afford to keep her children in the summer camp at the center because she had limited funds. The financial aid that the city provides had run out earlier in the summer. So this wonderful group of people that are over here on my right and your left, they all chipped in to pay for the rest of the camp season for these 3 children. The mother was extremely grateful, and her 3 children, ages 6, 8, and 9, were able to stay in the summer camp instead of being left at home while their mother was at work. On many occasions, the Stupak Center staff has walked the neighborhoods checking on homeless individuals in the area. And in one instance, they even took a man suffering from health issues to the hospital and continued to visit him while he was recovering. So this is a group that truly understands what it means to be part of a community. Their efforts may not show up in the city's bottom line, but they are a big part of our city's heart. I'd love to see that this kind of dedication and caring from our public servants is an example for all of us. And we are so proud of you and so grateful to each one of you. So let's give them another round of applause. And before we hear from them, of course, Mr. Hacker, microphone's yours.
Thank you, Mayor. It's a great opportunity when we have an organization that sets standards and has leadership that has set performance standards and expectations, and also provides a venue for us to recognize when employees go above and beyond. And that's what you have here today. The mayor's done a great job of outlining just a couple of examples that really kind of stand out, but they do that every day. They're working in that community every day. They very much care that they are part of the community. They want to be part of the community they serve. They want to be there, and they want to make an impact each day. And so with that, I think they exemplify the heart and soul of our department, and will continue to help lead by example. Thank you very much for what you do.
And how about
Deb, if you would.
thanks.
They want me to say a few words, and they know that I never shut up. So, first of all, thank you for the award. Kelly Schwartz nominated us. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mayor, Council, Tim. If you were at Stupak with us for one day, you wouldn't leave. It's the greatest place on the planet to work, and I don't think any of us would want to work anywhere else. We have kids, we have seniors, we have adults, we have homeless folks, we have, you name it, we've got it. And it's just an honor and a pleasure, so thank you very much.
Thank you. And we have certificates of appreciation for each of you, which we'll give to Tim. And you have a beautiful park right across the street now. So hopefully you're using that. I know Councilman Coffin's so proud of that. That little baby park. It is a little baby park. It's the cutest thing. And what's the street it fronts on right behind the center? Boston. I'm Boston. So it's a great little park, and we're just so proud and grateful. Thank you so much. Thank you.
And we're very proud, too, Mayor, in Ward 1, because we gave birth to that before we turned it over to Coffin.
Always count on, wait, here we go.
It's all right. I'm willing to share all of this. It's important. Now, really, all joshing aside, everybody owns a piece of Stupak Park, everybody on this council. And it really is a refuge in a rough area. And yet it's getting better and better and better thanks to your intervention and people who are investing now in the area. And I think it means such a great future for the area behind the Stratosphere Hotel if people are curious where it is. So thank you, Mayor.
Yeah, and everybody who lives in the area is so grateful because it's really taken care of some very bad crime issues that we used to have there, and what you're doing at the center, it's magnificent. So I know how proud you are. You are glowing, glowing. We're just so proud. Thank you very much, all of you. We appreciate it. Okay. For our next item, we have some unbelievably special guests joining us in the audience today, and I'd like to invite UNLV men's soccer coach Rich Ryerson and UNLV Director of Athletics Tina Kunzer-Murphy to join us at the podium.
Thank you very much.
Well, this is so exciting. Oh, so proud. Okay, today we're celebrating. I mean, this is awesome. Las Vegas is an awesome place. And these wonderful men that are coming up here, we are celebrating the 2014 Western Athletic Conference Championship UNLV men's soccer team. Oh, so proud of all of you. We are. Oh. What a smorgasbord. This is wonderful. I love it. Could you lean in that box? I want to give them all a good luck mayorship. It's good luck and good health, but before I proceed on. In fact, if you'll do that for me, Councilman Ross. Coach Ryerson led the team to its first NCAA tournament berth since 1988. The team won the conference tournament and was also the regular season WAC, W-A-C champion. The team finished with a 14-4-3. Is that right? I have different numbers. That's okay. Oh, we can make it 18-0. I mean, I prefer that. And we could not be prouder of each one of you. What a great team. We have some members of the team joining us right behind us. I'm not sure if everybody's here. Is the whole team here? Wait a minute. Are you all through school? Finals. Okay. Well, we'll give them a little slack here. So I'd like to applaud you all, and I know we are so excited because you all know out here, and these guys behind me certainly know that Las Vegas soccer has exploded around the world and is exploding in this nation. And you know how passionate I am that it should be exploding here. We hope to have a Major League Soccer team of our own, one for which each one of you, we hope, will play one day. Where are you? You're this way. Oh, yeah, I can see it. This is passion in their eyes. I can see it. So I see that Mayor Pro Tem also has a large group of young soccer players here today. You will be having a ceremonial item coming up soon. But I want you all to look up at these great players and think how wonderful it would be to be at UNLV. To have Coach Ryerson still hanging in there with his team of coaches. And, of course, our athletic director for the university still be there so that you will be able to play for them. It will happen if you work hard, as you know, stay in your studies, but practice, 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 practice. So, Coach, we're so proud of you and this team. We have certificates for each member that I'm going to ask Mayor Pro Tem to find, or there they are, and if you would give them to the coach, unless you want to give them out. And we have a proclamation, but most importantly, I want to read the list of the team, if I can find it right here. So if you'll raise your hand so everybody can see who you are. Ricky Acero, unless not here, smartly studying. Corey Ackley, not here. Blake Balelo, not, goodness gracious, this is a very long team. Salvador Bernal. Okay. All right. I'm not going to look around until somebody says here. Please say you're here. Nathan Bone, Connor Coletti, Julian Dragomir, Rodrigo Fuentes, Richard Garnis. Where are you? And I know why you better be here. I know somebody who would really be upset if you weren't here. Aaron Gu. Yes? Where are you? Wonderful. Ryan Harding. Sebastian Hernandez. All right. We're on a win here. Bradley Campton. No. Okay. Jason Convongsa. Did I mess up that name? I did it well. Good. I like that. Carlos Lara. All right. Cody Massey. Kyle Mellies. Great. Mitch Myers. Danny Muskowski. Mizovsky. Are you here? Whew. Kevin Partida. Julian Portugal. Abdel Rodriguez. Andy Rodriguez. Silence. It's driving me crazy. Irvin Samara. And Shota Takada. And Oscar Velasquez. Well, I have to read this proclamation because they deserve it. We'll have to make copies for each of you, but we are so proud of you. It's Office of the Mayor and City Council proclamation. Whereas the University of Nevada, Las Vegas UNLV men's soccer team won the 2014 Western Athletic Conference regular season title and conference championship game. And whereas UNLV men's soccer coach Rich Ryerson, a former UNLV student and soccer player, has earned national recognition for his stellar coaching skills at the helm of this fabulous soccer Rebels. And whereas under the leadership of UNLV fabulous athletic director Tina Kunstler Murphy, you moved. I'm looking over there. You're over there. The UNLV men's soccer has emerged as the winningest Rebel team this season, and whereas Coach Ryerson led the team to its first championship appearance since 1988, finishing, as I mentioned, with the record of 14-4-3, for which we couldn't be prouder. And whereas soccer is a sport that is exploding around the country and here in Las Vegas with all of you wonderful young people, I, the mayor of the city of Las Vegas, county of Clark, state of Nevada, hereby proudly proclaim December 3rd, 2014 as UNLV Men's Soccer Day. So, Coach, how about a few words?
Thank you all. Thank you all. The reason we had so many kids out today, I call them kids, young men out, is they are getting ready for final exams. So again, it's very important for these student athletes that I see in the crowd right now that you do the right thing in class. So this is your only break. The rest of the year you need to be in class. The UNLV men's soccer has a great story, a great history. We go back 40 years. And I was a part of it in the early 80s. It's great to be a part of it again now. The fantastic thing that we have, I think, going for us, of our roster of 26 players, we have 15 players that are in-state players. We have 18 guys that are actually going to college for the first time in their families. So they're going to be the first generation of college student athletes and their families. We also have 12 players that come from English as a second language families. So we've got a very diverse group. I think we represent the city very well. I'm extremely proud of what we've done. I'd be remiss without also bringing up, we have Ken Johan, who our field is named after his late son, Peter Johan. Ken has been contributing to the program with a local scholarship for the last 38 years. So thank you, Ken, for doing that for our program. And then also, we'll give him a certificate if he can make it up. We also, I do want to recognize, too, that we were in some dire straits a few years back with the men's program, with budget cuts and things like that. And we had some great families step up to help us out. One of them being the Inglestead Foundation. I'd just like to recognize Tim McGarry with the Inglestead Foundation as well for giving us the lifeline to make this work. And the last thing I'd like to do, too, because it takes a lot of people to get us to where we are, but Bernie Chavez has been our trainer for the last 27 years at UNLV. Frank D'Amelio has been a part of the program for a lot of the years, and he works with Heat FC, for those of you with Heat. Liam Connors is my associate head coach, and he really makes the ship tick as well, so thank you, Liam. And then I'd like to thank the support that we have from UNLV that showed up for us as well today, from our Rebel Athletic Fund and from our business department, and you guys, congratulations on winning the Mayor's Cup. Keep playing hard, keep up the grades, and I wish you all the best. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you to City Council for honoring our men's soccer program. We're so very proud of them. On behalf of the 450 student athletes, the 17 sports at UNLV, I just want to thank you all for recognizing this wonderful team and Coach Ryerson. And I would say to each of you young men and women that are here today, be a rebel, stay with us. We've got great things going out at UNLV, and we love this wonderful city. Mayor, keep up the great work. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Now, I want all of you young ladies in this audience, or girls, to recognize that at UNLV, the head of the whole athletic department, the whole thing, is a woman. Very proud. Are you the first woman ever?
One here, there's There's 8 women Division I football playing institutions out of 132 across the country. It's a gift. Thank you very much.
And she's happy, too. So we are so proud of each of you. Is Chrissy Garnis in here? She's in the back, but she's watching. Where is she? Come on up here with your son, please. Are you number 3, son? You are. Oh, well, of course. What a dumb statement of mine. Of course he's number 1. He's on the winning team. Anyway, Chrissy works so hard here at City Hall. Has been with us for years and just takes care of all of our events. And believe it or not, something so tall came from this small lady. It's wonderful. It's wonderful. So it's just great, and it's been great what you've been doing. I did hear rumor that one of our council persons was a former soccer player at UNLV. Would you come forward? Were you any good? Were you any good?
I was good until I broke my ankle.
Oh, we're proud of you. So anyway, congratulations to you all. We're so proud. And can we do a group picture somehow? Well, are you ever silent? No. Councilman Coffin.
Thank you very much for this honor. No, really, I just wanted to say, first of all, that this is a unique organization because they've raised most of their money through their individual solicitations and the coaches' solicitations. Athletic department's been broke. The only way we have a program is because of the donors and others. And I know that Tina is going to do something about that. I'm sure Tina this year will do something about that. And by the way, Sal Bernal is not here because he's in class, and he'll be in my wife's media ethics class this afternoon. And I think that's Mary Hausch. And what it shows is these young men and women there too are out there. There are really student athletes, student first athletes. And that's what we want. And because they know there's it's like a slim future in professional sports. So very few get there. But if you've excelled at college athletics, it's something to carry the rest of your life, just as I do, because that's all the farther I could ever get. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Well said. Well said. So, but let's all just sort of get closer and we can just turn. Oh, the photographer's going the other way. How do we, please, athletic director, anybody who wants to support the athletic program, where do they send their contribution?
They can go on to unlv.com and unlvrebels.com, or you can call my office, 702-895-4404. We just appreciate everybody's support of UNLV Athletics. Thank you so much again.
Okay, and can you come up front with us, please? And can you get in closer, Councilman Coffin, closer, so we can get everybody in. If you can see the cameraman, then you're in the picture. Can you see everybody? I mean, can everybody see you? Okay, and how did they get autographs, Coach? Where are you? There you are. All these students probably want an autograph. Where do they get it?
We're going to stick around and watch their awards.
Oh, is that great? You're going to stay around to watch your awards. This is great. Thank you all. You make Las Vegas proud. We're so proud. Is this awesome?
I want to say, Oscar and you have done so much for the city.
It's because we have people like you living here that make it work. I did. I don't have one of those. Can you believe it? I don't have one. Could you get me a chip, please? This is a good luck chip. Oscar had black ones that were $100. This is $1,000. It's my good luck, good health mayor chip.
Thank you.
But it's because of you. No. No, we love you. Thank you. We're working very hard. We're trying. We need it. So look at all these youngsters. We're just so proud of all of you. It's wonderful. Thank you for everything you've done to build this program. Okay, so for our next, oh my goodness, you get the best, wonderful thing to do too now here. Councilman, Mayor Pro Tem Stavros Anthony.
Thank you, Mayor. Okay, it's soccer all morning. Do we not have a lot of good-looking young athletes here in Las Vegas out here in the audience, huh? And they are all here this morning because they won their division in the Las Vegas Mayor Cup that was just recently held October 24th to 26th. So if I could have Gary Sorsman, the tournament director. Gary, why don't you come on down here? So let me tell you a little bit about the Las Vegas Mayor's Soccer Cup. It is the biggest international youth soccer tournament in the country. 376 teams participated in this event over the 3 days in October 24, 25, and 26, and there were teams from all over the United States, along with teams from Mexico, Canada, Haiti, and Panama. It's now in its 15th year, and again, it is the largest international soccer tournament in the country. We're additionally excited that the Mayor's Cup for the older young adults will take place February 2015, and we're going to have over 100 foreign teams from around the world that are going to participate in that event. It's not only, you just have to imagine that weekend, there's probably 15 soccer fields all over Las Vegas that are being used, and it eventually culminates at the Betty Wilson soccer field, which is in Ward 4, the Great Ward 4. And it is probably one of the best soccer fields in the country. And it's not only some great soccer players, it's a great place to go watch soccer. But in that particular weekend, we bring in an additional $11 million into this economy from the players that come in, their families that come in, refs that come in. They rent cars, they eat at our restaurants, they stay in our hotel rooms. Not the kids, but the adults hopefully gamble quite a bit, and they go to the fancy restaurants and entertainment. But it's a great weekend, and it's not only a partnership with the Downtown Soccer Club, but it's a partnership with Chapman Jeep Dodge, Adidas, Rotary Clubs of Southern Nevada, the State of Nevada Consular Corps, and the Colorado Rapids Major League Soccer team. And the finals that are played at Betty Wilson Park are some phenomenal games, very, very competitive. And of all those 300-some teams that played, 15 of our teams took their division. And that's why we're here today, is to recognize that team and their coaches. So what I'd like to do is when I call your team out, if you could just please stand. We're going to put you on television. You can watch it later on. We're going to give you a nice round of applause. All the girls are fixing their hair, I can see. That's good to see. And then if the coach could come down here, and Councilman Ross is going to give you a handful of certificates. We have a certificate with each player's name signed by the mayor and the city council, so you can put that up on the wall in your home somewhere. So let's go ahead and get started, and let's give these kids the recognition they deserve. First of all, we have the girls under 8 Chapman group, the Vegas All Girls FC 07. Are they here? All right. Come on, stand up. Okay, stand up. Just stay right there. Okay. All right, you go. They can come down. Okay, come on down. And we have Coach Rudy Manuel. Coach Rudy Manuel, are you here? Is your coach here? Yes. Coach Rudy Manuel, where are there? Okay, there he is. All right. I guess I should just invite them all down here. Okay, let's just bring them. All right. Okay, so you can stand up and then come on down here. We're going to flood the front up here with these kids. The boys under 8 Chapman Group Vegas All Boys FC 07 MP. Are you here? Okay, come on down here, guys. And Coach.
And then we'll do each grouping. This is great.
Coach Fernando Alice. Coach Fernando Alice is not here. A representative for Coach Fernando Alice? Would you come down here and get the certificates?
Together as they come in. Councilman, if you can come over for the picture.
You're going to have the last word, too. No, you stand over here.
Come on.
Our coach is? Okay, but we have, since we passed case over.
The representative.
You were shot, but you didn't realize it. Where's mine? We're learning. Bears and Ross. There we go. We're so proud of you. You'll see yourself tonight on 8. Good job. Oh, no, at 8 o'clock on Channel 2 or those others, 89.5. Channel 2.
Okay, good job, guys.
Okay, congratulations. How many more? Okay.
Next, we have the Boys Under 8 Adidas Group, NSYSL Las Vegas King 07. Are you here? Okay, they stayed in school. That's Coach Cesar Martinez, and we'll get the certificates to him. Next is Boys Under 9 Adidas Group, VVSL, Chaponueros. Are you here? All right, come on down. And we have Coach Marielio Cruz. Come on over here, guys.
You fixed them all up.
Let's put you guys in the front, okay? One more over.
Okay, great.
Okay, there we go. There we go. Okay, we'll put you right here. There we go.
Miss Jen. Great, congratulations.
All right.
Good job, team.
Good job, Coach. Okay, next we have Girls Under 10 Chapman Group, the Heat FC 05BD. Are you here? All right, come on down. And we have Coach Brian Dallimore. Remember, these kids took first place in their division with a lot of great soccer teams.
Maybe one more on your knee. Do you want to get right down here? Oh, you're on. Oh, no, you're good. Way to go, girls.
Right on.
Congratulations. We're proud of you.
Next, we have the Boys Under 10 Telemundo Group, LVSA 05 White. Are you here? All right, come on down.
They're getting bigger.
We have Coach David Contanza. David Contanza is the coach.
Come on over here to this side, okay, so we can get the pictures. Congratulations. So proud of you. Yes. Great. Everybody, great. Congratulations.
Hold on one sec. You, let's come forward. Go on this place.
Perfect.
All right, good job. Next, we have the Boys Under 10 Chapman Group, NSYSL Las Vegas Eliminators. Are you here? All right. And it's Coach Juan Cervantes.
The bigger ones.
Coach Juan Cervantes.
Congratulations. We're getting bigger by every group. Congratulations. We are proud.
Step right back here. Okay, everybody up front, take a knee. A few in front.
Yeah, that's perfect. Take a knee is great.
Everybody up front, take a knee. All right, Becky.
Trophy in front center.
Why don't you guys get down on your knees?
Oh, they did this on stage, didn't they? I remember. Come on in, close. Okay. How do all these players get copies of these pictures that we're taking at the city?
They'll be available on Photo Bucket.
No, on Flickr, but I don't know.
Flickr. We'll make them available on Flickr for everyone to be able to.
Okay. Or just call our public information office. What is our public number? Oh, Jace will now tell us.
I'll give him to Anthony. Yeah, we'll get him to Ward 4, but you can call me at 229. What's my number? 229-2205.
Again, one more time.
229 702. Thank you, Councilman. 229-2205.
Okay. So anybody that missed it and parents didn't get a picture, we will have pictures for you.
Thank you, Mayor. Okay, next we have boys under 12 Chapman Group, Barcelona, NV, total FA 03. JL, are you here? Okay, there. That's Coach Juan Lopez. Next we have girls under 13 Adidas Group, LV Neon 02 Blue. All right, come on down.
Oh, they are tall.
Coach Kenny Cartledge. Coach Kenny Cartledge, come on down. First place in their division.
Trophy right here in the middle in front of Councilman Barlow, and everybody else line up on either side.
Let's squeeze in. Let's take a knee. You're good.
Okay, why don't you three, you guys kneel in the front?
Good job.
Vegas, go. Not so fast, Kenny. Stay still. We have another one of his.
We do?
Yeah, don't we have a second?
Yeah. Oh, it's down here.
Why don't you bring him up so he can just stay up? Or is that out of order?
No. Well,
Yeah, it is. All right.
we'll bring you back down. Okay, next we have girls under 13 Chapman Group, FC Warriors Blue 02. All right. And we have Coach Ron Paredes.
Go down, Emma.
Why don't we take a knee in front? I need it to be going down there. We're fine. All right, good job. Next we have the boys under 13, Chapman Group, LVSA 02 Red. Are you here? All right, and that's Coach Jay Genie. Girls under 14, Adidas Group, FC Warriors Blue 01. Are you here? All right. And it's Coach Andrew Pringle. Coach Andrew Pringle. Come on down. So you're standing in for the coach, all right?
Well done. Congratulations. Congratulations. You're all ready for the fall, spring league, right? They're all must be ready now.
All right.
Referee stepping in.
Okay, get right on, dude. Tall ones take a knee. Yeah, really.
All take a knee.
Come on, right over here. There you go.
Who's that?
This is mass chaos. No, this is...
Okay, everybody look right here. 1, 2, 3.
All right, good job. Next, we have the girls under 14 Chapman Group, Heat FC 01 ECNL. Are you here? That's Coach Richard Moles. Next, we have boys under 14 Adidas Group, Heat FC 01 NPL. Are you all here? All right. The coach? Coach Frank Emilio is the coach here? Emilio. Oh, okay. We'll give you the certificates. Congratulations.
Frank, you have to kneel.
Here, let's take a picture with, let's get a quick picture. Okay, and it looks like we have the last team. That's girls under 15 Chapman Group, LV Neon 00 Academy. All right. And again, Coach Kenny Cartledge. Yeah, really.
I go back. Alexa. Okay, now I think
we're on the picture.
It's not about us.
Oh, there you go. You guys are good.
You have very strong thigh muscles. This is the thigh muscle. So you're crunching a little bit. All right, you can kind of look right here. Well done.
Good job.
Congratulations. This is great.
All right, how about one last round of applause for these kids, huh?
How about our head coach?
And then one other thing, the parents, would all the parents please stand, and family members that support these kids? Why don't you give all these spend a lot of time making sure they make practice and teams and stuff. Great, thanks. All right, and I'd like to have final note, ask Gary from Downtown Soccer Club to make some last comments.
On behalf of Downtown Las Vegas Soccer Club, first of all, let me congratulate all of you winners. Okay, without you guys, the success of this tournament that we've been running for the last 9 or 10 years wouldn't happen. To all the volunteers that helped myself and Sherry run this tournament, okay, I just want to say thank you because that also wouldn't happen. There's a lot of work that goes into this, and I think, okay, knowing what happens here in the state of Nevada, I think this Mayor's Cup is probably one of the best tournaments because February becomes the next best tournament. So once again, thank you very much. Also, as an ex-UNLV soccer player, I just want to say congratulations to my good friend, ex-teammate, okay, Rich Ryerson, and the UNLV soccer team. Because going back those years, I was part of that group, and it's great to see some success back at UNLV. So once again, well done. Thanks again. Hope to see you all in February.
Good job. And one final person, Sherry Alexander. Sherry, would you please come up here? Sherry works in our Parks and Rec department, and she is the blood, sweat, and tears of the Mayor's Soccer Cup. For 3 days, she is out there. I don't think you actually leave the field. I think you actually sleep out there. So, but if it wasn't for Sherry, the Mayor's Soccer Cup would not be a success. And how many years have you been doing this?
16.
So, okay, 16 years. So, congratulations. I mean, you should really be proud of the Mayor's Soccer Cup. And why don't you?
Darn it, I didn't think I was going to have to do this. Yeah, it's about 16 years. I started playing soccer when I was 12, and we had very few competition. I think we had 4 teams. So when I was given the opportunity by our former mayor, Oscar B. Goodman, to be part of the youth initiative, I jumped right on it. We started the tournament, and with 56 local teams, and now we're looking at, what, 500? Since we've partnered with the Downtown Soccer Club, and there are over 400 volunteers. So in the beginning, I had my family, my friends, everyone helping out, you know, selling hot chocolate, running the fields, picking up trash, and now with the Downtown Soccer Club, it has just exploded, and I'm very grateful to have the opportunity to give this opportunity to the kids here in our state, to be able to compete against high-quality teams from around the country and teams from around the country and around the world. I never imagined that as a 12-year-old girl, and now to see it come to fruition and to have my daughters go through, and now looking forward to my granddaughter, I'm very grateful, and thank you for letting me be a part of this.
And how about a shout out to our Parks and Recreation for the quality of the field?
Yes, definitely. The Parks Department, I speak to them, you know, quite a bit. I go out to the fields, I check the fields, and I know we've had some rough spots, and this year, bar none, the fields, the grass has been outstanding. We got tons of compliments on the parks, the condition of them, the fields, the grass, everything, and I'm always very grateful. The guys that are cutting the grass and putting down the fertilizer and watering it and going out at 1 o'clock in the morning to make sure there's no frost, they are very committed to this tournament and to the city and to the people of Las Vegas, so I want to thank them too.
Thank you. And
Shout out to Larry Hogness, Steve Ford, and Tim Hacker from the city of Las Vegas for everything they do. So congratulations, all of you. Everybody back to school now.
Look forward to February. Thank you so very much. We'll let you go out, and we have one more item, but we'll just give you a few minutes. We have one more agenda item, and we're just letting the students rush back to the classroom. Rush back to learning. Councilman Barlow. UNLV soccer, you're where it's at. God bless you all. Hope next year is the best. Proud of you. Well, that would sure be nice. But you wanted to say championship. Does it say that on the front? Oh, yes. Well, we'd keep him. Thank you again. I'll tell Oscar you're wearing his hat. I will. Thanks. Okay, for our final item this morning, Councilman Barlow, our soccer player with a broken ankle, is going to come up and handle the last item on the agenda, but by no means the least important.
Thank you so very much, Mayor. I love this council. I love this council. We're giving Mayor Pro Tem a hard time. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you all so very much, and congratulations once again to all of the star athletes from around the valley. Let's give them another round of applause. That is just wonderful. I love the Mayor's Cup and the wonderful things that my alma mater, UNLV, is doing academically as well as athletically. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm excited today to recognize the Senior Advisory Board and all the many things they do for the city of Las Vegas. And before I go any further, I would like to ask that the board members of the Senior Advisory Board come and please stand with me to be recognized here today, starting with the chair, Mary Ellen Heiss, Vice Chair Gene Zorn, and also Ward 5 appointee, Trudy Temple, Don Oberlander, Fran Drury, Bob Goldstein, Mel Hankin, Mickey Lee Moore, Kathy Burkhart, Marty Toledo, and Geraldus Henderson. If you all will please come forward at this time. Oh, there you go. Come, stand close, stand close, stand. Come close, please, 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 please. And as they come, let me just give you a little bit of background on the Senior Advisory Committee. Mel, you can stand here to my immediate left. I have two ladies to the right. You can stand to my left. Right. During the 2014 year, the Senior Advisory Board has accomplished a lot, and I would like to tell you just a few of those accomplishments. The Senior Advisory Board sponsors the Senior of the Quarter. They work with the Regional Transportation Commission, paratransit ride-alongs, and provide written reports to assist with the improvement in the coordination of the routes that the paratransit has to offer our senior community. Each representative heads up projects in each one of our wards. Ward 2, for example, representatives coordinates the walking group at Wallapai Canyon Trailhead. The Ward 3 representative has a speaker bureau series. The Ward 1, 4, 5, and 6, they've conducted surveys to update the mayor and city council on senior needs and what is going on in the senior community. And the advisory board as a whole hosts senior workshops in all of our wards collectively. I would like to thank the senior advisory board members for all the hard work that you've done to assist the city of Las Vegas and the mayor and council on all the wonderful events and projects that you all host throughout the year. At this time, I would like the chair, Miss Mary Ellen Heiss, as well as Miss Jean Zorn, to please share a few words, if you will, before you are presented with your certificates. Thank you. Mary Ellen? Thank you.
First of all, I want to thank the people that are standing up here. Not only is it a board effort, but it is a council effort. If it was not for the city council and their staff and the liaisons that work so hard and diligently to help us pull off all the things that we do and support us, we wouldn't be able to do what we do. In a world today where everyone's so busy, the people that are standing up here give more time. They're more a part of my heart and world than anybody would ever know, because this is my team. And the reason that we can do what we do out in the community and work and make it better for seniors is because of the heart and soul that is at the city council. And I cannot thank each one of the council members, the board who works so diligently hard, and our family who supports us, who's here in the audience. And thank you to all of you, and we wish you a very happy holiday season.
Thank you. I am a resident of Ward 5. I've lived in my home for 49 years, and Ricky Barlow is our representative. And I might be taking your thunder in this. No, our project was to have a food drive, and Ricky set it up with the schools for a competition. We collected almost 12,000 cans of food that went to Deerfield Community Center, and that's a lot of cans. Try stacking them up table by table. We want to thank the council. They helped us with this. They helped us when we need anything, and I am honored to be on this committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Zorn. Thank you all so very much. And at this time, I would ask that the board members please remain standing here, and if you all will come to the right side now, because I would like to bring forward some very special schools that participated in the Mother Hubbard Food Cupboard. So at this time, as we just mentioned, the Mother Hubbard's Cupboard Food Drive at Deerfield Senior Center, several months ago, Mary Ellen and Jean Zorn, representing the Senior Advisory Board, met with my office to discuss concerns that they had in regards to a need in the community. During our conversation, they brought to my attention the deficiency of food in the Mother Hubbard's Cupboard at the Deerfield Senior Center, which supports families in the community. As many of you know, I was appointed by Senator Harry Reid to serve on the United States Hunger Commission, which focuses on new strategies to solve the problems of domestic hunger. So when it was brought to my attention, I was excited to be able to partner with the Senior Advisory Board to help fill the food pantry at Deerfield Senior Center. However, we were in need of a location as well as a partner to assist with the collection of the non-perishable food items. I reached out to many schools in Ward 5 to assist with this effort, and they did more than I could have ever expected. And I truly believe that I speak on behalf of the Senior Advisory Board because I didn't expect the wonderful turnout that occurred. I reached out to many schools in Ward 5 to assist in this effort, and they went above and beyond our expectations. They proved collectively that the community knows how to come together to support a very much needed cause, specifically when we talk about food hunger. With the help of Republic Services, I would like to give them a round of applause, and if you all will please help me in doing that, because they provided the canisters to support the canned goods. We put forth a contest for each school to collect up to 5,000 plus non-perishable items to include cereal, oatmeal, peanut butter and jelly, canned vegetables, canned fruit, canned meat, soups, and a variety of sauces through the month of October. In return, I would provide each school with 50 cents per can. So each school that brought in a can, I gave them 50 cents. And I didn't think that. Yeah. I was back here asking Mayor Pro Tem and Councilman Ross for a loan earlier because, ladies and gentlemen, we raised a total of 12,000 cans. Today I'm so proud of the 10 schools who participated. Can I have a representative from Kermit Booker? Please come forward. A representative? No representative from Kermit Booker? Well, Kermit Booker raised 101 cans, so I owe Kermit Booker $50.50. Right? May I have a representative from Ruth Fife? All right. And being that Ruth Fife is here, I would like to go ahead and take you all to the video because I would like for the community to actually see what occurred. So may we go to the video, please? Oh, thank you. And as you can see, this is just one of the schools, and we had, of course, the volunteers from Starbucks volunteering to assist us with collecting the cans and placing them in the neighborhood porch. And so we had to go out to approximately 10 schools to collect all of the cans from the canister. And if you all know, the Republic Services dumpster, that's a pretty big dumpster, and to have the dumpsters filled, I was totally in awe at the turnout that the schools and the students coming together to provide so many wonderful canned goods for our Durfeld Senior Center, the Mother Hubbard's Cupboard. And so the Las Vegas Senior Advisory Group, you all to be commended for bringing this to the City of Las Vegas's attention and allowing us to team up with the schools to help you to help others. And so this gesture within itself is goes beyond my own belief, and I'm really proud to be a part of such a great event to give back to the community to make sure that our senior community has an opportunity to continue to go to the pantry and eat each and every day. So for Ruth Fife, and your name, please?
Mrs. Alicia Woods, principal.
Mrs. Alicia Woods, principal, thank you so very much for participating. And so for that, Ruth Fife, we'll have you with your ceremonial check. So let's take that photo. If the mayor and council will slide in a little bit, please. And then here's the official check. And let's give Ruth Fife a round of applause. Do you mind if you stand here with the check so that way we can get the advisory board, because it was their idea, and then we can get the council right here for the photo? Okay. No, you stand here. Stand here for us. I'm sorry. That way, I think that'll come out better. Mayor, if you just come in a little bit. No, I don't. Okay, there we go. I think that way we can get everyone in. Oh, slide this way. There we go. Okay, beautiful. Thank you so very much. Next up, we have Parson Elementary. Do we have a representative from Parson Elementary? Let's give her a round of applause as she comes. Stella and Claude Parson Elementary School. No representative? Okay, so they received a total of $175. Let's give them a round of applause. A representative from Carson Elementary School? Kit Carson Elementary School? Oh, there we go. And your name? Robert Mitchell. Congratulations. Do we have a check, Councilman? Here's the official check. All right. And they have oh, we got to take a photo. And they have a total of $437.50. And let me just say that Ruth Fife collected 181 cans. Parson Elementary School collected 350 cans. And Kit Carson collected 875 cans. Okay. Rainbow Dreams Academy, a representative, please come forward. And Rainbow Dreams Academy collected 959 cans. And here's your check for $479.50. Here we go. Thank you. J.T. McWilliams. Do we have a representative from J.T. McWilliams? Okay. J.T. McWilliams raised 970 cans. So their check is $485. Congratulations. All right, thank you. Thank you. Paul Cully, a representative from Paul Cully. Paul Cully raised 1,000 cans. So their check will be for $500. And your name?
Allison Radke.
Allison Radke. Don't we have a Jace Radke? Is this, who, are you related to Jace? What are you to Jace?
I'm his wife.
Jace. Come here, Jace. Your wife needs help holding this big check. Look at his face. His face is red as his tie. Take the photo. Here we go. Congratulations. Andre Agassi College Prep, we have a representative? No? No representative for Andre Agassi? Andre Agassi raised 1,040 cans, and so their check will be in the amount of $520. We have Brentley Middle School. A representative? Brentley Middle School raised 1,301 can. So their check is in the amount of $650.50. And here's your check.
Thank you.
Congratulations. And what was your name? Jamie House. Thank you so very much. And ladies and gentlemen, Matt Kelly Elementary School, I don't know what to say about Matt Kelly Elementary School. They broke my bank. Because our grand prize winning school goes to Matt Kelly Elementary School with an astonishing 5,199 cans. And for that, ladies and gentlemen, the winner receives $2,500. Plus, if they over exceeded 5,000, they received an additional 1,000. So therefore, Matt Kelly will receive a whopping $3,500 check. And Mr. Fonches, the principal, if you will please come forward and say a few words before I hand over this check reluctantly.
Oh my gosh, of course I didn't want to speak. Good morning, right? Good morning. Thank you so much for this wonderful opportunity. We want to acknowledge, of course, the council, Mayor Goodman, where's she at? Mayor Goodman and the astounding Councilman Barlow. Thank you so much. I want you all to repeat these words after me. Be kind, work hard, stay focused. That's our motto at Metcalfe Elementary School. And our these promises, we call our students promises, and we're the promise keepers. When we brought this idea to the school, the kids jumped in and talked to the community, their churches. We just went out and competed because we knew that we had to feed people. Of course, I love to eat, but we had to feed people. And when Councilman Barlow said that the minimum was 2,500 canned goods, right? We'll double that. We'll double because we're competitive. So we're so excited. Thank you so much, sir, and we appreciate it. Thank you, council. Thank you very much.
Congratulations to you. And ladies and gentlemen, I must, picture time, come back. Picture time. Ladies and gentlemen, I really want to thank each and every one of the elementary schools as well as middle schools in Ward 5 that participated in feeding, in providing food to feed our senior community at the Mother Hubbard Cupboard at Durfeld Senior Center. And so, once again, thank you so very much to the Senior Advisory Board for bringing this idea to my office and allowing us to take just an idea and make it reality in order to impact the lives of those that are hungry in our community. It is such a blessing, and thank you to all the schools and the wonderful principals for participating. And so for that, let's get the name of each one of the representatives here from McKelly Elementary School.
My name is Joshua.
Joshua
Kemp.
All right.
My name is Iman Washington.
My name is Naika Belizaire.
And my name is Loretta Lee. I'm the assistant principal at McKelly Elementary.
Mm-hmm. And before we go any further, I would like, hold on, Mike. I would like to ask that the representatives from Durfeld Senior Center please come forward, because they are the recipients of this wonderful gift from the community. So all the volunteers and members that represent Durfeld, please come forward at this time. And I would like to ask that the mayor and council please indulge me just one more second in regards to who would be the point of contact or the representative to speak as to the impact of what this has done for Durfeld. So, come on. Thank you so very much. If you could just speak to the impact. Thank you.
Thank you guys so much, and it is a wonderful experience to see a multi-generational project come together from our youth all the way to our seniors. And we serve every quarter to all families, which also includes seniors, families, and youth. We've had a few homeless youth and homeless families that have come to us throughout every week, but also at our every time we distribute. It's an amazing project that was started by a vision from a young child, and her name was Rebecca, and she brought this into fruition to create the Mother Hubbard's Cupboard. And with the support of our community, Senior Advisory Board, our council, our supervisors, and seeing this dream and vision come true, we have had an impact of feeding hundreds of families and thousands of mouths every 3 months, along with throughout the year. They come in as well through the week. So I want to thank everybody. It is a group project that started with a vision from a child, 8 years old, and she is in school today. She had a lot of things going on, but we want to thank everybody for embracing our dream and making it happen. And our staff back here, I have to, we have a wonderful staff that we're all the way in the back over here. We have Gerardo, Stephanie, and Rusty, and I'm Erin, And we're all happy to be working for the City of Las Vegas at Durfelt Senior Center. And we look forward to seeing each and every one of you come out and see us. And if you need any assistance or know families that need help, give us a call. The number is 702-229-6601. And thank you for all the volunteers. We have they help us throughout the year. They've been coming in and out throughout each project we have. So you'll see them periodically too at the center as well as other events. So thank you. Thank you, Councilman.
You're so welcome. And ladies and gentlemen, the time that the principal and Matt Kelly has been waiting for is for me to hand over this $3,500 check. Mike, get the camera ready. Here you go, Mr. Dr. Fox. Thank you so very much. You're so welcome. All right. Okay. You want to slide in? Sure. Everybody slide in? Congratulations. Thank you so very much.
Okay, everyone, we are going to take a 5-minute break for our technological Passover. No, I love all the hugging. It's wonderful. This is a hugging time. Great.
Good job, buddy.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
Wonderful. Good to see you. Thank you.
Maybe you could talk them into doing that.
The representative, each representative, we have an advisor for each ward, right?
Yeah.
It was great. Great job.
Thank you so
Great.
much.
And this spillover, so fabulous. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, everyone, if you'll take your seats, please. And we are going to move right into agenda item number 10. We do, but they're wandering. We do have quorum. Okay. Public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters on the agenda for action. The amount of time any single speaker is allowed may be limited. All comments made will be cross-referenced to those specific items. If anyone submitted a speaker card or wishes to speak under this portion of the agenda, please come to the podium and state your name for the record, and we will set the time at a minute, but we may give some grace to some long-serving public officials. So I know Councilman Coffin, as much as you hate this, Commish, to take off your hat.
I wanted to greet you, man. I'm going to tip my hat to you because of the honor and respect I have for you, dear.
Thank you.
But I just want to make sure I did that.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Good morning. I'm Tom Collins, your favorite county commissioner.
Yes, you are.
And I sure appreciate the love that's been expressed here for an hour or so this morning in your recognitions of the community and the various folks. It brought back some good memories. I remember at Fountain Park in the mid-'70s when I started coaching soccer for a lot of years back in those days, and we ended up growing that league and playing all over town, from Boulder Highway to JT we played at, Ruth Fife, all over town. But anyway, that was awesome. And just yesterday we recognized at the county, yeah, I know, we recognized at the county all of the community rodeo kids that made national qualifications in junior high, high school, Little Britches, and college, and Rick Griffith, who has been inducted into, or going to be inducted into, the Southern Nevada Sports Hall of Fame as his contributions to UNLV and the winningest record in the last 23 years at UNSV has been the rodeo team. Ever since Tark retired, then the Cowboys took over. So.
The Cowboys were good when Tark was there, too. They were good. I remember when they started out, just a little tiny group, and they worked so hard, and they've done so well.
And national champions, 17 national titles and 30-some regional titles, team and individual. And, Mayor, I'm here, excuse me, Councilman Coffin will recall when we was in the legislature in 2001, there was a bill that changed dramatically changed annexation laws. I remember the former mayor of North Las Vegas was very strongly advocating for that at the time, and part of it was for growth and seed taxes and so forth. And then you might recall also the session before when there was a seed tax shift where Henderson got bukus of money and Las Vegas kind of got a little ding and Clark County got a big ding. But basically it's about, I'm here to talk to you about people's property rights. We've worked together so long, and because of that legislation in 2001, an interlocal agreement was established with former Councilman Michael Mack and at that time Commissioner Chip Maxfield. And that interlocal went on for several years up until this last year. And regardless of the reasons, we have worked together very well. I think tomorrow afternoon, aren't you going to go with me to greet the NASCAR, start to run on the strip again?
Wherever you go, I go.
I know you do. I'm the commissioner that invites the mayor to the...
You are the chair of the county commission, LVCVA.
Right, and we go do what we want. We do it wherever we want to, don't we? Okay. And I love you, Mayor, so I'm distracted. I'm sorry. And but there's a lot of issues come up, and from time to time, my colleagues, local colleagues, from time to time will drink the Kool-Aid of staff comments that maybe aren't fully vetted for you or vetted to you. I know someone will probably bring up here, several people will come to speak this morning on the various items dealing with annexation. I hope they're respectful, but to the point. Clark County, well, let me start right here. Clark County is over 8,000 square miles, and within Clark County is 5 islands. They're called Mesquite, North Las Vegas, Henderson, and Boulder City. And we're the safety net for those 5 municipalities, as well as several other townships and areas. And we have always tried to get along and work together in so many ways, especially, before you got in here to be my favorite. Your husband was my buddy. We did so much stuff together and had so much fun growing this community. And you know, south of here, there's over $4 billion in growth coming. We didn't have to take any tax dollars like old Tesla did up north, you know. But we know how to make those things compromise and work out. And we know how to partnership with folks, and I think you're doing a great job of that for the city. So what I'd ask you is to recognize that the county safety net provides the jails and the courts and the juries for the violent criminals, those arrested and those convicted in our jails. We provide the social services and the juvenile detention services for the entire county. The citizens that come to UMC, we don't come and ask you for an extra check every year to help us pay the subsidies to the UMC County Hospital that has citizens from all those municipalities as well. So there's many things that are contributing. And being, you know, your tenure on the LVCVA, you know, a huge chunk of our room tax goes to education, state and local. And far more of those students are in the municipalities than out in the county. So with the room tax in the county being about 85%, the city's about 10%, Clark County contributes in a lot of ways through various ways to help out the municipalities throughout the Clark County. So the individual property rights of a person who chooses to live somewhere should be honored, and we were honoring that for several years with that interlocal agreement. And I would ask this council, and you, Mayor, especially, to recognize that those folks don't mind paying extra fees for a sewer hookup or a traffic light partnership that we do, as we do with RTC and so many other multi-jurisdictional agencies. But we'd certainly like to ask for those property rights to be honored to those folks who do not live in the municipalities but actually live in unincorporated Clark County, to have that go forward and recognize those things. There's so much opportunity without going out and upsetting our constituents that we share in this community over a few bucks. They pay in so many more ways. They pay whether it's through their school participation, whether it's through their fuel taxes and all these other things that we distribute on a regional basis. And we have a partnership in our well, you don't even have a water company, but Clark County gives you all water to every citizen in Las Vegas that wants a meter. I mean, we work together, and protecting those people's rights is very important to me. And I was going to try to hurry out of here, but we took care of all our business at the county this morning until 1 o'clock. We're recessed.
Oh, good, we'll stay.
And so they've already handled the pot stuff, so I'm going to stick around.
Good, I hope so.
Mayor, thank you very much, and I'm certainly willing to answer any questions.
Thank you, Commissioner. I think what I'd like to do, because it's public comment, take everybody's public comment, and then wait for the appropriate time when it is on the agenda, because we're running right through, and I certainly would like to hear from our city manager at that time. So if you would enjoy
Certainly.
yourself. Thank you very much. We appreciate it, and hope NFR goes great.
Well, you know it will.
Yes, I do. Thank you for all that you do for our community. Anyone else, please come forward and state your name. I love that shirt. What's the back side?
Is this the best ever? The best.
Is there anything on the back? Beautiful.
Beautiful. I have had the Las Vegas farm for close to 50 years. We are a farm animal rescue.
Excuse me, your name, please.
My name is Sharon Linsenbart, native Las Vegan for 66 years, and a Northwest resident. I wish to speak upon on behalf of 201475, that will be part of this annexation discussion. Eminent domain took my home many years ago, and I relocated out to the Northwest. I've been fighting to protect the Northwest residents' property rights since that time. I founded the Sheep Mountain Homeowners Association and was president for several years. I blended both the Sheep Mountain and the Lone Mountain Associations and sat on every single conceivable committee possible. As staff is expected to do, I perused every agenda, attended every meeting that affected the Northwest for over 3 decades. I was very, very involved. I was intimately involved in the development of the Northwest Master Plan, the location of the Kern River Pipeline, the Las Vegas Beltway, all high-tension power lines, schools, as well as the protection of our rural way of life out in the Northwest, and many, many more things over that 30-some year period of time that I was very active. It was at this time that the interlocal was born. The county was staffed, funded, and extremely capable of pulling sewer out to the fledgling area called the Northwest. I was probably the only resident out there at the time. The city argued that there was no need to duplicate that service to both city and county. Hundreds of hours of meetings and discussions brought forth a workable document that both were agreeable to bring into the future growth of the Northwest. This document was not intended to be a sunset document. Language was placed in the interlocal to allow for its review every 5 years, not its destruction or the taking of property rights of those residents in the Northwest. We worked together in cooperation regarding all zoning actions while allowing those residents which wish to stay in the county to do so and stay with the city and the county's joint approval and consideration. Residents were allowed to utilize city sewer while paying their fair share to hook up, as well as future fees. There is simply no good reason not to renew the interlocal and keep the expected promises made to thousands of Northwest residents, including these residents in the D.R. Horton project that comes before you this morning. There are thousands of county residents paying their full share for sewer, and there will be thousands more in the future as both entities fulfill their future growth needs. Gas, telephone, cable, and all other utilities are in land that once belonged to these landowners and was given in good faith to enrich the public, not to enrich one entity or another, and none of these other utilities demand annexation. As county residents, we gave right-of-way to the county, not to the city. At Monday's meeting, we were led to believe that the City of Las Vegas staff had numbers that the county residents needed to pay their fair share to the city for fire and other services. If you look at the numbers provided by the fire departments today, where does that place? Over here?
Right there, yes.
You will clearly see that that's not factual. In 2013, Clark County Fire responded to City of Las Vegas residents over 2,500 more times than the city responded to the county. And as of October 31st this year, the county has responded over 1,800 more times to the city than the reverse. We are one community called Las Vegas, and the job of government should not be to force or push, but to enrich the lives of those you serve while honoring our wishes as long as public safety is fulfilled. The Northwest has both county and city streets, county and city parks. We share many other services, including sewer, and until this January, when the City of Las Vegas refused to honor the interlocal agreement, then it stopped. It is my understanding that there are plans to possibly honor the interlocal for some of the people, but not all of the people. I hope that is not true. Renew the interlocal, allow us to pay for city sewer while we remain in the jurisdiction of Clark County, where many of us choose to live. Honor your promise that we as citizens of Clark County have an expectation of promised benefit that we believed would be true when it was promised into perpetuity. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Anyone else who's on this particular issue, I'm going to ask you to be brief and stick to a minute, because I think both the commissioner and our recent speaker were very, very comprehensive in their comments. And so as we get to the annexation issue, depending upon any further explanation, that's what we're after. So you may be, I have cards here from Christopher Figgins, Roy Davis, and Mike Ham, then Rick Swan, it looks like, and Jimmy Ewing and Marcy Henson. So,
good morning, Council. My name is Marcy Henson, and I come to you today to speak on item 37. As some of you may know, I serve as Assistant Director of Clark County Comprehensive Planning. I'm not here representing the county. I'm here representing 42 residents in the Constellation Estates subdivision as a private citizen. So just to be brief, because you've asked for that, and I appreciate that. We're being considered for annexation at item 37, and there are some very particular facts to our annexation that have to do with the procedures that the city's following and whether or not those procedures are valid given the petition that D.R. Horton filed. And so what we're asking for today is simply to hold this item so that we can get our questions answered. There still remain questions that the subdivision has about how much our property taxes will go up and services and, again, the procedures that are in play here.
Thank you.
So if I can ask for the council to consider holding the items, we can have additional time to work this out. That would be fantastic. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Henson. I appreciate your brevity. And next, then, please be sure to state
My
your
name is Christopher Figgins. We were here on item 71. Councilman Beers just spoke to us. I understand that item will be held in abeyance. We're taken care of now, so from Mike Hand and Roy Davis, that we won't need to speak anymore.
That will be, and we will be addressing that as soon as public comment's over, so you may want to just wait to make sure it's on the record that it is going to be obeyed. Thank
Okay.
you.
Thank you.
That's 71,
Yes.
right? Thank you. Yes, sir. Please come forward and state your name.
Jimmy Ewing, a resident of the Northwest, and I'd just like to encourage you guys to support the interlocal agreement.
Thank you
Thank
very
you.
much. Are you from the famed Ewing family?
Yes.
That towed my son's car away years ago?
No, related, not
No, at 2 in the morning, I wanted to rip
Mayor?
his ears off. Yes.
Mayor, I have a question. I know several people have mentioned this. That interlocal agreement, which was enacted a long time before you and I came on the council, apparently has expired almost 2 years ago, and it's not the item for discussion today.
No.
So,
Well, it is, but what we're going to do, I want to get through the process here first with your permission.
Oh, of course. I just wanted to know.
There will be abeyance items announced so that you may be privileged to know that there are certain items that are going to allow more discussion.
okay.
Thank you. Sir.
My name is Dwayne Moser. I actually didn't get a speaker's card, so I apologize for that.
It's all right.
I'm here to speak very briefly on the interlocal agreement. I actually would like to speak highly in favor of it. I'm sort of speaking for a lot of people in my neighborhood, although I'm not officially elected as the spokesperson. I'm a microbiologist at UNLV in the Desert Research Institute, and my wife and I looked long and hard to actually find a place that would preserve some rural character. I grew up on a farm in Wisconsin. You know, I really enjoy having access to animals and some space and that sort of thing. A lot of my friends come to my place. I own 1.5 acres of land, and you know, it's really important to me to preserve that. So I just want to kind of make the point that a lot of us are there by choice. Either they're fairly new people like me, you know, that actually sought this area out, or they're people that have been there forever and, you know, they really appreciate where they're there. Everybody's there because they want to be there. There's a lot of passion about this issue in my neighborhood. Folks aren't here simply because they're at work, like I actually should be right now myself. I'm actually taking vacation time to be here and speak to you. So that's really all I have to say. You know, so I really like where I live. I love being in the county. I've been treated very well. You know, by the county commissioner and other people out there. So I enjoy where I live, and would passionately ask to please consider renewing the interlocal. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else, please come forward. And again, I'm asking you because there was such eloquence at the beginning to keep your time to a minute, and then we can go forward.
Good morning, Mayor Goodman. My name is Rick Swan. And I do love food drives, and I love soccer too, but I do love food drives because I do support the elementary school. Being the husband of a newly appointed principal of a local elementary school, I do support her in everything that she does, and I'm going to get her on board with the food drive.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
But anyway, I'm asking you to think your thoughts through on this interlocal agreement. I'm a horse person. I've lived in space all my life, and not having the opportunity to raise animals on my piece of property or slowly being pushed more and more out to the northwest, it's a little bit of a struggle. So from this day, I would ask you to rethink your thoughts out and support the interlocal agreement. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor,
anyone else, please?
Mayor, as the next person comes forward, Mayor?
Yes.
If I may, as the next person comes forward, I'm just slightly confused in regards to what's on the agenda today, and I know a number of people have spoken to the interlocal. After they speak, will someone please speak to where we are with the interlocal as far as for point of clarification at some point after
Yes.
everyone's done?
Yes,
Okay.
and we will
Thank you.
also, because we have to get through all the obeyed items and stricken items first.
Right. I just
And,
wanted to just make sure
thank
that
you.
that was going to take place.
No, we will do
Thank you.
that. Thank you, Councilman Barlow. Yes, ma'am.
Hi, I'm Gail Powers, and I live in the Northwest as well, born and raised in Las Vegas. I've been on the same piece of property since 1956, and I am in the county. And I have city property around me, and I have county property around me, and I would really, really like to encourage the panel here to renew the interlocal. If you're not going to renew it, then at least allow the people that live in the county property that don't want to annex to the city to be able to dig their own wells for water and also put in their own septic tanks for sewer. Give them an option. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else?
Howdy, Council. My name is Craig Johnson. I didn't fill out a card. I'm sorry, my
That's
honor.
okay. That's all right. You don't need.
I didn't fill out a card.
okay.
But I do want to,
Do you want to spell your name then, so we?
C-R-A-I-G, Johnson, J-O-H-N-S-O-N.
Thank you.
I live in the Northwest. I am now being forced to annex into the city, which has taken me an arduous process. I really support the interlocal agreement. It would be really, it's been painstaking. I lost my wife last year, really wanted to get this going. And it's been just an arduous process of just tripping, and nobody can get plans through, and everybody has to have different sets of plans, and, you know, and it's just this, it's a horrible process. So please push through the interlocal and let these people just be who they want to be. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else? Okay, we will now move on to agenda item 11, and I'm closing that part of the agenda. And this is for possible action. Any items that the council staff or applicant wish to be stricken, tabled, withdrawn, held in abeyance to a future meeting may be brought forward and acted upon at this time. Mayor Pro Tem, the floor is yours.
Okay, item number 29 is a report regarding the review of the financial forecast model for the city of Las Vegas. Staff has asked that item be obeyed till December 17th, 2014. Item number 53, bill number 2014-91, that's an annexation item. The recommending committee voted to strike that item, so that will be part of my motion to strike that particular bill. Item number, 53. Item number 71 is ROC 56324, applicant owner Crossroads Commons, 8975 West Charleston Boulevard. Staff has asked that item be obeyed till January 7, 2015. And then there are 3 annexation bills. Commissioner Brown contacted me and Councilman Ross to obey items number 37, 38, and 50 for 30 days. So Beverly, what would 30 days be?
Can you do those again?
37, 38, and 50. He asked that those be obeyed so that he wanted some time to speak to the owners about those items.
That would be the January 21st, 2015 City Council meeting. There is one provision, those bills were fast-tracked, so they were published. I'd have to check to see if we can carry it through to the 21st, if you want to give me a minute to figure
How
out
about
60
the first
days.
meeting in January?
That's January 7.
January, is that okay?
That, we should be okay. I can make sure the 21st works if you'd like to give me a moment. I can double check it.
Can you check
Okay.
before we vote on
Yeah.
that?
Yeah.
And
Okay.
the third
then
one was?
I'll announce it.
Okay.
And 50, agenda 50?
Yeah,
that was the
37,
same?
38, and 50.
Yes, please, Councilman.
Thank you, Your Honor. On agenda item 71, that has to do with the configuration of roads coming out of a residential area onto Charleston at Marialdo Avenue and Odette Avenue. We're baying that for 2 meetings so that we can work with Mike Jansen and our traffic people and get a handle on a bigger picture relating to that area. Right now, people exit that area onto Charleston at an uncontrolled intersection.
Oh.
Less than a quarter mile away is a controlled intersection with a 4-way traffic light that is blocked off to access to the residential neighborhood. So we're forcing the residents to exit the development at an uncontrolled intersection, and there's a controlled intersection they could exit on, but it's blocked off. So we're going to try to put the history of it together. Mr. Jansen's initial feel is that it is a historical anomaly
kind of because of the way development occurred along Charleston 15 years ago. So that's what's going on there. We had a couple of residents who'd come down, and I would ask that if there are any other residents who are watching today to get a hold of our office and help us participate in the collective discussion over the next couple of weeks, so we can figure out the
Councilman
best thing to
Beers,
do.
I have Christopher Figgins with an address on that, Roy Davis.
Yep.
And Mike Hand.
Yeah,
Those were
Vicky
the
got all,
three.
Vicky got all three of their contact
Okay.
info. So we're good. I just wanted to explain what that was and offer an opportunity for residents down there to reach out and get on our mailing list on the topic.
And would you repeat
Plus, we
your
had some
phone-
time to fill, actually.
Yeah, and your phone number for your office, please?
229-6405.
229-6405. So anyone who is, finds that pertinent, please contact Councilman Beers.
I think we've talked long enough for Beverly to return.
Beverly is,
The January 21st meeting is beyond the 60 days. The bills would die. They would have to be heard prior to that.
so January 7th is,
Well, we have another issue that Betsy's
Oh.
discussing with Councilman Anthony.
okay?
So we're going to obey those till December 17th because of some procedural issues. So that gives Commissioner Brown 2 weeks to speak with these folks, and if that's an issue, you can call me, so.
Okay, so that's-
37, 38, and 50 will be obeyed till December 17th meeting. And the rest of them I announced, so that will be my motion.
Thank you, I'm just doing this, want to change that. All right, so there's a motion, please vote and please post. Please, yes. Thank you. And that motion carries. Thank you. We'll move on to Agenda Item 12 for possible action to approve the final minutes by reference to the regular City Council meetings of October 1 and October 15, 2014. Mayor Pro Tem, may I have a motion to approve?
Move for approval.
Thank you very much. This motion, please vote and please post.
Mayor,
Yes.
if you will, as far as the items that the Mayor Pro Tem had requested, 37, 38, and 50, what was the outcome?
December 17th.
December 17th.
Yes.
Thank you.
They will be heard. And there's a motion, Councilman Coffin and Councilman Barlow on the minutes. Thank you. And the motion carries. And so now we'll move on to Agenda Item 13 through 25. On the consent agenda are considered to be routine or recommended for approval by the departments and may be enacted in one motion. Are there any items the council wishes to bring forward? Hearing none, Mayor Pro Tem?
Make a motion to approve the consent agenda items 13 through 25.
Your Honor, there is one.
Oh, so sorry.
That
Before you
is on
vote,
the one
there is
motion,
one.
one-
Which one?
On one motion, one vote, do we have, oh, wait a minute, I'm sorry, it's a planning item. I withdraw that. Thank you.
Mayor?
Yes.
Yes, I do have a question on 26.
On 20 which?
6.
That's out. This is 13 through 25.
Yeah.
I'm sorry?
So 26 would go. So if you'll just cast your votes on 13 through 26, and then please vote. And please post. And that motion carries. So now, Agenda Item 26. We have moved that, did we not? We have moved that. We go to 27 at this point. 26 has been moved to be with, what was the number? Before 71. Okay, Agenda Item 27 is what we're into at this moment. Discussion for possible action regarding the announcement of Strong Cities, Strong Communities SC2 Phase 1 award winners and distribution of the $60,000 first prize, $30,000 second prize, $10,000 third prize funds, general funds, all awards. And so,
Good morning.
hello, how are you?
Good morning,
Mr.
Mayor, City
Harson.
Council. Steve Harson, Director of Community Services. This is the Strong Cities, Strong Communities Grant Program competition that was originally approved by City Council in August of 2013. This agenda item is the first formal presentation announcing the Phase 1 winners of the competition. Tammy Christensen, who's a grant coordinator with Community Services, has been the project lead on this. She's going to give you an update and an overview. Then there's going to be 2 representatives from the evaluation group that is actually going to be presenting the top 10 teams. So with that, I'm going to have Tammy give you an update.
And will you be describing, just for our viewing public and those who are here that may not recall what the Strong Cities project is, would you just give an overview of what it is?
Yes, Mayor.
Please.
Good morning, Tammy Christensen, Office of Community Services. So I do want to start by giving a brief overview of the Strong Cities, Strong Communities competition. SC2 is a White House initiative funded by the U.S. Department of Commerce Economic Development Administration. Our city was one of 3 that was awarded this grant through a competitive process. The City of Las Vegas is administering this grant competition for the purpose of creating economic development in our city. City Council approved the award last August. SC2 started with the creation and launch of our website, which today the public can go on and view. We believe that this embraces the spirit of open, fair, and transparent competition. We then named 2 judging panels, the evaluation panel and the selection committee, made up of volunteer community leaders. Our marketing partner, Fess Foley Warren, helped us with outreach and participation, getting people to sign up and register for the competition. We had 206 confirmed registrations, and from there, we had 18 multidisciplinary teams formed and submit proposals for the competition. For the Phase 1 judging process, each judge received 5 randomly distributed proposals, and each proposal received 5 sets of scores and comments from the judges. And then after today's meeting, all teams will be able to go on the SC2 website and access their scores and comments. The top 10 teams were determined by the scores that they received from each of the evaluation panel members. So in Phase 2 of the competitions, the teams will be able to submit more comprehensive economic development plans for our city, and the selection committee, made up of 7 volunteer community leaders, will review those plans, get together, hear presentations from all of the top 10 teams, and then they'll give recommendations to you for the grand prize winners in May of next year. Ultimately, at the end of the competition, the city will own 6 winning plans that the city will own and be able to implement. At this time, I think it's very important that we recognize the evaluation panel members that helped us score and review these proposals thoroughly. So with that, if any of them are in the audience, please raise your hand. Dr. Robert Felden, Kevin Hooks, Gabby Jerica, Horatio Lopez, Myron Martin, Napoleon McCallum, Ken McCown, Rose McKinney James, Bart Patterson, Tom Riley, Seth Shore, Michael Venozzi, Scott Adams, Steve Chartrand, Michael Cornthwaite, Dr. Jeffrey Cummings, Steve Hill, and James Duddleston. Today we have 2 evaluation panel members here today to help us present the top 10 teams. Steve Chartrand, if you'll come up, President and CEO of Goodwill Southern Nevada, and Myron Martin, President and CEO of the Smith Center of the Performing Arts.
Welcome, gentlemen. Good morning. Hope you had a good Thanksgiving.
Did wonderful. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Tammy. Mayor and Council, this was
You have
an
to do
honor.
your name, I'm sorry.
Steve Chartrand.
Thank you.
This was an honor to be a part of this process, and truly it involved the entire world bringing ideas to Las Vegas in order to make us better. And it is a great example of global crowdsourcing. Now, I did not come up with that, and I had to look up what that meant. But to me, coming from the Star Trek ages, it's boldly receiving ideas from where we haven't boldly received them from before. So this is a great, great process. When I say global, we had ideas, proposals from 49 states and 48 different countries that came in.
Wow.
And we challenge the world to bring these ideas to us, and we only pay for the results. And each of the teams paid for the proposals that they presented to us.
Martin, 361 Symphony Park Avenue, the Smith Center. It was also my pleasure to be a part of this panel, and I have to say the way that the staff put this together was pretty phenomenal. Amazing proposals, lots of proposals, with an extraordinary group of panelists who agreed to take quite a bit of time out of their own schedules to review these very carefully. So this wasn't a bunch of people getting in a room and voting for their friends. There was a process that made it very fair and very transparent. And as Tammy said, all the participants can go online and see the remarks and see their scores. So now we are ready to give you the top 10, and I'll defer to my colleague.
Okay, coming in 10th place is the Las Vegas Disaster Relief Hub, and their proposal is to manufacture ICASA disaster relief pods for training and FEMA deployment center.
And in the number 9 slot, we have Logan's Heroes, which is a technology center for education and training, number 9.
Number 8 is the Pacific Architecture and Planning. Their proposal was a multi-office park infill project along a light rail.
Number 7 was UNLV's architectural design project to consolidate, connect, and repurpose RDA 2 along Sahara Avenue.
Coming at number 6 is Grad Company, UAS Robotics Campus and Convention Center.
Number 5, HER Services, the Las Vegas Green Sustainability District.
Number 4, Don Alejandro's Texas Inc., Latin Cultural Center, including Boxing Hall of Fame.
Now we're going to go to the top 3, and all 3 of these participants will get money awards, starting with number 3, who will get $10,000. And this goes to a group that says they want to anchor the Arts District with the new Modern Art Museum surrounded by a downtown Central Park to unite neighborhood, stage First Friday events, sponsor concerts, and many other things. And this goes to Eric Strain and Arnold Stock.
Oh, nice.
All right. And the second place winner, who I believe will receive $30,000, is Gensler. Gensler's vision for Cashman Field will establish Las Vegas as the pioneering center for sustainability, where environmentally responsible buildings contain businesses that support this burgeoning industry. The re-envisioned Cashman site will function as a community builder, workplace innovator, and climate responder, becoming the most environmentally sustainable core in the state and the nation.
And your number 1, first place award, which comes with a $60,000 prize, goes to Build a Vibrant Las Vegas, a group for Las Vegas Unmanned Aerial and Robotics Resource Center. It's a facility and economic development initiative supported by public and private partnership to solidify Nevada as a leader in the commercialization of UAS and robotics by attracting entrepreneurs, innovators, business owners who are focused on developing an environment that fosters education and research. So, Mayor and Council, it's our pleasure to present to you the top 10 from this amazing project run by your staff.
Thank you very much. I want to thank you all and all your team that sat and worked so hard on making these selections for the city and to bring those back to us. Is it accurate then that all 10 will go on now to further competition, or only these top 3?
No, all 10 will go on and be eligible to win the grand prize of $500,000.
And the timeline on that?
5 months to prepare their proposals, so starting now, and then they'll be due in April, and we'll make recommendations to you in May of next year.
And they will go back to the same committee?
Actually, it will be a different committee. So these 18 evaluation panel members are different than the 7 selection committee members. There's 2 different groups, so the selection committee will hear those second round of plans.
Thank you. Any questions, comments from council?
Yes, Mayor.
Yes, Councilman Barlow?
Congratulations to all the recipients, number one, and to the panel that evaluated each one of these applications. I truly believe that it's, to hear that the 10 will basically move forward for the grand prize, and the balance and the equity comes from your comment as relates to there would be a new evaluation team to evaluate the next process. And I think that's what makes the playing ground very fair. And so congratulations to them all. Good luck. And we look forward to seeing those applications in April. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Ross?
Thank you, Mayor. And I'm excited for this. I mean, this is really exciting. But what I want to say to Mr. Chartrand and Mr. Martin and the rest of your, the judges, I mean, you guys are the pillars of this community. How did this come about, Mr. Adams? You're on this list. How did this list come about through the mayor, of course?
Well, I think the amazing thing about this process is we didn't actually collaborate with each other. We each had 5 proposals. We reviewed those 5 proposals very comprehensively. It took a great deal of time to review each one of those. And then there's as part of this competition, we had a competition consultant that helped bring those scores all together. They were normalized, and that's how we developed the rank ordering of the top 10. So it was a very fair, objective process all the way through.
Well, through the mayor,
And if I may, just for the record, that was Scott Adams that was speaking.
Sorry, Scott Adams.
And Mayor, with your permission, back to Mr. Adams, but that didn't answer my question. How did this list of amazing people come about? This is a great list of judges that you guys are on, and those who are sitting in the audience. So I thank you first for your participation, but how did this list come about? And that's what I'd like to explain to us and the public.
Tammy Christensen, Mayor and Council. Our marketing partner, Festival Warren, helped us assemble a list of names of community leaders, and then we reached out to the mayor and asked that we solicited these individuals, and then one by one they just started agreeing to join our competition.
Collaboration, a lot of people, everybody knows who are the hard workers that get things done, not that there aren't other valuable people here. Any other comments, questions? Because I think it is appropriate that we have to accept this.
Madam Mayor?
Yes, Councilwoman.
I felt I was at the Oscars. Really, I was waiting. Is it check the trophy? I mean, but in any case, it was a lot of work. I've been in situations where you have to judge, and it's difficult, far more difficult, I think, than most people realize. And you did a magnificent job, a group of people who certainly live very busy life, and all that you've done in organizing it also. So you're very much appreciated.
Thank you.
I concur with that. I think we all do. Tammy, you've done a wonderful job in your entire department, and faithfully Warren. Absolutely, always, and we're so glad you help us. But each one of you have worked on the committee. You have your jobs to do, as Councilwoman just said, and so where do you do it? At 2, 3 in the morning, whatever you're reading, but we thank you. So with that, I would entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve the Phase 1 award winners.
There's a motion, please vote, and please post. That carries unanimously. So can we have the winners come down? And could I ask council to step down just for a few moments to go down to the front and take a picture with the winners? I think that would be appropriate. Well, if not, then we're just going to give away their checks.
Or keep them.
Or keep them. So, Mr. Chartrand, Mr. Martin, or Tammy Christensen, would you, as you call them up to present their checks, announce who they are so we have it on our beautiful filming?
Of course. So we'll start with the third place team, which is named Team Strain Stock, made up of Arnold Stock and Eric Strain. They are the award winners for the 10,000 place prize. If you want to turn the check around.
Mayor and Council. You can hold the check.
Congratulations, all part of your team. So proud.
Executive order.
Can you do it, Paul? Sideways.
Sideways.
You're the legislative branch. Executive request.
Good luck going forward. You can buy your coffee. How much is Swain for coffee?
The second place team is Gensler. I'll list off those names. Beth Campbell, James Caviola, Glenn Curry, Marco Davis, Esther Garcia, Sean Gale, Michael McGettigan, John Restrepo, Jacob Rivard, Brett Robillard, Michael Schaefer, Charles Simmons, Derek Sola, Stanton Southwick, and Kevin Tay.
That's a big team.
Okay, and then the first place team, Build a Vibrant Las Vegas, Kurt Carlson, Zachary Conine, Sally Dobler, Michael Russell, and Brandon Wigan.
With our credits, we're supposed to. Oh, I know, now I'm really tired. Sir?
Medical marijuana pill.
Yeah. Mellow yellow.
You need a push, I'll push you. Are you in?
I'm in.
Okay.
I'll just do the intro.
But you want me to say all this, right?
Not yet.
No, but I mean, when it's my turn.
Absolutely.
Okay, I didn't know if I was still on your slides.
Not at all, not at all. I'm going to give them Department School Play.
Check it. Re-glue, please. Okay, where are we now? That's 27. 28, public hearing for possible action to approve a new 2-year contract between Las Vegas City Employees Association, LVCEA, and the City of Las Vegas, unbudgeted cost of $3.7 million for fiscal year 2015 general fund. It's a public hearing which I declare open, and our star is with us.
Thank you. Dan Tarwater for the record, Human Resources Director. Glad to be here this afternoon. First, I'd like to thank my team, Mike Scalzi here, who was our chief spokesperson for the negotiation, Morgan Davis, our city attorney, and then we had several department representatives and human resources representatives on our negotiating team for that long period of time. And I'd also like to thank Henry Luan, who's the president of LVCEA, Julie Hiddle, vice president of LVCEA, and Jeff Allen, who is their attorney and was chief spokesperson during the negotiation. We'll be calling them up after we give our quick presentation here. What I'd like to do is ask Mike Scalzi to go through these brief slides. We presented to you on September 17th a pretty in-depth review of where we're at on the contract and only had 4 articles left. So Mike will go through a summary of those. I then ask our city manager to also then come up and speak on the financial impact, which is required by law, NRS. And then we'd like to do a question and answer session with the mayor and council and ask our LVCEA leadership to come up and stand with us at that time. So, Mike.
Mayor Goodman, council members, I'm very pleased to finally be able to present you with this item. It's been a long time coming.
And you are.
Michael Scalzi,
Thank you.
HR manager.
Thank you.
A little bit of background, we did hold 22 full bargaining sessions since the start of the negotiations, which we opened up in January of this year. The CEA did declare impasse at the 20th bargaining session, which was in August of 2014. And after that, we were obliged to hold 2 additional meetings, which we did. Failing to resolve 4 language articles, the CEA requested that the matter be submitted for arbitration. A mediation meeting was scheduled for October 29th because we do have a mediation as part of the arbitration process. So we had a person come in to join us to help us try to resolve the 4 remaining articles. And in fact, at the mediation session, the 4 articles were successfully resolved and tentatively approved. The economic and benefit provisions of this agreement were tentatively agreed to back in August of 2014. What remained open were 4 language articles that we previously reviewed with you a couple of months ago. And that was Article 3 on the definition sections of the agreement, Article 13, which covers discipline, Article 31, which is the waiver agreement, and then Article 32, which is the savings clause. Of these 4, the most important appeared to be the waiver agreement, Article 31, and through the efforts of our counsel, Morgan Davis, and the CEA counsel, Jeff Allen, they were able to craft some language that was suitable to both parties, and we were able to resolve the issue. In August, we also mutually agreed that any wage adjustments to this agreement, which would be the hours restoration, the base wage adjustments, or the other economics, would be effective with the successful execution of this agreement, which means after it was ratified, which it was by the membership on December the 1st, and after it's approved by the City Council, which hopefully we'll get that approval today. This is just a list of all of the 35 articles. They're all green, obviously, because they're all tentatively approved, and we have the dates that they were approved on. So you'll see some dating as early as February of this year, and the most recent 4 we finished up in November. So we did bargain this for a very long time. So at this point, Ms. Fretwell is going to come up and review the economic provisions of the agreement with you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. Before I start in on this part of the presentation, I think one of the very best things that has come out of this agreement is that we're able to restore services to our citizens. We've effectively eliminated the furlough with this new contract. So our people get to go back to work, and we desperately need it. You all are very well aware of the service demands that are growing in the field and administratively for the city. And this is going to help us greatly. And on top of that, it restores pay to individuals who gave a lot during the recession. And now we're able to restore those and set up a pay and compensation system that is much more modernized and I think reflective of our economic condition. And I think it's one that will create a way for individuals who are topped out to receive compensation that they wouldn't have received under our old system. And I think that that will help us enhance performance. And I'm really excited about some of those components. I'm really thrilled with the fact that the LVCEA worked this long and this hard with us over the last 10 months, because as Mike was saying, we worked really hard over the last 10 months. We have been trying to get this restoration on collectively for much longer than 10 months. And so it's really, this is a real watershed moment, I think, for our city. This is the bell ringing moment to show that we are coming back and that we have really turned a corner in our recovery enough to be able to restore these hours and these services. So I didn't want that to be left unsaid in this presentation, because this is a really big deal. Every single one of our concessions that were given up during our difficulties, during the recession, we have been able to get people back to full hours or restore their pay for the things that they had to give up, whether it was the 4% pay cut that the marshals took, the 1.5% pay cut that the corrections officers took, the decreased number of steps that fire took, and now the hours that LVCEA took. We've been able to put all those back into play now, and I'm really proud of that. It's taken a long time to get here, and it's critically important for our citizens that we get these hours restored. So this is a really good agreement, I believe, for your consideration today. So let me just cover a few things that I feel I need to cover as outlined in NRS 288. As the city manager, I'm supposed to give an economic presentation. You can see the summary of it on your overhead slide there, which I'm happy to provide to you for your records later if you need it. But if you'll allow me, I'd just like to cover some key points that are outlined on this document. One, this is a 2-year agreement, but we're already 6 months into the 2-year agreement. So just making you aware that that we've got another 18 months on this agreement, and then we'll be back working with the LVCEA to negotiate a future agreement. The economics, as Mike mentioned, are not retroactive. So this is a really good step in the right direction. I mentioned the hours restoration. What this costs us to go from 38 hours a week to 40 hours a week is about $11 million over the life of the agreement. $11 million over the life of the agreement. But because we're implementing it partway through the year, the current year impact is around $2.8 million. So that is something that we'll actually need to augment. Remember, we do those big augmentations at the end of the year where we true things up. We will require an augmentation in May when Vanetta brings that whole list of various augmentations to true things up. This will be one of those that you will see that we will augment at that time. As I mentioned, those hours are productivity gains for our citizens. It has all of our employees working all 40 hours when we desperately need for them to be working that amount of time each week. We also have a 1.5% base wage adjustment that will go into effect for 736 CEA represented employees who are at the range max or below. So a 1.5% adjustment. We also, for those individuals, there's 510 of them that are at the top of the range. So we call that Y-rated. Those people that are at the top of the range, they will receive a 1.5% lump sum payment. So they'll, in effect, a bonus, all right? So that will go into their December 26, 2014 paycheck. We will have at the beginning of this agreement, we will have no base wage increases or no wage range adjustments. And I think that's really important. We're trying to move to a market-based compensation strategy here. And this is a very important thing that we are staying in tune with what the economy will support and what the market forces require as we evaluate our pay schedules. So this is a very important adjustment. In year 2 of the agreement, those eligible for a step increase will only receive a 4% step increase at a maximum. That used to be 5%. So we've reduced the amount of the step for people that are eligible. The estimated savings there is around $300,000 a year. In year 2 of the agreement, those that are above the max range of the salary scale will be eligible to receive a portion of a $3 million pool that will be set aside for those lump sum bonuses. Those are one-time payments. They don't adjust the base wage, and they do not adjust the pay range, just to be clear. The cost for this budget augmentation in this year is going to be about $3.7 million. The rest of the cost will be budgeted in next year's budget, which we anticipate to be around $9 million, slightly more than $9 million. So the total cost of this agreement is around $17 million, slightly less than $17 million. And the total unbudgeted cost of the agreement is $13 million. Did I miss anything?
Mayor?
Nope.
Yes, Councilman?
Betsy, thank you. Let's go back to the wages for year one, the 1.5% base wage adjustment. What was the number of employees that will receive that 1% adjustment in their base?
In their base pay.
Yes.
We have 736 CEA employees that will receive a 1.5% adjustment to their base pay. If they're topped out, they're at the top of their wage range, they will get a 1.5% bonus.
And that's who you consider the Y-rated, and how many
Correct.
of those CEA employees that are topped out
510.
will receive that 1.5% bonus check?
510,
510.
right.
Okay.
And if I might ask, that 700 plus, that's retroactive to this past summer?
No. Everything's effective the moment you vote today, it will be effective today.
Going
There is no
forward.
retro, correct.
Thank
It's
you.
going forward.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Mayor?
Yes, please, Councilman.
Okay. And the step increases, explain the 5% in year one and reduce to 4% in year two. So that was negotiated?
Right, so next year, the steps, in next fiscal year, instead of steps being at 5%, they will be reduced to 4%.
Okay. In order that there's a cost savings?
Correct.
Okay, and that cost savings is just shy
Around
of 3 million?
300,000 a year. Not 3 million.
Is that for all CEA, or is that just for?
Those that are eligible. So we have around 736 today. Obviously, that changes when we hire new people.
Correct.
But right now, we have 736 employees that are eligible for step increases, meaning they're not at the top of their range. Those individuals in this current fiscal year will get a 5% step increase, okay? Next year, they will only be eligible for a 4% step increase.
Okay, but.
Similar to what we did with P-PACE, you may
Right.
remember that.
I remember that. So you're saying from the time we vote today, that increase will take effect? Or would that be retro?
The steps were already restored, so the steps have already, they've been in play. But the new 4% step will start July 1.
That's what I'm getting at.
Okay.
So it'll start July 1?
Correct,
Okay,
July 1.
thank you.
Yes, Councilman Beers, please. Oh, Councilman Coffin was,
Well, if you want to be the last, I will just ask a couple of questions, Bob. Thank you, Mayor. And Bob, maybe Dan, I'm not sure which one of you would answer this best, but let's just take an example of a new employee, because I think I want to go back and reestablish in my mind what a typical starting salary is for a new person in the city. And I think that would be, forget the benefits for a minute, and then how do they stand at 5 years? I'm not talking about a skilled person with a higher education requirement, but rather a person who might choose to go into parks or may go into, they may have advanced degrees, but we have a starting salary, that's it. I want to get a handle on these things again, and then in 5 years, what can that person reasonably, with good performance, expect to be earning?
Under this new agreement, our average entry-level salary, which obviously there's a span in this, is around $45,000. And so a new employee hired in would be getting a 4% step increase over those 5 years, so it would be 4% compounded over 5 years. That allows them to step through their wage range on a relatively consistent cycle.
Are we hiring some people, though, in the $30,000 category?
Of course, yeah.
That's what I'm getting at.
They're going to be people at the entry-level positions but the average is $45,000 starting.
Well, I wanted to know the basic salary, not the average, not the range.
You mean the lowest salary we offer to start?
Yeah. And,
Is it
and
32? I know it's 28. $32,000.
Okay. And there are some that obviously make more than that entering in because you have to compete for the salaries, but person coming in with a good I assume it's a high school education?
It totally depends on the job.
Yeah.
And typically what we find in some of the jobs, we require advanced level degrees, and in some jobs, a GED or a high school education will be sufficient.
Okay. I really thank you very much for that. That's all I need.
Thank you, Councilman Beers.
Well, if this is effective the moment we approve it, I hesitate to take the time to ask a question. It's one question, and I haven't heard answered or asked yet, and that is the one-time pay component of this subject to PERS either for our side or for them counting their highest 3 years' pay when they retire?
No,
It's outside of PERS completely?
correct.
Thank you.
Would you repeat that, the whole statement that he made, so this end could hear it?
The lump sum bonuses that are afforded under this contract to employees that are topped out at the top of the wage range for their job will receive a lump sum bonus of 1.5% on their December 26th paycheck this year. That is not subject to PERS contribution.
Thank you very much. Okay, this is a public hearing. Now, moving forward, do we want any more presentation? I know we want to hear from LECEA, but...
Mike has one wrap-up slide, so maybe we can
Okay,
do
let's
that.
do
And
that.
I believe Morgan's not going to make a representation, so then it will be ready to take public comment, Mayor.
Thank you.
I do have just the final slide to review, but before I do that, I wanted to just clarify one point that Betsy made. We have 510 people that are currently earning more than the range maximum. And even when we apply this 1.5% adjustment to the ranges, they're still going to be above the range maximum. These are called Y-rated people because systemically that's how we code them. These are the people that will be receiving the one-time lump sum amount of money. The rest of the folks, Councilman Barlow, the 736 you asked about, will receive a 1.5% base wage adjustment. So the items that we had included in this agreement were items that you had asked us to look at. We got these also in our other agreements, so we were happy about that. We were able to lower the annual leave caps. They were reduced in this case from 2.5 times annual accrual to 250 hours for any new employees. We also lowered the sick leave cap that was reduced from 840 to 420 hours, cut in half for new hires. Longevity was a concession item that just pulled through to this contract. Anyone hired after 1/1/2011 is not eligible to receive longevity. In the workers' compensation area, we were able to reduce salary continuation from 280 hours to 80 hours. A big item for us was our RIF recall list. We still have a lot of folks on that list, and up to this point, that list had been wide open. There was no end date to it. Now we have an end date. It's 18 months, and those on the current list will come off of the list on December 22nd, 2015. LWOP, the amount of time that we allow a person to stay on leave without pay, was limited to 3 months, and then we're going to take some action after that. So those were all items that we were happy to get into the agreement. So
Thank you for your hard work, and
you're welcome, Mayor.
appreciate it. Let's go ahead then. Can we hear from LVCEA, and then we will hear from members of the public that wish to comment? Thank
Good morning,
you for
Mayor
your
and Council.
hard work, too. Thank you, thank you.
Thank you so much. Before we get started, I want to thank Betsy Fredwell, Dan Tarwater, Mike Scalzi, Morgan Davis for, it's been a long road traveled. It's a long year. Obviously, we still have pockets of residual from previous predecessors or negotiations that were still negative. I'm happy that we're here and that you guys hopefully will make us whole and that we can move in a positive direction. And that's basically what we're asking for. First thing I want to do is thank Julie Hiddle, our Vice President, Jeff Allen.
Oh,
our
apparently
attorney.
you didn't announce yourself. I'm sorry. Thank you. You caught
Henry
that.
Lujan, LVCA President. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank
Julie
you.
Hiddle, Jeff Allen, thank you for streamlining this contract with the assistance with the city. I'd like to thank Russell Coleman, Shawnee Coleman, Rodney Lister, DeAndre Carruthers, our chair, negotiations chair, Nikki Gumalo. Am I missing anybody else? Rodney Lister sitting back here, but he didn't want to come up. And Stephanie Demelez, my coworker in code enforcement. These people were fabulous, and for them to step up to the plate during these hard economic times and try to bring us together as a unit to work cohesively with you guys was fabulous. And I'm just really happy that hopefully you guys will bless this today so we can go on and give our members and our employees peace of mind for a while until we start doing this again. Thank you so much.
Well, we thank you for working with our staff as well, because we're all one family here, and we need to get business done, so.
Yes, ma'am.
hopeful, and thank you so much. Julie, comments? No? Any? Okay, this is a public hearing. Anybody from the public who would like to come forward and speak, please do so.
Mayor?
Yes.
Before the members of the CEA leave, I'd like to say a couple of things to
Please.
Henry, my old friend from way, way back, and truly appreciate the fact that this has been a difficult, difficult time. You're hugging people here at the front. I mean, that was a photo moment, if anybody recognized that, because we have been at odds for a long, long time, and it's been particularly hard on the leadership of CEA. It's a hard job because you can't make everybody happy. Your meetings must be real boisterous, and you've managed to do it. I know there have been leadership changes because of this fight over salaries, and you heard the city manager say basically that the starting salary for a city employee is not a lot of money. I mean, there are people working at Walmart making a lot more when they go to work here. And I think that we love the fact that you're here, because with the benefits altogether, it's a good place. You can't buy a house on our starting salary, but you can at least be comfortable and know that if you do a good job, you'll stay. And things have changed so much since I first became a public person. It used to be you kept a job for life, and you took less money, and it was a job for life. And those have changed so much. It's sad to have seen so many employees laid off from this city over the recession. So that has changed, and you're coming into the modern age, and like the rest of us, starting to take a risk with everything you do. Thanks for your leadership. Thanks to all of the committee, and I know not everybody will be happy even now, but at least we got through this one, so we can start the next one right away, probably tomorrow.
Yes, sir. The members of the LBC are very loyal, and so are the city employees, obviously. I mean, we love what we do. We provide a public service, and it's something that we have a lot of veterans here, and that they're still past their 30 years. Right now, we're all trying to work to live, and I'm trying to get to the point where I can live to play, and I think that's the goal here with all of us. But I couldn't have done this without my team, and I couldn't have done this without the members. The members came in, and they put their vote in for us to ratify this so we can get where we're at. And hopefully, like I said, today you guys will give us our blessing so that we can get these. I think some of them already spent their 5% already. So we're trying to get that done so that they can have a good holiday season. Thank you so much.
Henry. Thank you. I would entertain a motion if I could, please.
Move for approval.
There's a motion to please
Your
vote.
Honor. Your Honor.
Yes.
Just from the fiscal conservative wing of the group here, I think this is a good contract. It strikes a balance between what we'd like to do and what we can do.
Do you hear that?
Oh, my gosh, wait a minute. There's confetti coming down, Councilman Beers.
And
My heart can't
I will
take
be
this.
voting yes. I also would like to add that I'll hit my 3-year anniversary in like 4 months. And I am so impressed with every single employee of this city that I've run across and had occasion to work with. This is a great group. And
Yes,
it's
amen.
just cool. It's very cool.
Okay, except
Madam Mayor,
Councilman Coffin, you haven't pushed.
I just wanted to say, I hope you take back to your members how much we appreciate their hard work and how much we appreciate their supporting this contract and cooperatively working together. No one on either side is always fully satisfied, but this is where you come win-win as best we could. And so please convey to them our thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Would you please post those? We did post, and I can see it on my screen, unanimously carried. Thank you very much. We look forward to a happy holiday season for everybody. Thank you for all this work. Okay, moving forward, agenda item 29's been obeyed to December 17. And agenda item 30, a report by staff to provide an overview of Symphony Park design standards for the Symphony Park plan generally bounded by West Ogden, South Grand Central Parkway, West Bonneville, and Union Pacific Railway alignment on the north, west, south, and east respectively. This is in Ward 5 with Councilman Barlow. And look who we have here. Good morning.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Tom Perigo, Acting Planning Director. I'm here with Ms. Mooney, our Urban Design Coordinator for the Planning Department. Just very briefly, we're here to present the Symphony Park Design Guidelines, and I want to tell you that this document that was adopted in 2006 is really a fantastic vision of how this area can develop, and we have some great examples of how that's being implemented. It strikes a balance between what we do in the public space and how we develop our infrastructure and our streetscapes with how the private sector will ultimately develop those parcels to create this really amazing place. So Courtney's going to go through the plan a little bit to kind of give a brief overview of what's in the document.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Courtney Mooney, Urban Design Coordinator. Thank you for this opportunity to go through this general overview of the design standards with you. As you know, there were some revisions that were adopted on both the Symphony Park design standards and the schematic streetscape in April and November of this year. And so I'm just going to briefly kind of go over what's inside the document, how these projects are reviewed, and then touch on the revisions that were adopted. The standards themselves are basically organized into 4 sections, which are the orientation, streetscape and open space, general site and building design standards, and character of the blocks. And these are followed by the design review process and a section on permitted uses. And all of these standards cover anything from site-wide urban design features such as the street types, parking, stormwater management, sustainability, et cetera, to specific design standards that relate to buildings, architecture, massing, public art, and open space. And the key element to all of these standards is that they differ block by block, so that depending on where buildings are located within the blocks, they'll have different standards on how they relate to the entire park area. And this makes for a variety of streetscapes, a variety of experiences for the pedestrians and users, and kind of becomes this very organic experience. And all of these work together to accommodate a variety of modes of travel, and again, generate interest and engagement through this building design and how the streets function and the buildings function. So the design intent of the document, each section in the document includes language about intent, which provides the basic framework for the guidelines. Essentially, we are creating a mixed-use urban village concept that's not dominated by 1 or 2 specific uses. And we all know what mixed use is. It's essentially retail on the ground floor with professional office or some other type of use, residential, for instance, on the floors above. But the Symphony Park plan really takes this one step further. It starts thinking about economic sustainability and how the right mix and density of uses will support each other, and also generate excitement and create a memorable destination for locals and visitors through this world-class architecture, art, open space, variety of uses. The streets are very important in this plan. They are pedestrian-oriented. They have walkable blocks. There is a network of open spaces that connect to the surrounding urban areas, and that's very important as well. The streets are designed as linear open spaces, and I apologize, one of the images is not appearing on this PowerPoint, but you can see in that top image that we have wide sidewalks, we have a variety of landscaping and street trees that, again, really provide that comfortable experience for the pedestrian. And the streets are designed to accommodate a variety of uses like dining or outdoor events without impeding travel. That's also very important. And site sustainability is achieved with building massing, and again, in connection with the streets and these open spaces, works with our solar orientation to create shade or sun, and depending on what season you're in, so you have a variety of opportunities to be comfortable and enjoy those spaces. Oh, there's the picture. I don't know how that got animated. I apologize. That's a surprise. The Symphony Park Plan area is really located in a prime area of downtown. It's surrounded by vital urban areas. There are numerous development projects such as the new City Hall, World Market Center, the Bonneville Transit Center, Las Vegas Premium Outlet Mall, Clark County Government Center, IRS building, several districts such as the Arts, Casino, Entertainment districts, and a number of exciting projects that are in the work for West Las Vegas. Symphony Park includes very strong north-south connections to these areas via Grand Central Parkway and City Parkway, and east-west connections via Symphony Park Avenue and the pedestrian bridge at West Clark Avenue. And now I'll just walk you through briefly some of the projects that we have built in Symphony Park, and then a future project that's in the works. The first one is, and they're in order of when they were built, is the Cleveland Clinic Lou Ruvo Center for Brain Health, which was completed in 2010. This is a great example of world-class architecture, public art, and open space. It serves as the southernmost anchor of the plan area, and it's a huge tourist draw, actually. I see quite a few people taking pictures, kitty corner from the intersection to the Brain Center, from the Clark County Government Center or the Outlet Mall or the World Market Center. So it's definitely an iconic piece of architecture that catches people's attentions and provides potential excitement in the plan area. The Smith Center for the Performing Arts, this is another example of world-class architecture. It opened in 2012. It's the heart of the plan area. This regional performing arts center adds to our memorable skyline, but it also provides these really neat micro experiences for the visitors with varying kind of facade treatments on each side of the building, and also there's these multiple kind of pedestrian scale entrances with these kind of small courtyards and art placed throughout. So it's really a neat example of heightening that pedestrian experience in the park area. The Donald W. Reynolds Symphony Park opened in March 2012 to accompany the Smith Center opening. And this park functions as the east-west spine of the plan area, and it will eventually connect to other parks and open spaces through the street and open space network. And some of the most iconic art in the city is located here. And it serves as backdrops for all types of events, weddings and outdoor plays and those types of things. So it's really a multi-use space with really fantastic amenities. The Discovery Children's Museum, which opened in 2013. This building activates the street with the use of smaller event signage, public art, shade structures, and variations in facade, and that big, beautiful sign catches your interest from pretty far away. The Symphony Park Pedestrian Bridge, which also opened in 2013, is a key component in providing pedestrians access to and from the park area from downtown. It also provides access to additional parking during events at Symphony Park at the City Hall parking garage. And Citra Symphony Park, which is in the works, this was approved at the November 4th, 2014 Planning Commission, and building permits have already been submitted to the city for review. This mixed-use senior living, health, and rehabilitation project engages the pedestrian through active street uses, varied architectural fenestration, and small shaded courtyard areas. The building will also be physically connected to the pedestrian bridge, which is a nice feature, so it provides access to and from downtown. And all of these projects and all future projects are reviewed by the Symphony Park Design Review Committee. Applications for the Design Development Review are made to the Economic and Urban Development Department. The SPDRC then reviews those applications and provides recommendations for approval or denial to the applicant and the planning department. Site development plan reviews are scheduled with the planning department upon approval of the design development review, and then upon planning commission and city council review and approval, construction documents are reviewed by the SPDRC concurrently with permit applications. So just really quickly, I will go over the design guideline and street schematic revisions that were approved. Basically, there's just a lot of typographical errors. or inconsistencies that we had to fix, such as changing Union Park to Symphony Park or Discovery Drive to Symphony Park Avenue. So now all of that's been updated and consistent. We had to provide alternate materials and finishes for streetscapes and amenities to reflect newly available or outdated materials. We updated the irrigation equipment requirements. We updated street schematics to reflect new ADA standards and new changes or updates in our Unified Development Code. And we introduced new standards for the temporary parking lot design. And finally, we updated the membership requirements for the Symphony Park Design Review Committee.
Your Honor, I really appreciate the opportunity to have planning make this presentation, so I want to thank you, because I think it's a really good time to pause and take a look at a plan that we did that was very comprehensive and very strategic back in 2006, and we can see now that by being very intentional about what we develop, how we develop it, where and when, and following the standards and the plan that's put in place, we start to create, and being patient with that, we start to create this great place that starts to add value, creates interest, and just really creates a really great opportunity for the future. And it's good to think about that, especially now as we're going into all of our big plans with the medical district and the downtown plan and all that other work that we're just starting now, to see one that's in progress and the accomplishments we've made, and be thinking about that as we go forward with our new plans and how that's going to have a dramatic impact on the future of our city. So thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Perigo, Ms. Mooney. It's wonderful. Any comments, questions? Councilwoman?
I wondered, could I have a hard copy of this? I don't believe I've gotten one yet.
Absolutely. It is available on our website, but we will make sure to get you a hard copy as well.
And lastly, at one point of time, we were talking about that Veterans Memorial in some way, and having some piece of art or having it at Symphony Park. And I know that Councilman Barlow had talked about having it someplace in his ward. I don't know what has happened with this. Could our council be given an up-to-date summary in the near future on what's happening with that Veterans Memorial? It's been a very, very long time, many years. The last I heard was that Commissioner Sisolak said they would give room for it in Sunset Park. But it seems to me that downtown might be the place where you should have a Veterans Memorial. And since we have the land, since we have the connective ability, would we see what we might be able to get going on that?
I think we have had a little bit of an update, but Ms. Bretwell?
Councilwoman, our agreement with the group that we were working with has been terminated by them. They are going to locate their park with all of the artistic renderings of the military personnel across from the Mormon Fort on the state land. So they'll be at the corner of Washington and Las Vegas Boulevard.
Well, can we just see in writing where they are and what they intend to do? I know you've told us orally every once in a while. I'm just wondering, it went to that group, and then it seemed to change from here to there to someplace else. And if that group let us know, and wasn't money collected for that?
There were private donations that were collected for that express purpose.
And could we find out what's been done with the money?
We can certainly ask, since that agreement is terminated, we may not really have much ability to get it. But these people have been very good partners with us. We've been working very well together to try and find a suitable location for them. And we were actually really thrilled that they were going to be moving on to the Grant Sawyer land right there on Washington, because it's right across the street from the city. So, but we're happy to provide you a more thorough update in writing. So we'll take care of that next week.
Because I get calls sometimes about that, and because I know all of us here on the council are very concerned of having something in honor of our veterans.
Absolutely, and we're happy to get you an update on that, and I'm sure that that group will be happy to provide it to update us as they move along.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And thank you for that report.
Well, hearing no other questions, comments, thank you very much for the report. Very comprehensive. You do a great job.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, agenda item 31, discussion for possible action regarding the First Amendment to the disposition development agreement DDA regarding parcels A2, B, J, and K within Symphony Park, generally located at the northeast corner of Grand Central Parkway and Bonneville Avenue between City Parkway 5 Inc., CPV, and Cleveland Clinic Foundation, CCF, for the purpose of amending the due date of the initial notice of March 31st, 2015, and allowing for future due date amendments to be handled administratively. This is in Ward 5. Hi, Mr. Orange.
Thank you, Mayor, members of council. For the record, Bill Arndt, Economic and Urban Development Director. Mayor, with your permission, I'd like to call item 32 forward as well. It's a related item with the same party.
Please.
If you could read item 32 into the record.
Oh. Discussion for possible action regarding a second amendment to the parking license agreement between City Parkway 5 Inc., CPV, and Cleveland Clinic Foundation, CCF, for parcel A2 within Symphony Park, located in the southeast corner of South Grand Central Parkway and West Clark Avenue, for the purpose of amending the expiration date to March 31st, 2015, and allowing for future expiration date amendments to be handled administratively. Ward 5, Councilman Barlow.
Thank you, Mayor. The first item, item 31, is related to our development agreement and partnership with the Cleveland Clinic. Brian Smith from the Cleveland Clinic is here should you have any questions of the clinic. As you know, we've been in partnership with the clinic for the Lou Rouveau Center for Brain Health, which has been a wonderful venture, and that has been a very successful venture. As part of that venture, we've entered into a long-term development agreement with Cleveland Clinic to develop additional medical space and a nonprofit medical campus on parcels A2, B, J, and K in Symphony Park. Our current development agreement calls for the clinic to give us an initial notice letting us know which parcel in Symphony Park, which of those parcels, A2, B, J, or K, they would like to purchase in order to develop, and to give us that notice by the end of this calendar year or December 31st. In addition, the development agreement requires Cleveland Clinic to give us an earnest deposit of $500,000 submitted into escrow within 30 days of submitting this notice. The clinic is working on additional plans for expanding their presence in Symphony Park and have actually engaged a design team to do that and need a little bit more time to finish those plans. So as part of item 31, we're recommending an approval of an amendment which would push back this date for the initial notice from December until March 31st of 2015, and also authorizing our city manager, Betsy Fretwell, acting as president of City Parkway 5 Inc., which is the holding company, the nonprofit set up by the city to own the land at Symphony Park, giving the president of City Parkway 5 the administrative authority to extend that date up to an additional 6 months. So that concerns item 31. Item 32 is a related item, and it relates to the campus and parcel A2. In July of 2010, we entered into a parking license agreement to allow Cleveland Clinic to park the Center for Brain Health on parcel A2. The clinic actually owns the Center for Brain Health buildings, both the office building and the event center. They do not own the land beneath the parking lot, and we've granted them a license agreement to allow them to park there. This license is due to expire also in December 31st of this year, and we're looking to extend that date, matching the dates for the deadline for the notice and earnest deposit for the next development phase to March 31st of next year to keep it in line with that notice, and also give the city manager acting as president of City Parkway 5 Inc. the ability to extend that initial notice administratively for up to 6 months. With that, we're recommending approval of items 31 and 32. I'd be glad to answer any questions, and if you have any questions of the clinic, Brian Smith of the Cleveland Clinic is here to address those questions.
Thank you. Questions from council? No, I think you've been very clear. Thank you. I hope you're having a good time visiting us. We look forward to more buildings. Councilman Barlow, how about it one at a time?
Not a problem, Mayor. Look forward to it. And I also look forward to the representatives from the Cleveland Clinic as well as Lou Rouveau to come in and speak with me upon their availability. I haven't heard or seen from them in a while, so I would like to catch up as well. So with that being said, I will move for approval of this item subject to all conditions.
Okay, on agenda item 31, there's a motion. Please vote. And please vote. That motion carries, and let's go on to agenda item number 32.
On item number 32, I'll move for approval subject to all conditions.
Thank you very much. There's a motion. Please vote, and please post. And that motion carries. Thank you very much. All right, we're on to agenda item 33. Resolutions R38-2014 in abeyance. Item public hearing. Discussion for possible action regarding a resolution to set a fixed number of ambulance service franchises, including service categories, to be granted within the city of Las Vegas. Is in reference to all wards. There is our wonderful Chief McDonald.
Good morning, Mayor Goodman, members of the council. I'm Willie McDonald, the city's fire chief. Item 33 is for the city council to take formal action to set the maximum number of ambulance service franchise provider in the city of Las Vegas. And I do want to point out that we have made a change in our recommendation from setting the limit at 4 franchise providers down to 3 franchise providers. I wanted to make sure that that was clear. The council approved a 5-year agreement, non-exclusive franchise agreement with AMR on September 3rd of this year. Subsequent to that time, we received a request for a new franchise agreement from Medic West. Those are our 2 franchisees currently in the city of Las Vegas. We are currently evaluating that request for renewal from Medic West. The Municipal Code Section 608 provides the ordinances and the requirements for the provision of ambulance services and permits current franchise providers to submit a renewal without a council action. However, if the city is to consider new ambulance providers, the council must take an action before those applications can be considered. The sole discretion for setting the maximum number of franchisees is with the city council. And as additional providers have expressed their interest in serving the city, staff is recommending that the council set that maximum number at 3 franchise providers within the city. This provides options for hospitals, care providers, doctors' offices, and also ensures very high-quality services, competitive pricing, and ensures that we have the capacity for those services within our community. Staff has also included additional administrative and operational requirements in the most recently approved franchise agreement with AMR, and we believe that those requirements should be consistently required of all providers as a part of this recommendation, and we would use that to evaluate this renewal request that we received from MedicWest as well. These include response time performance on non-emergency responses, integration into our alarm center, CAD system, real-time 99% reliable AVL systems, 800 megahertz radio inclusion, and as well inclusion in the SNAC participation. That's the Southern Nevada Area Communications Council. If you support this proposed recommendation, what will be necessary is for the council to host or hold a public hearing, and then if you receive any comment to accept the modification or the change that we are proposing to set the limit at 3 and to have that amended upon approval. Finally, Las Vegas Fire and Rescue would recommend that our staff be in considering the future renewal as well as any future applications that we would be facilitate the discussions that would be had between the local stakeholders, ensuring that we would have a coordinated effort in serving our community. That concludes the comments that I have, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Would the expansion or these 3 additional franchisees be subject to the same conditions that AMR? Is it identical and the same time limit that you're looking at to give Medic West, let's say, a 5-year contract, or are they serving year to year, or what is with these other service franchises?
So the total number of ambulance service providers, if you approve this, would be 3. So that includes AMR. That would also include Medic West and any future applicants that would submit an application. Yes, the minimum requirements would be consistent throughout, so that all of the franchise providers would be required to comply with those requirements.
And that they would be getting a 5-year contract with an extension?
I think the term, those are negotiable. I believe in the renewal that we received, it is a 5-year request and has extensions included in that, but in terms of the application for the new provider, we haven't reviewed that at this time.
Mayor, maybe I should just weigh in here. All this does is allows us to look at that application. So what would happen is we would bring back a franchise agreement to you that would address all those things. We haven't negotiated anything
see.
Right.
because we can't have any of those underway until you approve something like this resolution today.
Okay. So all we're doing today basically is changing it from 4 to 3.
You're actually changing it from 0 to 3 because we never had it addressed in
It
your
was never
ordinance,
in
a
there.
number.
Yes,
Right.
that's correct.
Okay. So does everybody on council, all I didn't understand? We are establishing 3. Okay, any comments, questions, please?
I just wondered, do we have people from are we going to have the public speak on this?
Yes, this
Oh,
is
okay.
public hearing.
No, I don't have any now.
Okay, thank you. Then we'll go ahead and open the public hearing, and Chief, if you'll just stay around, just.
Yes.
Nobody wants to come forward.
Is your
Well,
hand up or down?
We're
You're up.
okay, great. Okay, so we will close the public hearing portion, and if there are any other comments, I would entertain a motion.
Move for approval.
Thank you. Is a motion, please vote.
Mayor Goodman, that would be approval of the resolution with the number 4 amended to 3, correct?
Yes.
Yes, yeah. Yep.
Please post. Unanimous, thank you. Thank you. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you
Thank you.
very much, Chief. Take care of yourself. Is that flu?
Pardon?
Cold?
It's just allergy, and I
It's
don't want to
rain.
admit that I have it, but I do.
Oh, take care of yourself. Okay, agenda item 30, am I on 34, is that correct? Yes, and that has, okay. R41-2014, discussion for possible action regarding a resolution calling a public hearing, authorizing the distribution of materials and authorizing publication of a notice of public hearing, all relating to a tourism improvement district, TID, for parcels in the Symphony Park of downtown Las Vegas, generally described as the area bounded by Grand Central Parkway, West Bonneville, and Las Vegas Premium Outlets, and Grand Central Parkway, West Bonneville Avenue, and Union Pacific Railway. This is in reference towards 1 and 5, Councilwoman Tarkanian and Councilman Barlow.
Thank you, Mayor, members of council. For the record, Bill Arndt, Economic and Urban Development Director. This item before you today is to continue the process of forming a tourism improvement district in Symphony Park and the surrounding area to support a new parking garage in Symphony Park. The council started this process with adopting a resolution earlier this year authorizing the first step, which was to authorize staff to start the process. As part of that process, and as outlined in state law, we're required to hire a third-party consultant on an approved vendor list from Nevada Commission on Tourism to do a study to look at a preponderance finding as well as a finding of the fiscal effect on local government. Tourism Improvement District, by way of refresher for not only you but members of the listening audience and your constituents, a tourism improvement district is an incentive tool. It's been authorized by the state to try to help support new development in an area where a preponderance of new spending, new retail spending, would come from out-of-state visitors, or in other words, non-Nevada residents. And so we believe that this project is a good case for using this incentive. What we're doing today is to continue the process and authorizing a resolution to accept a delivery of a report to the Board of County Commissioners. And part of the process is looking at new sales tax revenue that would be generated in the district and what effect that would have on local government services. So given that, one of the requirements as part of the TID process is that this body notify the Clark County Board of Commissioners that of our intent to do a tourism improvement district. And then Clark County has the right within a 45-day period to hold a public hearing and give comments back to you and the council. On the overhead today, I have one slide, and then I'm going to kick it over to our consultant, John Lambeth of Civitas Advisors. This slide shows what we're talking about. So as everyone knows, the sales tax in Clark County is 8.1%. We all gladly pay that during the holiday season when we're doing our holiday shopping, but I don't know that everyone always thinks about where that sales tax revenue goes. So this is meant to outline where that sales tax revenue goes, and then the instance of the Tourism Improvement District, it only affects where money goes. So the sales tax impact on what a consumer pays is the same with or without a TID. The impact to a retailer, whether inside or outside of the TID, is the same. All this concerns as well as where the sales tax revenue goes and who gets to spend it for various governmental services. So as you see, 8.1% here at the top. There's some portion of the sales tax which is completely carved out of the TID, or in other words, is not included as part of the revenues going to the TID, and that's the local school support tax, which in Clark County benefits CCSD, and then there's some voter overrides for public safety, mainly Metro Police. That's carved out as well. Then what portion stays within the TID is this 4.25%, that portion of the 8.1. The tax rates being affected, the 2% sales tax, which goes to the state general fund, and then a basic city and county relief tax, as well as a supplemental city and county relief tax. A portion of that, instead of being distributed to those various jurisdictions, stays within the TID and then can be invested in infrastructure to support the project, and that portion is 75%. So if you look at that second row of columns where it says tax rate TID portion 75%, that 1.50 and 1.69 comes into the TID. So if you do the math on what stays inside the TID and what goes to the normal tax jurisdictions, of the 8.1 tax rate, about 3.19, excluding the administrative fee that state taxation gets, comes into the TID, and then the balance, which is 4.91, goes to non-TID tax jurisdictions. Another simple way of looking at it is less than 40%, about 39% of new sales tax revenue generated in the district goes to the TID. So only, even on new sales tax revenues, only a portion less than half goes into the TID. So that is kind of the fiscal overview. And with that, I'd like to turn it over to John Lambeth of Civitas Advisors. I've also made a special request of Beverly Bridges, our city clerk, and thank her for adhering to the request. One of Civitas' partners is Oxford Economics, and they could not be with us here today, but are available by phone. And so I'd like Beverly to call Zachary Sears, who's a senior economist with Oxford Economics, who's going to be assisting John Lambeth with the presentation. And then finally, our legal counsel for the TID, John Swenside, is here with us. He's our bond counsel, but also because this part of the law has a fiscal impact, John is one of our experts helping us with the TID process. So with that, I'd like to turn it over to John Lambeth and Zachary Sears as well, and appreciate your indulgence with holding questions until after their presentation.
Thank you very much. Welcome. And if you would, please repeat your name and your company.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. John Lambeth with Civitas, and we have also joining us on the phone Zachary Sears with Tourism Economics. So thank you, Bill, for the great background and introduction. It's a pleasure to be with you here today. I am from California. Your statute requires that you have out-of-state consultants. I'm a California lawyer that specializes in setting up special districts, including tourism improvement districts. Joining us by phone, Zachary is with Tourism Economics. We're very pleased to be partnered with them. They are the country's leading firm in terms of doing economic analysis on tourism, tourism-related studies. They work a great deal with U.S. travel and other national tourism efforts. I will take the first few slides myself to give you a little bit of background, and then I'm going to ask Zachary to take a few of the slides as well to talk to you about the economics piece of it. And I see a shaking head there. I hope we get Zach. Okay, I'll go ahead and get started. This report obviously analyzes the proposed Symphony Park Tourism Improvement District. The sources of spending include the expansion of the premium outlets in the North Mall, the hotels and retail businesses expected in the mixed-use portion of the development. Over a 5-year period, we've estimated a total of $1.1 billion in spending is expected to occur within the TID, including $870 million in retail spending. We have chosen, in working with your staff, we've chosen this 5-year period as a planning horizon to give you these estimates so that we could be as accurate as we could in the estimates. A total of $37 million in sales tax revenues will be generated, of which $20.4 million we've estimated, or 55.2%, will be generated by out-of-state visitors to Las Vegas, and that includes both the spend at the outlets as well as the spend for the additional retail businesses. Another conclusion of the study is there's little risk of displacement of existing business sales outside the proposed TID due to the scale of the project and expectations for growth. And there are some economic models we're going to go over in just a moment. Zach will walk you through some of those. Here is a map of the proposed boundaries of the district, and you can see in blue there the most clear delineation of those boundaries. Roughly it is Grand Central Parkway on the west and north, Bonneville on the south as part of it, Las Vegas Premium Outlets Drive on the south, and the railroad tracks on the east. Overall, the plans for the district are, and there are actually 2 typos on this page, but the plans for the district are 1,092,000 square feet of office space, 16,541 parking spaces, 1,878 residential, that should say units, and the square footage of the retail space is actually 257,000 square feet of retail space. It's proposed that there are 3 hotels with 1,650 hotel rooms and 150,000 square feet of expanded retail space in the outlet mall.
Mr. Lambeth?
Yes.
If you give me one moment, I'll put Mr. Sears in the house system.
Please do. Thank you.
Okay.
Just in perfect time, actually.
Mr. Sears? Mr. Sears, can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
Okay.
Excellent. Welcome, Zach. This is John Lambeth.
Good afternoon, everybody.
And we are here with the mayor and council, and I have just completed my first few slides. We are now on to the development component and mall expansion, so I will turn it over to you.
Okay, thank you, John. Hey, good afternoon, everybody. It's my pleasure to be here, and we certainly appreciate the flexibility in allowing us to call in by telephone. I am watching proceedings online and very impressed with the technology. Well done. So if we look at slide 5 of the presentation, these 2 slides, 5 and 6, give a general overview of the different components
So moving on to the next slide, there are 6 very specific questions that you need to consider as you consider establishing this district, and we've laid them out on this slide. What is the amount of taxes and other government revenue that will be received as a result of this project, number 1? How will any money pledged be used? And that can be expressed in fairly general terms. 3, will the project have a positive fiscal effect on the provision of local government services? 4th, how much money in sales and use taxes will the project generate from businesses located outside the district and any displacement of the proceeds from the sales and use taxes collected by retailers outside the district? How much money in sales and use taxes will the project generate from businesses located within the district? And finally, and quite importantly, will a preponderance of the increase in sales and use taxes within the district be from non-Nevada residents? And I will now turn it back to Zach, and he will give you some of the more detail behind the figures in the report.
Sure, thanks, John. For the next 3 slides, we cover respectively our estimates of total spending, and the different sources of spending, and then the tax revenues generated. So if we start on slide 8, here we have the total spending. We show it in this table by component. It is, we have the mall expansion at the top of the table,
So before we go on to the next slide, I did want to make one other observation. As you can see here and mentioned several times in the report, we assume build-out through the end of 2015, which may on the one hand seem like a very aggressive number. It certainly is. From a revenue projection standpoint, that's very unlikely to happen. But we did that because it's a very conservative number from a preponderance standpoint, because the mall, the expansion of the mall is already underway. That's likely to be complete. The numbers in terms of out-of-town visitors for the mall are much higher. And so if we didn't do it that way, the numbers would have come out even higher than they are today in terms of those out-of-town visitors. So we took a conservative estimate from a preponderance standpoint. We're not here to tell you that this revenue is going to show up in these years. That's not what we're doing, but we did want to take it. We choose one or the other, and that's the way we chose to do it in working with your staff in terms of that assumption. And we've just got a few more slides, and then we can open it up to questions. Another requirement of your statute is that we look at the impact on local government services, particularly the cost of local government services from the development as it relates to education, police, and fire.
Mr. Lambert, if I might, Councilman Beers has a comment or question.
I'm sorry?
Or both.
Well, I understand the conclusion you drew, but I certainly don't understand how you got from wild exaggeration to the conclusion that you drew. So could you repeat that statement a little slower for me?
Well, and I will have Zach jump in as well, but the assumption that's in the report that we have built out by the end of 2015 is very aggressive from a standpoint of conclusion as it relates to how fast the rest of the project is going to get developed. We don't know how quickly that's going to get developed, and maybe your staff can give you some insights. You've looked at design standards a few minutes ago. You see some other projects on the horizon. Certainly there are other projects in there that are going to take some amount of time. On the preponderance side of this, the out-of-town visitors, there are significantly more out-of-town visitors using the outlet mall than there are the other retail portions of this project. And so by accelerating this and assuming that those other retail portions come down, that drives our preponderance number down and gives us a conservative preponderance number. And that's what we wanted to present to you, so that you knew that from a preponderance standpoint that you were absolutely safe in the conclusions we were giving you. Granted that the construction schedule here is incredibly aggressive in terms of the rest of that project getting built out. I just wanted to get out there on the table because I assumed there would be questions about that.
Yes, as there were all week in City Hall, so that's a good assumption. I think what I just heard you say is that the total dollars development of the land is forecast in this forecast to generate is way too high at the state, so that you can give us a more conservative preponderance number. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Because we have an obligation to do both.
I'm not sure I would say way too high, but certainly quite aggressive.
Well, given that
Yes.
you're forecasting one more hotel than we have, room rates that are more than 2 times what are available online right now for downtown hotel rooms, and a occupancy level that's significantly higher than what we're experiencing today, I would call that way too high. And to be clear, we have an obligation to look at both the preponderance, the percentage of the total outcome attributable to tourists versus locals, and the dollars that this is going to generate, the fiscal impact on government that this is going to generate.
Absolutely.
And I want to be clear that you're saying the reason that the dollars are wildly exaggerated, and those are my words, not yours, is in order to present a more conservative version of the preponderance percentage.
Yes, we don't know how fast it's going to build out, and we have a choice of...
We do know that it's not going to build out this fast.
Right, John, I can jump in and just add a little bit of context to that. Right, in terms of the timeline of the project, there is more clarity surrounding the mall expansion, and as John mentioned, that is more likely to come online in the very near future, here in the next 6 months to a year, is what we understand. Whereas there's certainly less clarity with respect to the additional retail square footage coming
has a
that's with respect to the preponderance. With respect to the revenues, yes, the revenues, to the extent that that portion of the project comes online later, the revenues will be pushed out.
So, thank you, Your Honor. Given, I think, what you're saying, it sounds like, well, I first of all have to disagree with your opinion that there's a lack of clarity on the mixed-use development. I believe there's tremendous clarity on the lack of any mixed-use development for the next 12 months and quite likely the next 24, given that the earliest scenario that we see for the anchor coming online is sometime in 2017. The anchor is going to generate the surrounding mixed-use development. And so there is clarity, and if that results in a higher preponderance number, so be it, but at least it's realistic and defensible, frankly. We have to send this over to the Clark County Commission and defend this at some point.
If we were to work that assumption on that time, with that kind of timeline in, then yes, that would bring the preponderance share up in the near term and the revenues down in the near term. That's correct.
It's also conservative as it relates to the impact on local need for local services, so that would drive that number as well. That would drive that number down, which is fine. I mean, what we're talking about here now are what are the assumptions that should go into this. This is what we sort of worked out in discussions internally with staff and with our team, but we can put whatever assumptions at the beginning there that you choose to have in terms of what you think is ideal.
And maybe that's the answer, is that, and I don't know if there's time, but we reworked this report slightly to be a little clearer about the assumptions that are made, because I think the lack of credibility created by your assumption that we'll have 1,650 hotel rooms online 1 year from today and another 260,000 square feet of retail, I think damages the credibility on the rest of it, particularly since it's already kind of thin in that you're estimating hotel reservations and results based on an assumed occupancy and assumed rate rather than any attempt to derive actual market data and extrapolate from there. And perhaps a clearer explanation of the assumptions might get this a better reception down the street.
And just to add context to that, the occupancy data that we worked in and the estimated average daily rate, those are based on data that we have from the LVCBA. So that is actual market data.
I have market data too, which is today's website on getting a reservation at, say, the Four Queens, and it's 1/3 your assumed rate.
So moving on to, Mayor, may I we just got a couple more slides here on the government services side of this. Again, this is looking at build-out, 1,878 housing units. Based on census information, it's approximately 5,100 residents. We did add a 15% modifier for expected higher density in this urban area. As in other urban areas around the country, we expect that to attract young professionals by and large. It is expected to displace residents from other parts of Las Vegas, meaning there will be other people from within Las Vegas that would move into this urban setting. We also looked at the availability of jobs, the fact that this project will drive jobs with the build-out of what is being proposed here, and that would, in fact, attract folks from other parts of Las Vegas into those jobs. So of the total, first looking at education, and I mentioned at the outset, we were looking at education, police, and fire. As it relates to education, 15.5% of your population is students. So if we took that number just here against the population, that would be 803 students. However, in an urban setting like this, it is nothing like the student population in the suburbs. And those numbers across the country we see range from 5 to 10% numbers. In order to be conservative here, In fact, you've already got the one proposal residential that you've got, that you heard about earlier, is a senior facility, and that would be common. We'd expect to see that, and we wouldn't expect to see any students as part of that. So we took a 10% number essentially and said that we would estimate that that's 80 students. If you take that multiplied by the average cost per student, you get a final figure here of $644,138 per year. On the police costs, we broke this down two ways, by population and by acreage. We looked at your overall service costs now throughout the city. We looked at the total acreage and got a cost per unit of about $1,300 per acre. Population very different, obviously, about $200 per person in terms of those service costs. When you multiply that times the stats that are in Symphony Park, you get a cost range of somewhere under $100,000 to up to $1 million, quite a range there in terms of the services. But that is exactly what the statute essentially asks us to do, is give you those a very large range like that in terms of service cost provision. Fire is amazingly similar in terms of the service cost, is very similar. And again, we looked at it two ways, both by acreage and population, and got very similar numbers from about 80,000 to about $1 million in terms of the range on those costs. And so that is the conclusion of our slides. Zach and I would be, and Bill would be happy to answer any questions that you have.
And I know Councilman Coffin had some questions, but actually the only firm information is that the premium outlets are scheduled to open in February of 15. Is that the schedule?
Right, Mayor. Yeah, I wanted, thank you, Bill Arndt, Economic and Urban Development. I wanted to answer that question and also just kind of remind you and the council of the action today. We are anticipating that it's going to be opening in the spring. We don't have a hard opening date, but I believe it's
February, March?
April, May. You see the buildings near completion, but retailers have to get the buildings furnished and all the inventory there. So we are up against a deadline. This has to be done prior to the retailers opening. I also wanted to remind you of what today's action is. So what you are doing today is you're approving a resolution which essentially does two things. It authorizes distributing materials, which includes the study, to the county, and then it authorizes publication of a notice of public hearing, which we're anticipating to schedule on February 4th. You're not approving this study today. We're not approving any expenditure of funds today. The only thing you're doing is approving this resolution, which sends material to the county and notices this public hearing. We're scheduling this public hearing for February 4th, which would mean that the County Commission would have to hold a hearing prior to that date. And the final thing related to your comment about the outlet mall opening, I think that gives, just speaking for my department and the staff level, more comfort on this TID study than we had on the prior one that you had approved. And the reason is we have certainty on the outlet mall, which is the vast majority of new retail spending that's going to happen. So it is a projection. This is a forecast. It is something that the state law requires, but I believe that even though some of the assumptions maybe be fluid as far as the mixed-use development at Symphony Park, because most of the retail spending is happening from the outlet mall, I believe that this is a better projection of both their preponderance test or finding as well as the fiscal impact on government. Councilman Beers had raised a very valid point. The issue of when is up in the air. We do have certainty that new retail is not going to be open in Symphony Park this year or next. If you want that, I think I'm in trouble as the Economic Development Director, but it is going to take a few years, and so we don't have exact certainty as far as when that's going to happen. But because the bulk of spending is happening from the premium outlet expansion, we think that makes the study valid, and we think that we followed the process required by state law, and we would ask for your approval of this item, which would keep us on schedule to get to a final resolution and public hearing for this item in April of next year.
Thank you, Mr. Arndt. I think, too, unless I misheard you, that you said the projections on the outlet were modest or conservative, not very aggressive.
That's right.
And
That's right.
so considering that piece, I mean, that's the only concrete piece that we really have unless, when's Citra? Isn't Citra going to be a little bit of mixed use?
There's medical office, there's the assisted living, skilled nursing. They're planning for a pharmacy, so there will be
that's
some
it.
very limited retail sales, but we don't think it would have a significant impact on
Okay,
this.
so really the only concrete piece, though, is a projection and, as you said, conservative on the premium outlets.
Yeah.
Okay.
And as I understand it from the statute, delay could be a significant problem as well. If this delays
On
beyond
the TID.
the opening,
Now,
that's a very
this is
significant.
legislated, Nevada legislated. What we're complying with here in this resolution is a legislative mandate on the TID.
It's a
for
Nevada legislature requirement, NRS 271, and again, we do have John Swenside if you have any questions about what's required by NRS. A lot of that NRS, you'll notice if you've read the resolution, is covered throughout the resolution.
My
So-
favorite bedtime reading, trust me. Councilman Coffin, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. The one thing for sure we have here is an extension of the old saw that economics is an inexact science, right? The dismal science, so that one can never really tell if you're high or low. Forecasting is as difficult as it gets when you're moving into areas where you don't know anything. So conservative is better than extra liberal in terms of the estimates. The thing I look at, there's a couple of things, and Bill, you may have to help me or somebody else will on a couple of things. First of all, I do know that based upon what I've seen at premium outlets, which I thought would fail because it was open air and people had to walk, turns out that's the model for the future, the present of all malls, and it's hugely successful. So the north, and with tourists, I mean, the cab lines are enormous there. So I suspect that the North Mall may exceed the average sales per square foot of the other. And that's a point in its favor. And then also, we sometimes forget we've drawn some hard lines here, and I don't know why they looked so hard, but if you look at that map that is used as your Symphony Park map, it has some artificial barriers on it, if you look at page 3. It really is hard lines. You look at the railroad tracks to the right or to the east, and you look at I-15 to the west, and yet what we do know is part of the project here as we're going is connectivity in at least 2 or 3 more places that I think we have. We know that in the stadium plans there is, and we're going to be seeing it in 2 weeks, is the preliminary plans on the connectivity portion from the area around Fremont Street to the west side from the east side. And there is going to be more, which means to me an increase in commerce in the Symphony Park area. That's number one. But number two, also I see an increase in, I see frankly going away just to the east of the railroad tracks, which are almost invisible now that the railroad yards are gone. I see that light industrial leaving. It's worth much more. You know, if you're new to town or you don't know, when you look at that right-hand map in the picture, you see, I don't know if that extends, yes, down at the very bottom on the right-hand side, you see where Commerce and Main split. Well, we all know, but not many people know. The public probably doesn't know that, you know, we're radically improving Commerce and Main in that area, which means you're going to have more mixed use there. Why wasn't that included? Why did it just have to say Symphony Park when you could very easily draw the line a little to the east? And that's just one side, because on the west, I've got my maps here of Project Neon, which when built, you know, in 5 or 6 years, when built or less, you will have mixed use on the other side with plenty of access under the freeway into Symphony Park. So there will be commerce moving to the east and to the west. They'll be integrated in a way that could not be forecast because it's not in your purview. It wasn't given to you in your portfolio, but it is nevertheless a reality. So why did we draw the map with such a hard line, an artificial line, for example, to the east?
Thank you, Councilman. Important question. I appreciate you raising it. Really two reasons. One is there's a requirement in state law, and I'll just read it since it's brief. The governing body, that would be the City Council, has determined that no retailers will have maintained or will be maintaining a fixed place of business within the district on or within the 120 days immediately preceding the date of the adoption of the ordinance. And again, we're anticipating.
Oh, I know that, Bill. That doesn't address my question, does it?
Right, and so that was the reason why not all of Symphony Park. There has been some retail spending at the Performing Arts Center that is ongoing. So at a minimum, we'd have to exclude that. But I know, Councilman, I think the emphasis of your question more concerning the east side of the rail line. We're looking to do this TID, to do a new parking garage that's going to benefit the entire area. There is a bridge connecting Symphony Park. We're planning on future bridges. We don't have all of that in place yet, so we think the garage is primarily initially going to benefit Symphony Park. I think you're correct, over time it would benefit others. The other thing I'd point out, and it's really kind of a tactical decision, we can do additional tourism improvement districts with other private partners in downtown, including east of the rail line. We've had one such partner approach us within the last 6 months, interested in doing a TID to support his project. And so whether it be the Plaza property adjacent to the rail or other properties moving east, so long as you meet the requirements of the TID, we can do additional districts.
Well, yeah, you could do additional districts, Bill, but you could also include some of that area in this TID. My point is, there's nothing that prevents it. There's no retail going on. Right now, it's all wholesalers and light industrial contractors and stuff just on the east side, south of the Union Plaza's property. And who knows what the future is for the Union Plaza's property.
Right.
We do know that connectivity is going to be addressed in 14 days when we see the first plans for the overpass. And also, and frankly, there's legal agreements pending on that too right now. So there's a lot moving in the direction of a better forecast too. But you can't put them down on paper. So we could take and look at the low side on projected numbers and say, well, that must be where we're headed because you're too rosy in your outlook. But if you look at what is happening that we know of, more money will pour in, particularly if you simply expand it slightly. And I go back, I go to the west of the, you can't see it on the map. Well, you can see a little bit, but to the west, you can't do any retail, obviously, inside the map, inside the footprint of the freeway. But along where Highland and Martin Luther King runs now, that's going to be changed. The alignment's going to change, and there will be room for, nobody's going to put it residential right next to a freeway. You're going to have mixed use and other things that contribute to a sales tax base. So I think I think we should move forward with this today. But I think in the fine tuning that the firm is going to do to satisfy Councilman Beers, I think you should also be satisfying my concerns too, because I don't think we're balancing out our requests here. And I want to make sure that that's played in. There's another side to the story. Thirdly, where is the $250 million project that you were not aware of when you undertook this study? Where is that in your forecast? The $250 million investment is going to be right in here. That's going to have some retail. That's going to have some sales tax. Where is that? Have you counted those numbers anywhere? Because I don't see those numbers flowing in.
Councilman, I can address that. I think that's a reference to our partnership with the Cordish Companies and Finley Sports and Entertainment. You can see on the map on the right-hand side of the screen that that property is excluded from the TID. There is a reason for that. The project, as you know, is still in active negotiations, and we're contemplating other incentives for the stadium, one of which may be a participation from the redevelopment agency. And there is a requirement in state law, if there is a project supported with redevelopment agency funding, that it cannot also receive funding generated by a tourism improvement district. So we've taken the conservative approach of making sure that both projects are disparate. They're separate projects. And so that's why we've drawn the map like that. And we've done this also with the advice of our legal counsel.
But you know what? We haven't been told exactly where they will put that money. You know, I mean, maybe you see a map I don't see, but I don't see where it's going. I don't see a place that's marked on this map. Here lies a future site for a $250 million project.
The development you're referencing would have to be built on the parcels currently under contract should we move forward with that project, which would be on the northern end of the project, the kind of a triangular piece that also juts back to the rail line. That's parcels D, E, F, O1, and O2. You're correct. We don't know exactly where that private development would take place. We don't know the context of the development, whether it be retail or other commercial, or there are potentially other uses. So there is some uncertainty there. We did take a conservative approach, I think.
Well, I think, excuse me, Bill, I know you've taken the conservative approach, and I don't want to interrupt you, your flow, except to say that I'm satisfied with your answers, which means that's uncertain too.
Right.
So you've got three things that are uncertain to me, and I'd like to see that the other side of this thing polished a bit, just because I want to vote for this today, I'm going to, but I just want to make sure that we rise to the occasion with changing times. We have found new things happening because there's a domino effect on the stadium. If it is built, it accelerates all other kinds of spending. We have that chart. We just got that chart the other day. It was given to me, I think, yesterday.
Yes.
So it shows acceleration of the domino effect of additional escrow closings with a stadium versus without a stadium. So there's all of that in there too. And I just don't know where that's all calculated in here, but I suspect that it's because it's on such a conservative side, it may have been missed. And, you know, I'd like to move forward with this and at the same time see some more data.
Could I ask you, Ms. Fretwell, just some quick comment on the $250 million that was part of that commentary that we heard?
Sure, I'd be happy to, Mayor. I believe Bill covered much of it, but obviously that $250 million, we are working right now with the Cordish Finley Group to weave that into what would be coming before council on December 17th. As Bill indicated, it is anticipated that that development would happen as a part of the stadium development agreement and would be specified in that stadium development agreement to occur on these parcels that are subject or the subject of that stadium development agreement. So while there may be other development, you know, around the city by Cordish or Finley, that would be separate and apart from the $250 million that would be anticipated to occur on the triangular shaped piece that's on the northern end of this map in front of you. Does that help?
Yep, thank you. Okay, so at this point, you are recommending I hear you over there, but I'm just clarifying, a recommendation to adopt a resolution so that we can move this in a timely fashion so we can get a TID.
That is correct.
Okay.
Madam Beer,
To the left first, if it's all right with you, Councilman Beers.
I
Yes.
thought he was to the right, okay.
I mean, to your right. You're to the left.
No, I
please.
meant philosophically, I'm just
Okay.
joking.
Yeah, oh, good, he is. Very good. I missed that. Did you get that? She said you're to the right. Go. Or was that?
Did you want to go first? I just wanted to clarify what would happen if I vote yes on this. If I vote yes on this, all I'm doing is authorizing, distributing information, really, and getting this out before the public, sort of, so they have a clear view of what would be happening. This does not mean that we will necessarily vote it in, but we will distribute the information, and we will then get the opinion of the public. So they become aware, and we then become aware of how they feel. And I'm not voting, I would not be voting approval. I'm only voting to distribute information and to move forward. All of this helps you move forward to getting approval if that happens eventually, but it doesn't mean that you're voting approval, if I'm making sense.
Yes, Councilwoman, that is correct.
Okay.
Thank you. Councilman Beers. Councilman Beers.
Thank you, Mayor. We would be forwarding this to the county commission for their consideration. What would they do? What are their behavioral options at that point? They have to hold a hearing before our scheduled hearing in our resolution?
It's not required by the statute. They may, and they can give you comments. The statute lays out.
That they can, without a meeting, give us comments?
No, no. If they want to.
If they held a
Right.
meeting, the meeting minutes would be the comments?
That's right.
Okay. So I'm trying to get my arms around your allegation that at least the mall portion of this is conservatively forecast. I'm having trouble. We've already, I think, discussed that.
In terms of the sales per square foot, I'm sorry to interrupt you.
Yeah,
Yes.
You have already agreed that the non-mall component is overestimated by pretty much most reasonable people, in that you're forecasting a complete build-out of Symphony Park within 12 months. Your room rate, annual average room rate estimate of $80, I don't think you've had a chance to respond to the fact that you can get a room for $25 to $30 tonight downtown, or actually on the weekend. But that would seem to be an overestimation of additional impacts. So we got aggressive estimates. On the government services impact, does the state law prescribe our methodology for estimating the fiscal impact of the project? Or, because I believe you had done it two ways, one based on the citywide, basically density, population per acre, and then a second method just on pure acreage.
Correct, and no, it doesn't prescribe a
But it would
specific
be reasonable to
approach.
think that this, when it gets built out, is going to be very dense, much denser than the rest of the city taken as a whole. So you would expect some sort of an adjustment up to reflect that much greater density expected when it's complete. So that would seem to me a third component that is aggressively overestimated. And then your dollars per square foot is 25% higher than the company-wide average. And rather than a methodology that involves discussing this with Simon, you're attempting to extrapolate information from their publicly published data as a public company, which typically does not get down to the property level, and thus is of limited utility in making this kind of an analysis. And the dollars per, I guess it's square foot, you've estimated there is about 25% higher than what you say the company average is, which kind of sounds aggressive to me rather than conservative. So I'm having a hard time getting around where there's any conservativeness about any part of the document. Granted, I don't have data that allows us to really hone in on the key component, which is the dollars of sales at the expansion of the factory outlet mall, right?
Yeah, I'll address the, Madam Mayor, if that's okay, I'll address the issue of the service issue and the density, and I'll ask Zach to address the issue of the square footage price as it relates to the outlet mall. That's right in terms of, your point is well taken. If there's greater density, there's going to be a higher demand for service. That's why we looked at it both in terms of population as well as acreage. If we looked at it just on an acreage basis, of course, we would drive it up. Looking at it on a density basis actually cuts the other way, because where you have the same population living in a much more confined space, we would expect those service numbers to be slightly more efficient and go down. So we've given you a very large range, but those ranges really do put the endpoints on that cost of service. So I wouldn't suggest, I didn't think it would be appropriate to round these numbers up or drive them any higher. You already have a very large range, admittedly, in those service numbers, and I think that range sort of covers the endpoints. I would ask
think
Zach.
if you talk to the police department, they would tell you that the more dense the neighborhood, the higher the policing cost.
Per person.
And fire department would probably say the same thing.
Okay.
Anyway.
Zach, do you want to address the issue of dollars per square foot?
Sure, indeed. Thank you. And then I also wanted to address another question, and that was with respect to the assumptions that we built in for the hotel component. I just wanted to give more context and insight back to where we got data that we used. And so, as I said, the data that we used come from the Las Vegas Convention Visitors Authority. The latest actual historical point that we have is from 2013, where the actual occupancy rate was 84.3%, and in our numbers, we have assumed a slight improving hotel sector, so we have assumed that occupancy slightly increases from that point, but that is the jumping off point at 84.3%. So that is that's an assumption that it is based in actual data on what we hope to be considered an authoritative source, a good data source. In terms of the average daily rate, that is also coming from the Las Vegas Convention Authority. That is from the 2013 visitor profile survey, in which respondents answered that they spent an average of $83.62 per night for a room. So the point is well taken that you can go out and see online maybe a lower price, but what I would emphasize is that this, we don't want to just go out and get a snapshot of what may be available now. There are all kinds of seasonality issues. There's different packages that could be available. And what we want to do is base the data to the extent possible with credible sources. And so that visitor survey is one of the foundation pieces of that average daily rate estimate.
Was there any attempt to adjust up or down for room rates on the Strip versus downtown?
That figure is an overall average. So no, there's no adjustment from that. We assume that the room rates are similar to the overall average. So it would include both the higher rates of the Strip and the low rates elsewhere.
Okay, so, and I don't mean to quibble with the methodology or the results of the methodology, but what I'm trying to get is a sense of conservative versus aggressive forecasting specific to this document that we're about to resolve to send over to the county commission. Any comment on the utilization of acreage and population methodologies for the cost of the incremental government services?
I was hoping, if I could before that, to speak to the sales per square foot that we have worked in.
Okay.
Sure, and just to give a little bit more detail on how we came up with the estimates that we did. What we did was kind of a build-up approach from the bottom up, where we took all of the 167 stores that are in the existing mall, categorized them, and then used national averages in terms of sales per square foot and average space, average square footage per type of store. And then we have a scale factor for premium mall, and that is how we get to 773 sales per square foot. And what we did was, we wanted to put that into context, and if anyone has the full report in front of them, on page 8 of that report, we do show where this estimate fits compared to other malls in Las Vegas and other premium malls across the country, including other silent properties malls.
So I think what I heard you say is that you've not adjusted, you're not really attempting to make a geographic adjustment for whether the mall that you're talking about is on the Las Vegas Strip or downtown Las Vegas, and you didn't get numbers because they're not available on the existing downtown Factory Outlet Mall.
That's correct.
Okay, and that, I guess I still fail to see how that's particularly conservative, uninformed perhaps, but not conservative, about the cost of the provision of government services, population versus acreage versus density, which was not looked at.
Councilmember, are you asking Zach for his opinion
Yes,
on that?
or you. Again, I'm cataloging elements of this report because
Sure.
I'm about to be asked to put my
Sure.
name on it to send it over to the
Zach,
county
did you
commission.
have an opinion on that issue?
I would defer to you, John.
So what I would say about that, and I've already addressed this, but I'll just say again, there is a generous range there. We believe this complies with what the statute requires of you. It is, I will say, exactly how you've done this analysis in the past reports that were associated with TIDs that were approved going forward. We saw it as an approach that met the requirements of the statute and gave you something that you could then forward on.
I'm not sure that I characterize past TID studies or Symphony Park is not built out, and you can still get land up at the technology park. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments? And I thank you both for the report, and looking forward to what we'll be doing in the future, assuming we move forward on a motion here, and would entertain one, please, Councilman Barlow or Councilwoman Tarkinian. Okay.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, interesting. Councilwoman Tarkanian, she has a little slither of the TID, and it looks like I may have 80% of the TID coming forward. My comments.
I'm going to go through the mayor quickly on this and just say, this is how it always ends up. He always gets 85% of all.
Well, at least I give you a slither.
I know, that was very kind.
Okay, you're welcome. I would have to agree with Councilman Coffin in regards to some of the elements that have the ability to be included in on the Tourism Improvement District. In our briefings yesterday, I asked a number of questions that he brought forward, and I don't want to belabor the issue, but the biggest elephant in the room is the 280 million plus development that we have a lot of conversation about moving forward, and asking yesterday as to why this was not included in on the TID. So if you can just wash out, because I know you touched on the redevelopment area having funds included. Well, you never broke out or dissected for me to make it clear enough as to what part of the redevelopment agency is participating in that will preclude the $280 million development from being in this project. So can you pull that apart for me, please?
Sure. Thank you, Councilman. The TID statute requires that within the boundaries of the TID district, no redevelopment dollars have been expended. We have not expended dollars for the stadium project or the private development that was referenced during the discussion from the redevelopment agency yet, but we are in discussions with our partner about possible redevelopment agency assistance where we would expend dollars. So we're taking a conservative.
Is it from current dollars or future?
Future, but we would be spending those dollars and committing those dollars potentially through an agreement. And so we've worked with our legal counsel, and they've opined and given us very clear direction. You need to take the conservative approach and make sure that the district does not encompass any area where you intend to give redevelopment agency financial assistance. So that is why we've excluded those acres.
Is there any possibility that the redevelopment agency won't participate in the contribution towards the proposed development moving forward?
Well, certainly it's possible. As was alluded to earlier, We have a decision on December 17th. We're bringing back an agreement for you and the rest of the council to consider. We don't know what action you will take. We don't also know the final disposition of the project. Will everything line up to where we're able to move forward? And then finally, we don't know the private development. It's certainly possible that there could be retail on the site, but we don't know yet. So we thought for all those reasons it made sense to exclude that area. It's on the staff side, not regarding the study, but on the staff side as far as how we draw the map, we've taken what we believe to be the conservative approach.
Okay, so my next question then becomes, what would preclude us from holding this item until after the 17th? So that we would be clear as to whether or not the redevelopment agency will be participating in this development, depending on what the mayor and council does on the 17th, so that we're clear in our approach as to the tourism improvement district.
I think two things there, Councilman. One, I had mentioned earlier, perhaps I didn't make it very clear. We're undergoing this process, which is fairly lengthy, where we have to notice the public for a public hearing. The county may have a public hearing. If we don't take this step today, we may not hit our target date of finishing the TID by next April. And when I say finish, that means you and the council enacting an ordinance, a city ordinance adopting the TID. So
why can we do all that together in one spot?
There's several steps where we actually have to, this is one of the steps we have to do. We have to take this step today in order to basically put the county on notice, saying you have 45 days to hold a public hearing, and then after that, we're going to hold our own public hearing. So that window is what it is. It's a 45-day window, and every day counts because of the schedule that we've laid out, where we have to get the TID finished by next May. There's a second reason here, too, and the TID that we're trying to create is to support all of the retail spending and the consumers, and also the other development in Symphony Park. And one of those projects we heard about today, it's the Cleveland Clinic. We're looking to build this garage in Symphony Park, which is going to benefit all of the patrons in Symphony Park. It would benefit the Cleveland Clinic and their expansion. It would benefit the Smith Center for the Performing Arts and their patrons. And so we really think this is one of the key missing pieces. And so we're proposing to use these TID dollars should we move through the process and get your final vote on the final step. We're proposing to use these dollars to fund a new garage, which would be publicly owned, and related infrastructure to support all of Symphony Park. It was mentioned earlier, we don't know the timing for future development in Symphony Park. We think having this garage move forward and built will help that timing, will help convince Cleveland Clinic and other developers to move forward on a faster schedule. There's no certainty of when that will happen, but this is, we think, one of the pieces of the puzzle which will help expedite development in Symphony Park.
Okay. And a vote today solidifies the boundaries of the tourism improvement district, or will there be an additional opportunity for the council to expand the tourism improvement district?
I'll answer that, and I'm going to ask our counsel, John Swinside, who's here, to weigh in if I steer off track. We're actually setting a notice for a public hearing for this report, which includes the boundaries of the district. So if you decide later on to change the boundaries of the district, my understanding is we'd have to repeat the action that's being taken today. So we do believe that we got the map correct, and we would like to move forward with the boundaries today. So in other words, the map could change, but we believe that we'd have to repeat this step. And,
I'll be happy to hear from you.
I'm going to ask just real briefly John Swenside, because I'm not an attorney. I just want to make sure I didn't explain incorrectly the process required by state law.
For the record, John Swenside, bond counsel for the city. And Mr. Arndt is correct. If you were to want to add additional property to the district, it would have to meet that 120-day test that he mentioned of no retail sales, and you would have to repeat the process that you're going through. But you could do that in a year or something. If there's still no retail sales on the parcel where the stadium might be located, you could add that to this district next year if you wanted to.
Okay, okay, then that brings a level of comfort for me, because I truly believe that specifically this area can utilize all the assistance possible in order for us to have a much more robust development of sales in this specific area. In Ward 1, for example, the councilwoman's working very aggressively on her medical district and medical tourism, and so a lot of the spinoff from what takes place inside of the TID can really help to spawn additional redevelopment and development in this hard-pressed area. And so I know that's a big number we're playing with in regards to the proposed development. And if in fact that's included, we can most definitely have an opportunity to capture those retail sales that are coming from that venue as well. So thank you for that explanation, and also we'll be watching that 120-day opportunity depending on how things pan out after December 17th. Thank you. So at this time, Mayor, if there's no further questions, I will.
I think we have done it.
Are there any more?
I think we're clear.
Madam Mayor, I just wanted to say that I emphasize.
Okay, yeah, please.
Okay, I just wanted to say that I emphasize this is, for me, additional fact-finding and clarification. I think that Councilman Beards brought up some key factors, and we have to look at them further. But this brings it with more transparency out to the public, too, which I always like to do, and it will provide us more facts.
Thank you.
Move for approval subject to all conditions, and thank you also very much for the report.
Thank you. There's a motion, I think. Thank you. There's motion. Please vote, and then please post. And we appreciate your taking the time to come, and certainly for Zach on the phone, appreciate your participation and the work you've done.
Thank you very much.
And Councilman Beers, you're not in there? And then if you please post.
I'm thinking. I hope the county holds a hearing on this, because it does need some fleshing out. And my fear is that we move it over there, they don't do it, and then it won't get heard.
You'll make a phone call.
I'll vote yes.
Thank you. And that motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much, and thank you, Mr. Arndt. And so we're now on to agenda item 35, if I'm being kept honest here. Board and commissions for possible action, appointment and reappointment of members to the Youth Neighborhood Association Partnership Program, YNAP. Grant Review Board. Procedure for this board is appointment by the City Council. The Office of Community Services recommends the following appointments. These are the adult representatives. Christine Kramer, Nikki Wilson as an alternate.
Mr. Sears is gone.
Okay. Youth representatives, Lisa Winslow, Rebecca Rees, Sarah Richards, Stephanie Johns is an alternate, and reappointments, adult representatives, Becky Skousen, Vicki Skilbred, Joe Mitchell, Kimberly Reed, Deborah Reyes, Paul Azier, David Alexander Lopez is youth representative, Queasy Davis, Carlos Rodriguez, Kimberly Figueroa, and Benita Salazar. And hold on one second. And that will be my motion.
Is the vote thing
There it is. Okay, everyone, please, is a motion, and please vote, and then please post. And that motion carries, and we'll move on to agenda item 36 for possible action. City of Las Vegas Citizens Advisory Committee to the Las Vegas Redevelopment Agency. Linda Zaraski, Category A, Albert Z. Kovacs, Category B, and Amy Fincham, Category C. Term expiration was the 2nd of November, 2014. Our recommendations are to reappoint members for categories A, B, C, or appoint new representatives for categories A, B, and C. So, Where are we with this? Is there the recommendation for reappointment? Does anybody have any input here? Reappoint, is that okay?
Yes.
Okay. Pardon? We are going to reappoint on the recommendation of Mr. Bill Arndt.
Thank you, Mayor, members of council. For the record, Bill Arndt, Economic and Urban Development Director. We're recommending reappointment of Linda Zarowski for Category A, Albert Kovacs for Category B, and a new appointment of Brandon Sprague for Category C. Brandon Sprague. And that category is required for the architecture community.
Component. Okay. So there's I will move that as my motion. How do you spell Brandon Sprague's name,
Could I have a
please?
question on the motion?
Yes, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. I know there's a motion on the floor, but did we have any expressions of interest from others? I mean, I guess we haven't seen it. Nobody's contacted me and say, I need to be on this board, but I was just curious if we had somebody that, had consistently expressed an interest.
Thank you, Councilman Coffin. This is a board and commission, so the board interest forms do go through the city clerk. Our Brandon Sprague, I should say, ours is his first initial, did submit a board interest form back in July of 2011, and it's over 3 years ago, so I think it's a good sign that he's still interested, and I know that Mr. Sprague is active in the design community, particularly in downtown, in all the downtown wards. So we think he's a good selection, and we're happy to support this recommendation for the board appointment.
Thank you, Bill.
Okay, no other comments? Did I make it? Did we give our little thing? I'm making a motion that we appoint according to our, what was the last name again?
Sprague, S-P-R-A-G-U-E.
Thank you, that's my motion. Let's go ahead and vote, and please post. And that motion carries. Let's move on to agenda item. Thank you, Mr. Arndt. Let's see, agenda item 37, is that, do we have that down as obeyed till the, 37 and 38 are obeyed until the 17th of December. Okay, so that brings us to 39. Bill number 2014-77, Councilman Barlow, would you like to have the bill read?
Yes, Mayor.
Yes?
Were we going to have the discussion about the interlocal first or after all these bills are read? or-
I'd like to do that, Mayor, with Councilman Barlow's permission and your permission, of
Yeah.
course, as well.
Yeah, because I have some questions regarding it as well.
I think we probably have to start with an item, right? Don't we have to open one at least?
Okay, well, I just want to make a blanket comment, Mr. Steele, about annexation, the interlocal agreement, all the comments that were put on the record today, Commissioner Collins's comments, and for the benefit of this council. The interlocal agreement died last year. There is no interlocal agreement. And it was necessary at the time it was created because of the rampant growth and development occurring in the Northwest. It was a different city council. It was a different economy, a different environment. It was a different county commission at the time. There was no control going on. It was a tool to kind of help both entities, the city and the county. That tool is no longer needed anymore. We recognized that a few years ago. Staff's been very patient as we went through the process of reevaluating it with the county. And it's just not a necessary tool any longer. And you guys could probably expand on that more than I can, but that's my take on it. Mr. Parago, did you want to add to that through the mayor, of course?
Well, yes, Your Honor, Tom Parago, Acting Planning Director. I did want to make a few comments about the annexations and a little bit about why we do them. But, okay, so if I can do that now, that would be
Well,
great.
wait a minute. I want to do that too, Mr. Parago, before you do that. With your permission, Mayor, again, people are being misled and misinformed. And every one of those individuals that came down here to spoke this morning, misled and misinformed. Septic tanks are still going to be allowed. If they don't need to tie to the sewer, there's a certain distance requirements today, and that's countywide. It's just not in the city of Las Vegas. Wells are still going to be allowed, and there's also distance separations that are required throughout southern Nevada. It's not just the county or the city. Horses are still going to be allowed. The roadways that they have out there are still going to stay the same. Nothing is going to change for these people being annexed in the city of Las Vegas? Nothing. A small portion of their tax base will change, and I think you guys have run the numbers on that. But I want to make this perfectly clear on the record today. That's not the case. The fear has been placed in these people's minds that the city's this great big mean machine. That's just not the case. These county islands are surrounded by the city, and Mr. Pergo, then I'll let you expand on that through the mayor, of course, why we're doing this and for the reasons and the whole 9 yards. But that's my take on it. I just want these folks to understand we're just not doing this because we're the big evil government here, and the county's great. The county is great, the city's great, and we like to work together on everything because it makes for a better community. And certainly our commitment is we'll stand with the county to continue to do that with them. But it just bothers me when people are misled and misinformed and don't understand the process. So with that, Mayor, thank you very much. I'll turn it over to Mr. Perrigo with your permission.
Madam Mayor, I'd just like to add something too. A couple of these are in my ward. And the reason why I have not had any call from anybody that they objected to this. And we did spread the information out pretty well, didn't we?
That's correct, yes.
I'm assuming you did that. And there are some difficulties. Maybe perhaps there's more land or larger lots in the Northwest than there are around Sahara, where I have a large island, a county island. But there are problems that occur. For example, the county had one side of a street and we had another. And we tried to get things done to help with the speed, to help with complaints of neighbors. We couldn't get done. Even the county neighbors, residents objected to some things, but we couldn't get it done through the county. So even if the city is trying to move to make improvements, it's not as easy as Tom Collins said. And I agree with him about respecting the rights of citizens and that. But I don't see it in the two islands, and Mr. Ross would know best in his area. I'm just saying, at the time we spoke with people, the only thing, many of them wanted to come in the city, and in the first place, and the only difference was they had a tax increase. And I don't know how much that is now between the city.
Well, we would like to know what that is, approximate.
What is the difference in the tax between the city and the county? But again, maybe you pay more in the city because our side of the roads were better paved. I mean, it was sort of silly, really. We had half the side of a road that would be slurried over and another half that wouldn't be. And we wanted to do something for safety purposes. OC from our staff tried to help us, and we couldn't get the county to go along. So anyway, does anybody know the difference in the taxes?
I'm asking Mr. Perrigo or Ms. Fratwell, can you give us an approximation?
Mayor, can we read one bill so that this discussion is on topic?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Let's go ahead at the request of Councilman Barlow, who asked that the bill be read. The first bill,
yes.
number 37.
Thank you.
Which was Bill 2014-75. That will open it because we have annexation all the way through agenda
Mayor,
item 59.
just point of clarification.
Yes.
37 and 38 were obeyed.
Oh, right. I'm on 39.
39.
Thank you. You're right. That's why I turned the page. I couldn't figure why.
Okay, I will read the bill. Bill number
39.
Bill number 2014-77, an ordinance to extend the boundaries of the city, particularly describe the land to be annexed, make its inhabitants subject to the laws, obligations, and benefits of the city, and to provide for other related matters.
Thank you. Okay, can we get now back to what is the approximation of the tax difference, city versus county?
Sure.
Mayor, maybe, I asked Tom to be prepared to give an overview of just why cities do annexation and what we're trying to accomplish and a snapshot of the history and why we're here today with 30 bills before you. And kind of to explain that this is the first of many rounds of ordinances coming your way based on the expiration of this interlocal agreement, but maybe equally as important, the way the state law is written about what municipal services are supposed to be provided and having uniform municipal growth for the benefit of the state. So I think it's important to have Tom give an overview because many of the listening public may not have any understanding of annexation, why you do it, why there are cities, why there aren't cities, why there's unincorporated county areas. We're happy to try and answer a lot of that today if you'd like to. But I think it may address many of the issues that have been brought up already, were brought up in the public comment section this morning. And then I'd like to make a couple of comments. I'd like to have our fire chief come up and talk about Island Fire Service because I think that's an important piece of the puzzle as well. And happy to bring any of the other development directors up to talk about some of the issues that Councilwoman Tarkanian indicated at times become difficult to navigate between the two agencies. So
Well, I know
I
the
would
fact.
suggest that.
I'd like to do it briefly if it's possible, but factually. This interlocal died when?
January 2015. 2014, I'm sorry.
2014. So
2014.
it's 10 months that it has not been in existence. I know when I speak to people in those islands, and certainly the one most recently, their only concern, the ones on Oki at Jones, the exorbitant tax differential between the city and the county. So I think that's very critical as you go ahead. We are providing services up in the Northwest that are provided by by the fire and rescue and by sewer and all these other additives. Their concern is this huge cost that they're going to have to absorb. So that would be of greatest point to them, please.
Sure, and that's a critical point, Your Honor. But if I might, I would like to give just a little bit of background and then lead into what that number is. So annexation is just how cities accommodate growth. In order for, cities are formed initially and they have a certain area, but as those areas grow, then the way that they accommodate that growth and bring in the services and the infrastructure and everything that's needed is by annexation. In fact, when the city was formed, we were about 14 square miles. We have annexed thousands and thousands of properties over the year. It's always been our policy that if you want to hook up to city sewer and if you want to be part of the city and get the services and the infrastructure, that you annex. And so we've been doing this for over 100 years. There's nothing new going on here. We always annex in order to provide those services. Today we have over 120 square miles, and all those properties were annexed at some point. And then we do this, as Ms. Reswell had alluded to, is because we want to provide services in a way that really makes sense in terms of how we pay for those services and how we deliver those services and that infrastructure in a very consistent way. If we develop the city, if we grow the city in a patchwork fashion, it becomes very challenging to provide those citizens with the kinds of services and the kinds of infrastructure. When you're going back and forth from one city to another, from city to county, it becomes very challenging. So ideally, you continue to annex and grow a city in a uniform pattern, in a uniform way. We bring cities in. Now we have a larger assessed value for the city to bond, to build the infrastructure, and then everybody pays their fair share. And it's much better in terms of consistency with zoning, consistency with application of licensing, all those things that create value and security for people who are making those investments to know that they've got that, those services, those policies, that infrastructure. So the way we ended up with these islands, we cannot annex a property until they are contiguous to the city. So today, and you see these annexations on your agendas all the time, right? People come in, they want to develop their property, they want to hook up to city sewer, then we just have them annex at that time. Now, rather than telling people who aren't contiguous that we cannot legally annex, no, you cannot have city service, no, you cannot develop your property, no, you cannot exercise your property rights, we say, sure you can. All we're asking, though, is that you sign that petition to annex so that at the time when you become eligible to annex per state law, then you will annex to the city, just like every other property that's developed and that gets city sewer service. What Councilman Ross said is correct. There are properties that are still eligible to have septic, but if you're within 400 feet of sewer, you have to hook up. If your septic goes bad and you're within 400 feet of sewer, you have to hook up. Now, are we going to deny people that just because they're not contiguous? No. But by the same reasoning that we annex people who are next to the city at that time, we would annex the other property owners at the time that they become eligible. And so now we have about 113 properties in this current set of annexations that all have signed that petition at the time that they want to develop. Now, the current property owners, many of them are not the ones who signed the petition, but we record these documents so that when they do the title search, it'll become known, it's part of the record, that there's a petition out there that was signed and legal requesting annexation to the city in exchange for sewer service and to be part of the, receive the benefits of all the other services. So this is the first round. We have about 250, 260 properties in total that have these petitions, and many of those are currently eligible. Once this round is through, we will be coming back probably within 6 months. It takes a while to do all this stuff to prepare these, with another round of annexations. And then there will be another round. And as people continue to develop, as they continue to request sewer service and sign these petitions to annex, we will continue to annex those properties.
Okay,
So you said
here's
all
the-
that, we've been waiting for the number.
Well, because,
I'm sorry.
here's the thing. I'm happy to tell you the number. The number is approximately $200 per $100,000 in value, okay, per year.
Is that the city or is it the county?
That's us. That's the differential between us and the county,
$200
per 100,000 in value.
In value.
Yep.
And that, understand, that's a differential between the tax district in the Northwest for those county residents and our residents. There are other tax districts with different rates in other areas of the county and other parts of the city that would change that differential. So it's kind of all over the board in terms of what that differential is, but that's a fairly close approximation for just those properties in the Northwest that are in that tax district.
Somewhat on an average.
Yes.
Yeah, it's representative, let me say that, although there will be variations. What I'd like for you to think about for just a second is, when is an island an island? Okay? Because the islands we're talking about aren't the kinds that you just visited, Councilman Barlow, when you went to the Bahamas, where they're surrounded by water and there is nobody by them. They are on their own.
Don't put me on blast.
Sorry. But you can visualize this. An island is by itself. It's not surrounded by things. They have to be completely self-sufficient. They're relying on no one else except for boats to bring them whatever they don't have, provisions, food, commodities, etc., to survive on that island. Islands in our city are not isolated like that. They simply aren't. So what we have done and what the current city taxpayer dollars have done is we have built up entire infrastructure networks around those islands on our taxpayer dime. We did that because those parcels were not contiguous yet to the city to meet the state's criteria for annexation. This is the way we annex, and so sometimes it feels as though we're having to catch up. A lot of what you see before you is a catch-up move. But the bottom line is significant investment has been made in roadway infrastructure, sewer infrastructure, utility infrastructure, service delivery. The reason why I'd like for the chief to come up here, did he leave me? Oh, no, there he is. I was about to say, oh my gosh, not the chief. We have 4 or 5 fire stations, for instance. 4 or 5 fire stations. They're not cheap dates. Our fire stations cost somewhere between $3 and $5 million, sometimes more, to build. And they cost us nearly $4 million a year to run, just to be there as an insurance policy. We're the only ones that have them in the Northwest. Nobody else has them. So we're making that investment. My point is, you as a city council, through your budgeting actions, through our capital planning, through our service delivery planning, we are making those areas that have not yet joined the city incorporated boundaries service ready. And we're actually providing those services through a variety of interlocals. However, some of this infrastructure that you have made investment plans for and made investments in have not been paid for by those county residents. And I understand that there may be a little bit of sticker shock over having to pay a couple $100 more potentially on your property tax bill a year. But when you look at some of these houses, it basically means they've gotten a huge break on that service on the backs of all the taxpayers that you currently represent. So I want to make sure that people understand that when we talk about an island, we're not talking about an island in the tropics.
Right.
We're talking about an island that's surrounded by our infrastructure and by our city residents who have been basically taking care of the infrastructure needs and the service delivery needs for those islands with very little or possibly no contribution to the city as a result of that.
Mayor, through you, if you don't mind. Bessie, thank you for that point of clarification. Having said that, do we have an aerial of the areas in which we're looking to bring into the city through annexation?
Do you
Do
have a
do you
number
have
on
that
map, or-
on the overhead? Because I would like to actually see where they are and which county islands are we talking about. And while you look for that, there's a number of islands throughout my ward that is encompass 360 degrees, 360 degrees of city around it. So are we talking about those parcels as well?
Well, we put together a very thorough report for you all, probably back in January, in one of the city manager information reports. And it explained that we were, as a result of your direction to try and create consistent city boundaries, that we were to initiate annexation actions. The way the state law is written, we have to do that in a series of steps. This is step one. So you have several annexation items on for your consideration today. Some have been delayed for 2 weeks. And what you will see is as those parcels are added to the city's boundaries, then additional parcels will become eligible for annexation. If they've signed the document, then it's anticipated they would be in a future ordinance and brought in. What's on the overhead, Councilman, is the map from the interlocal agreement area, which is primarily the Northwest. So you're probably not going to see much of your ward, and Councilman, you won't see the islands in your ward. But you can see that there are substantial island areas in the Northwest. These annexations that are before you today will start to shrink the size of some of those islands going forward.
So currently, the darker portion, and it's coming up grainy on the screen here, the darker portion, is that the annexation area?
Those are the islands.
Those are the islands.
And
So
so
the
they would be
darker-
subject to annexation.
Right, so the darker images are the proposed annexations.
No, I wouldn't say that. Parts of the blue areas would be, and quite frankly, you're probably not ever going to get to those entire blue areas through the annexation laws because of contiguity, because for 10 years we didn't require property owners to sign annexation documents as a result of the interlocal agreement. But those that have are the ones that we felt you had asked us to, because people had actually signed off on them and said, we will annex when the time's right, we will annex. Those are the properties that we are currently pursuing through these actions.
So what is the total at this point? Do we know that number, Tom?
Well, right now, in this current action, I believe it's 113 properties, individual
I'm saying
parcels.
in totality as far as.
To have interlocal agreements?
No, not
I mean, that have,
interlocal.
I'm sorry. that have-
Signed.
Yes, about 250.
Okay, 200.
And there's about, I believe there's about 5,000 developed parcels in all of the islands.
Okay,
But these are the,
Okay.
this is the 10.
thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilman Beers, please.
So Betsy, I just want to confirm, because I believe what I'm about to ask you is true, and it's always kind of made me mad. You're saying that folks who live in these islands pay approximately the same property taxes as I do, but their money is going to the Clark County Fire Department. When they call 911, the city fire department responds.
Correct.
That doesn't seem right.
Excuse me, in these larger county islands, 911 will still call city first, and we respond inside the county island?
I'll let the chief talk about this.
Okay.
I didn't intend to get into a huge mutual aid conversation because we are trying to work this out with the county right now. But I think it's important to know that you've got infrastructure investments that have been made that support these islands. People don't helicopter in to these islands. They drive on the roads that we use our gas tax allocation to pave.
Right.
See what I mean? So it's not just fire, it's public works, it's fire, parks, a variety of other city services. Cities traditionally, and we're a little bit unique here because we've got a modernized urban county with over 900,000 residents that provide traditionally municipal services. They don't always provide the same level of service that a city does. A city is basically a giant special improvement district where we are to provide a much higher level of municipal service based on the needs of that community. So it's considered a different level of service. So when people are paying a slightly higher property tax rate, it's because you're receiving a higher level of service, in theory. And that may be true in certain parts of the county than others. Some are more rural, some are more suburban, some are very urban. So you can't make a blanket statement and say things are better or worse here or there, higher or less there on a consistent basis. But there will be differences. And the property tax rates are different, which creates a different investment level in those kinds of municipal services, because the county has an obligation to provide countywide services to every resident of the county, including those that live in the city of Las Vegas, like me. So there's a base level of service they're obligated to provide, and then they also, through their unincorporated towns, provide another level of service to townships like Paradise, Winchester, Enterprise, so on in Summerlin South. And you can see that there are service levels there. There's a fire department there, there are parks that are provided there, et cetera. Right. And there's a slightly higher tax rate there, not the same as ours, not the same as ours. But we also don't have the same funding sources. I mean, the county receives other revenues that we do not receive. There's a big difference there in how things are funded. And I didn't really want to get into that too much, but I do think the fire chief should probably at least respond to Ms. Linsenbart's comments this morning about the discrepancy in aid, because this has been a long-term conversation that I believe needs to be rectified. And I don't know if the chief will say it quite this way, but I have to say it this way. There's a big difference between helping each other at the boundaries of our cities, along Sahara, Owens, Decatur, where we want to send the closest unit because we're trying to take care of the people and their property without regard to political jurisdiction. That's what mutual aid is about. The islands that we're talking about and that are depicted on that map on the overhead, however, we are the sole service provider. We are the ones that are responding day in and day out there. We are the ones that have built those fire stations for those islands. That is very different than someone from Station 6 responding across the border into the county out of the city. That's going to happen occasionally, and I think we like it that way so that we can rely on each other. This is a very different situation in my mind.
I just wanted to say you were going to have him clarify those points, because this morning the speaker did make a big point about the county provided more visits to the city to give help than vice versa. And what I had been told in the past did not match that. So I wonder if you could clarify.
Mayor Goodman, members of the council, Willie McDonald, city's fire chief. I actually would have said it just that way in terms of the relationships that fire departments have in terms of serving areas outside of their boundaries that they're closer to as opposed to one of their own units. In the case here, in these two large unincorporated areas, we have 4 fire stations that provide the services, primary services for those areas. 4 fire stations. There, to my knowledge, there isn't a Clark County fire station within the incorporated limits of the city of Las Vegas. So all of those services are provided to those areas by the Las Vegas Fire and Rescue Department.
Well, and the other thing I was hearing today, aside from her report with her statistics, was it seems to be, and it seems reasonable, that people outside of the growing area of Ward 6 or who are in the county as Ward 6 has been growing are very fearful of change or something. And that's what I was hearing, aside from the fact of what you're saying, where our fire homes are, our sewer where it is, the roads and all of that, which I would imagine in Ward 6 is going to continue to expand both west and north. And so as you go into other islands, county islands that are out there, and I would assume too that with great due respect to Commissioner Tom Collins, that the reality is that's his area, and there's that same passion too, but the fact is that is not where there are boundaries beyond. You are at the edge up there, and that's where people are moving if they like the lifestyle.
If I can comment to that, Mayor, if you look at the map that's currently on the screen, the majority of those annexations are actually on Commissioner Brown's district. They're very, I mean, there's going to be a handful, and there will be more, as Ms. Fretwell has indicated, in the coming months in regards to more annexations both on the west and east side of US 95. But, you know, Commissioner Brown understands, as has served here with us before, the impact of those infrastructure needs that the city taxpayers continue to pay for.
Can you slide that down a little bit, just to see what happens going further north?
That's everything. That's the entire.
Oh, that's the whole, okay. Where does your ward begin?
It begins, essentially, the south boundary would be Ann Road. And
Where is that, please? Can you point to Ann? I can't even see it.
As soon as Betsy gets her
here.
glasses on.
Sorry. So Ann Road right here. Can you see that, Mayor?
Yes, yes. And then land to the west of that is unincorporated county.
Actually, Mayor, land to the west of that is a Red Rock Conservation Area.
Okay, so there'll never be any development in there at this time.
There is a portion of land that's west of Pooley that is outside of the Red Rock Conservation. That's a subject of the Tule Springs bill.
Right.
That once adopted, that would then be annexed to the city and potentially available for future development.
But right now, it's not available.
And the big island, the biggest island on this map, that is Commissioner Brown's. Yes. Okay, thank you.
Your Honor, that's a continent.
It is.
Mayor Goodman?
Yes. He said
Mayor Goodman?
it's a continent unto itself.
I'm sorry, may I also speak to the
Please.
auto aid that's given and received from Clark County and Las Vegas? We have, in the last couple of years, received more aid from Clark County than we have given to Clark County in the amount of about 2,000 to 2,500 incidents per year. Largely, those are in the eastern part of the city, around where the new Fire Station 108 has just recently been placed into operation. And so if you look at comparison between 2013 experience, mutual aid experience, and 2014 mutual aid experience, and in particular from August 1st to the end of this, to now, that imbalance has dramatically decreased, and it looks to me like it's going to be almost 1 for 1.
Can you point, you service, or we, the city services, that entire continent right there of the county?
Yes, we have a station right here.
Can you point on the?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, we have a
Okay.
station just south of this island. We have one to the west, and we have 2 north of it.
And all those roads and all the sewer in that little continent there are provided by the city?
The sewer, yes. The roads, however, the county interior roads to this, the county would be providing their funding for paving or whatever, requiring developers to pave them. But any way you plan to get there, we paved.
Okay.
Mayor, and maybe the fire chief could chime in on this too. The nearest county fire station to that large continental island.
I think it's the one that's near downtown Summerlin. I think that would be the nearest Clark County fire station.
So essentially, Mayor, we were questioned, yes, the city is providing service, and emergency services.
Where's your new fire station? Where is Sun City's new fire station that we put in 2 years ago?
107.
Yeah, 107, it's below, it's down, I have to put my glasses on now. It's just off Lake Mead.
Yes?
Yeah.
So it's way
It's
south
further
of
south
the
of this.
island.
Station 45 is about right. Station 45 is about right there.
Is that bad?
Could you just lower
Okay.
that so we could see where the annexations in Ward 1 are?
It's got to go up just a little more.
A little more,
Where's
please.
my Okie one?
Is that it? Oh, my. This is an island compared to that big continent, yes. But you can see what happened there. As I said, we have roads that are county and half the other side is city.
And Mayor, if I might just say a couple more things. One, we've had a really long I think, healthy partnership with Clark County on a lot of fronts. That interlocal agreement did a lot more than govern annexation. It created joint land use plans. It created trail networks that we celebrate today. We worked together on interchanges and a variety of other things. There were some really great outcomes that came out of that interlocal agreement. And I think we've had a very good partnership as a result of much of those conversations over a decade ago that still continue today. And I think that's possible to keep going forward in that regard. I'll give you a couple of examples that the fire chief didn't talk about, where we're providing a regional service through our Las Vegas Fire and Rescue. We are the sole bomb squad for the entire region. We pay for that. The Las Vegas taxpayers pay for the region's bomb squad. We also provide all the hazardous materials response and technical rescue for everything north of Tropicana, all the way to the county line, past Mesquite. So we are providing significant regional services through our fire department that have saved Clark County and Clark County taxpayers untold millions of dollars. So we have very strong partnerships where there's quite a bit of give and take because it's good for the region. But we still have a fiduciary responsibility to the taxpayers of the city of Las Vegas. So we need to make sure that these things balance out in total. And so that's why we keep these conversations alive, and we continue to work with county management to try and true up things that maybe address some of these issues that we've brought up here today.
Question for you. What is the process here? Does the county commission then bless the annexation, or are they going to dig in and fight the annexation here? If we are very much about everything that you've said and see the reality of why the annexations of these islands should take place, where does it go after, assuming this body would move forward and annex, then does it go back to the county and they have to agree, or what?
For these annexations, the answer to that is no. There are state laws that preclude our annexation in certain areas of the county based on prior political jurisdictions. I won't get into that here today. But for the areas that we're focused in on, it does not require consent by the county commission. There's an area that Councilman Coffin and I have talked about that's right on our border that most likely would require county consent to annex. So those things are a little more complicated to work through, and they often take a lot more time.
The size of the continent, do we know how many square miles that is? The continent, not the
And are
little
there any
bitty ones.
volcanoes on it?
We'll find out. I hope there's gold and oil. Forget that. Oil.
Maybe dinosaur bones.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Just the big one.
it's around 7,000 acres, all of the blue on this map. So the blue on this map equates to approximately 7,000 acres. So you can see the one in the northeast portion is probably about a third of that. So I would say this is probably around 4,000 acres, maybe 5,000 acres. And then this is probably something closer to 2.
So you're advising us that because they are within the confined borders of the city, that the county really, it's not for them to come in and oppose the action of this board by annexation?
Well, they don't have an ability really to come and say, no, you can't do it. They don't have that kind of authority. But I mean, it's very clear. Commissioner Collins has expressed his concern about this for 2 years.
Yes.
He was worried about
Yes, he has.
the interlocal
Yep.
expiring. We've had several conversations with Commissioner Brown. He wants to ensure that, I can't speak for him, but what he has told me is he wants to ensure that if there are annexations, that we make the transition as seamless as possible, try not to make the developers or the development go through the same hoops twice. We've made many accommodations in that regard. We have the rural preservation standards in place, the zoning's in place, we have, the zoning categories are compatible and comparable, so it's not like you're going from one density to a higher density by going from the county to the city. They're very comparable. So we've done, I believe, many things to make these transitions for these property owners seamless.
Okay. Thank you, and I'm going to ask Mr. Steve down there, or Mr. Scott, as looking through these, we would have to read all, minus those that might, by different council persons, have been obeyed, that were read into the record by Mayor Pro Tem, or that might be stricken. Do we first go to that? Can we read all of them from 39 to 59? Do we take them one at a time and read every single one of them into the record? How advise you to us?
You could do it either of those two ways, because when we read new bills and bills eligible for adoption, instead of reading the agenda item, the attorney reads the title. And because the titles for all of these are the same, we could read the title once and have you indicate that those refer to, and then you'd call out the bills that haven't been either obeyed or stricken. Or we can read them one by one. It doesn't matter to me. I think maybe for the record, it would be cleaner that way.
If you read them one by one, then we'd go ahead and let everybody slip out for lunch. I'm kidding. But my thought is here, I think the best thing, and again, only to make sure that we're doing this properly, is to ask each council person if in fact they have an item from 39 to 59 that they are going to ask for, ask that it be stricken, obeyed, or anything else. So to take those first, is that okay to do?
You mean beyond what's already been done?
Well, we know
Beyond
that
the-
50, because Councilman, you said that you heard, somebody had a call from Commissioner. 37, 38, and 50. They've been voted on, so they're excluded. And 53, was stricken?
Stricken.
Okay, so it's just that we don't have to worry with any of those.
We'll just do the other ones.
Okay, so Councilman Ross, since I've just opened with yours on bill number 2014-77, and that was read into the record to begin this, how say you?
Move to approve.
Okay.
Most of us hate something, so you might as well just keep it.
Okay. Okay, there's a motion on bill number 2014-77, a motion to approve. Please vote and please post. That motion carries. Agenda item number 40, that's agenda item 2014-78. Now, what is the least lengthy time, Mr. Steed, to read that? Ola?
Val?
He's gonna read something, so we have it in the motion.
I think because some of these may be challenged, I'm going to suggest that I read each one individually. It will add a few minutes to your time, but you're having so much fun already.
Yes, we are. So if somebody wants to sneak out to the restroom for a moment, you may, as long as you leave 4 of us here. And
Correct.
Councilman Ross, you may not leave, because these look like you're all. Except I know there's Councilwoman Scott, too. Okay, so please, let's go ahead. This is Councilman Ross, would you like to have the bill read? This is 78-201.
Yeah, through the chairman of the recommending committee, yes.
Yes.
Bill number 2014-78, an ordinance to extend the boundaries of the city to particularly describe the land to be annexed, to make its inhabitants subject to the laws, obligations, and benefits of the city, and to provide for other related matters.
I would move to approve.
Move to approve. Please vote and please post. All right, I'm going to give you a breather so you can breathe a little bit. We'll go back to Councilman Barlow. You just move this right along because I misread that. We're on to agenda item bill 41, bill number 2014-79. Councilman Barlow, would you like the bill read?
Yes, ma'am.
Please.
Bill number 2014-79, an ordinance to extend the boundaries of the city to particularly describe the land to be annexed, to make its inhabitants subject to the laws, obligations, and benefits of the city, and to provide for other related matters.
Move for approval.
There's a motion to approve, please go. Put, and please vote and please post. You're doing very well, Mr. Steed. And that motion carries. Agenda item 42, bill number 2014-80. Councilman Barlow, would you like the bill read?
Yes, ma'am.
Bill number 2014-80, an ordinance to extend the boundaries of the city, to particularly describe the land to be annexed, to make its inhabitants subject to the laws, obligations, and benefits of the city, and to provide further related matters.
Move for approval.
Thank you. This motion, please vote and please post. Item agenda 43, that carries. Bill number 2014-81, would you like the bill read, Councilman Barlow?
Yes, ma'am.
Bill number 2014-81, an ordinance to extend the boundaries of the city, to particularly describe the land to be annexed, to make its inhabitants subject to the laws, obligations, and benefits of the city, and to provide further related matters.
Okay. Move for approval.
Thank you. This motion, please vote and please post. And that was in Councilwoman Tarkanian's ward. That motion carries. We move on to agenda item 44, which is bill number 2014-82. Councilman Barlow, would you like the bill read?
Yes, ma'am.
There's another one.
Bill number 2014-82, an ordinance to extend the boundaries of the city, to particularly describe the land to be annexed, to make its inhabitants subject to the laws, obligations, and benefits of the city, and to provide for other related matters.
Move for approval.
There's a motion here in Councilwoman's ward, and please vote and please post. Motion carries. Agenda item 45, this is bill number 2014-83. Councilman Barlow, would you like the bill read?
Yes, ma'am.
Please go ahead.
Bill number 2014-83, an ordinance to extend the boundaries of the city, to particularly describe the land to be annexed, to make its inhabitants subject to the laws, obligations, and benefits of the city, and to provide for other related matters.
Move for approval.
Thank you. This motion on Mayor Pro Tem's ward. Please vote and please post. And that motion carries. Agenda item 46, bill 2014-84. Councilman Barlow, would you like the bill read, please?
Yes, ma'am.
Please do so.
Bill number 2014-84, an ordinance to extend the boundaries of the city, to particularly describe the land to be annexed, to make its inhabitants subject to laws, obligations, and benefits of the city, and to provide for other related matters.
Move for approval.
There we go. Councilman Stavros. Anthony, please vote. There's a motion, and please post. You have lots of little islands. Here's another one. Motion carries. Agenda item 47, bill 2014-85. Councilman Barlow, would you like to have the bill read?
Yes, ma'am.
Please, Mr. Steed.
Thank you. Bill number 2014-85, an ordinance to extend the boundaries of the city, to particularly describe the land to be annexed, to make its inhabitants subject to the laws, obligations, and benefits of the city, and provide for other related matters.
Move for approval.
Thank you. There's another motion. This is on Ward 4, and please vote and please post. Motion carries. Agenda item 48, bill 2014-86. Councilman Barlow, would you like the bill read?
Yes, ma'am.
Please, Mr. Steed.
Bill number 2014-86, an ordinance to extend the boundaries of the city, particularly describe the land to be annexed, to make its inhabitants subject to laws, obligations, and benefits of the city, and to provide for other related matters.
Move for approval.
Thank you. There's a motion. Another Ward 4. Please vote and please post. Motion carries. Agenda item 49, bill number 2014-87. Councilman Barlow, would you like the bill read?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Steed, please.
Bill number 2014-87, an ordinance to extend the boundaries of the city, to particularly describe the land to be annexed, to make its inhabitants subject to the laws, obligations, and benefits of the city, and to provide for other related matters.
Move for approval.
Thank you. There's a motion. Another Ward 4. Please vote and please post. That motion carries. The item 50 has been obeyed to the 17th of December. Agenda item 51, bill 2014-89. Councilman Barlow, would you like the bill read?
Yes, ma'am.
Bill number 2014-89, an ordinance to extend the boundaries of the city, to particularly describe the land to be annexed, to make its inhabitants subject to the laws, obligations, and benefits of the city, and to provide for other related matters.
Move for approval.
There's a motion to approve. Please vote and please post for Ward 4. 21 acres.
Pretty big. Pretty big.
Wow, you could have a ranch there. please post. Motion carries. Move on to agenda item 52, Bill 2014-90. Oh, Councilman Barlow, would you like the bill read?
Yes, ma'am.
Please, Mr. Steen.
Bill number 2014-90, an ordinance to extend the boundaries of the city, particularly describe the land to be annexed, to make its inhabitants subject to the laws, obligations, and benefits of the city, and to provide for other related matters.
Move for approval.
Thank you. There's a motion. This happens to be in Ward 5. A motion has been made. Thank you. Please vote and please post. Motion carries. Agenda item 53 has been stricken, so agenda item 54. Bill number 2014-92. Councilman Barlow, would you like the bill read?
Yes, ma'am.
Bill number 2014-92, an ordinance to extend the boundaries of the city, to particularly describe the land to be annexed, to make its inhabitants subject to the laws, obligations, and benefits of the city, and to provide for other related matters.
Move for approval.
There's a motion in Ward 5. Here we go. Please vote and please post.
Councilwoman.
That motion carries. Agenda item 55, also in Ward 5, Bill number 2014-93. Councilman Barlow, would you like the bill read?
Yes, ma'am.
Bill number 2014-93, an ordinance to extend the boundaries of the city, to particularly describe the land to be annexed, to make its inhabitants subject to the laws, obligations, and benefits of the city, and to provide for other related matters.
Move for approval.
Thank you. There's a motion. Please vote and please post. Motion carries. And also in Ward 5, Bill number 2014-94. Councilman Barlow, would you like the bill read?
Yes, ma'am.
Bill number 2014-94, an ordinance to extend the boundaries of the city, to particularly describe the land to be annexed, to make its inhabitants subject to the laws, obligations, and benefits of the city, and to provide for other related matters.
Move for approval.
Thank you very much. There's a motion. Please vote and please post. Motion carries. Agenda item 57, Bill number 2014-95. Councilman Barlow, would you like the bill read?
Yes, ma'am.
Please, Mr. Steve.
Thank you. Bill number 2014-95, an ordinance to extend the boundaries of the city, to particularly describe the land to be annexed, to make its inhabitants subject to the laws, obligations, and benefits of the city, and to provide for other related matters.
Move for approval.
Thank you. There's a motion. Please vote and please post. Motion carries. Agenda item 58, also in Ward 5, Bill number 2014-96. Councilman Barlow, would you like the bill read?
Yes, ma'am.
Bill number 2014-96, an ordinance to extend the boundaries of the city, to particularly describe the land be annexed, to make its inhabitants subject to the laws, obligations, and benefits of the city, and to provide for other related matters.
Move for approval.
Thank you. There's a motion to approve. Please vote and please post. Motion carries. And for the final bill, looks like number 59, Bill number 2014-97, also Councilman Barlow's Ward 5. Would you like the bill read?
Yes, ma'am.
Please.
Bill number 2014-97, an ordinance to extend the boundaries of the city, to particularly describe the land to be annexed, to make its inhabitants subject to the laws, obligations, and benefits of the city, and to provide for other related matters.
Move for approval.
Thank you. There's a motion to approve. Please vote and please post. Thank you, Mr. Steed. That motion carries as well. Thank you, Mr. Steed. Okay, agenda items 60, 61, and 62 will be heard at bills number 2014-70, 2014-74, and 2014-78 will be heard at a later date. We will now move on to new bills.
I believe it was 9/8. You said 201.
Yes, I stand corrected, 2014-98. Thank you very much. Okay, so now on to new bills. Items 63 through 65, bills 2014-99 through 2014-101 will be heard at the recommending committee Monday, December 15th, 2014. Would our city attorney please read the new bills?
Yes, thank you. Bill number 2014-99, an ordinance to update the description of certain ward boundaries to reflect the addition of precinct numbers by the Clark County Election Department as a result of annexations or otherwise, and to provide for other related matters. Bill number 2014-100, an ordinance to extend the boundaries of the city, to particularly describe the land to be annexed, to make its inhabitants subject to the laws, obligations, and benefits of the city, and to provide for other related matters. And Bill number 2014-101, an ordinance to include a federal fingerprint check in suitability approval investigations and work card investigations pertaining to medical marijuana establishments, and to provide for other related matters.
Thank you very much. These bills, 2014-99 through 2014-101, are assigned to council members Barlow, Anthony, and Coffin. Thank you
Mayor?
very much. Yes?
Point of clarification, and this is more so for Beverly or the city attorney in regards to item number 63. There are two members of the recommending board that will be up for re-election in 2015, and they also sit on the recommending for this item. Will that pose a conflict in relation to the council members voting on item number 63?
I was going to let Beverly say no, but I'll go ahead and say no. That doesn't represent a conflict. These changes are outside of our control, and nothing you might do would change what the county election department does.
Okay, just wanted to make sure that we were clear, and that was on the record. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Agenda items 66 through 68 may be considered in one motion, one vote. They're considered routine, non-public, and public hearing items with no condition changes. Any person representing an application or a member of the public or members of the council not in agreement with the conditions and all standard conditions for the application recommended by staff should request to have that item removed from this portion of the agenda. Anybody?
Yes, Mayor.
Yes.
Item number 66, and item number 66, 67, and 68.
Each one individually?
Yes.
Okay, and Councilman Coffin?
Well, there goes that item of business, because I'm asking for 69 to be brought out for discussion.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and have some fun here. Here we go. Agenda item number 66, EOT 56330, applicant owner WMC Pavilions LLC, a request for an extension of time of previously approved site development plan review SDR 4841 to allow an additional 5 years for the site plan for a 345,670 square foot temporary exhibit space on 20.68 acres at 209 South Grand Central Parkway, PD Plan Development Zone. This is in Ward 5 with Councilman Barlow. Hello. Do you want to start off, or should we?
Yes, I would. The application before us today is requesting a 5-year extension of time, and I've asked, due to concerns of the tents being out at World Market for over 10 years now, what is the update? What's taking place? Why are you requesting an additional 5-year extension? And so for that, we had a lively discussion with the representatives from World Market Center in my office, and so what we're going to do upon my recommendation is a 2-year extension of time, not a 5-year, in order that we can work towards some permanency as it relates to the temporary use of the tents that have been sitting on that property for now, I want to say a little bit over 8 years, close to 10 years.
Actually, 10
10
years.
years? 10 years. And so I think it's time for World Market to update the city now as to its plans moving forward versus making this temporary tent a permanent tent. So if you're looking to make it a permanent tent, then let's work towards that objective. And so therefore, I'm recommending a 2-year extension so that we can work toward more healthier conversations as to what should be there moving forward.
And would you like to state your name, who you represent for our record that you're here, and any comment to Councilman Barlow and council?
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Carrie Kramer, 3773 Howard Hughes Parkway, on behalf of the applicant. The SDR, or I'm sorry, it was an application for a 5-year extension of the SDR, and we did speak with the councilman, and we were able to agree to a 2-year extension. And upon approval, immediately start working with staff and council to get the tents and or some other permanent nature there.
Correct.
Excellent, thank you. So, Councilman, do you want to make your motion, or did you?
No, I have not, but I do believe that Tom Perigo has comments.
Yeah, thank you, Your Honor. Just to clarify, we would need to amend condition number 1 to read October 7th, 2016.
Thank you. That'll be my motion at this time,
As amended.
as amended.
Yes. Okay, there's a motion. Please vote and please post. And that motion carries. We'll
Thank
move
you,
on to-
Mayor and
Thank you
Council.
very much.
Thank you.
Thanks. Agenda item, well, it looks like 6.7 and 6.8 are together, so we'll read them together. EOT 56322 and EOT 56637, applicant Steve Hayashi, owner Comet LV LLC, a request for an extension of time for a non-conforming use tavern and a non-conforming use gaming establishment, non-restricted at 600 Jackson Avenue, C-2, General Commercial Zone, Ward 5, with Councilman Barlow.
How are you?
Do you want to start, or should we have our?
Yes,
Yeah, start.
I received, after our meeting on, I believe it was yesterday, I've had so many meetings, I believe it was yesterday or Monday that we met, from residents just wanting to get an update on what was taking place, was transpiring at the Newtown Tavern, and so I figured this would be a great opportunity to do just that. So I'm calling the item forward for giving you an opportunity to update the community on what's taking place as to the request for the extension to include what's forthcoming, just as you shared with me this week.
Okay, Kevin Thistle, 7383 Atacama Avenue, Las Vegas, Nevada. Architect here representing the owners. What we have is we currently have plans ready to submit for building permits to do a tenant improvement to the existing building. We plan to proceed with that right away so that they can get the appropriate gaming and liquor licenses in place and open the facility as soon as possible prior to September of this year and maintain it open from then on. We also have plans to improve the entire block, at least at a minimum. And our client is here, and he's planning on making a major investment in not only in this particular property, but in the immediate neighborhood.
Okay, do you mind bringing your client forward so that we can see who he or she may be and place them on the record to talk about what their future goals are?
And then we'll turn to you for your comments, if you would, so you could have a seat while we're hearing the rest of the presentation, but don't go too far, just up front's perfect, please. Thank you. And if you'd announce your name, please. Good afternoon.
Could you tell them your name and address?
My name is Steve Hayashi, 5586 Wild Olive, Las Vegas, Nevada, A9118.
Thank you. Do you want to make any comments as to what these plans are and what you're doing? And then I want to ask Mr. Perigo for comments. And of course, we will be hearing from the gentleman in the audience.
We have the project broken down basically into phases. The first phase, like I said, is to do a tenant improvement to the existing building, which is just interior work, which will allow us to open the facility, which has been closed for some time. The next phase following that will be to expand the existing building, basically doubling the size of it. Like I said, Steve, the property owner, has purchased the entire block there and has plans for then doing a master plan for that entire block, which will include hotel, casino, restaurants, that type of thing.
Can you point to it, please, on this, since I don't see it? And the block that he purchased is that entire square?
This is the existing building.
Yes?
There's an existing building adjacent to it here that had a fire at one time and has no roof at this current time. That will
Okay.
be phase two, where we're going to demolish that and expand the building. And then the master plan will be for the entire block, which he also has purchased currently.
And what type of a timeline is being considered?
As I said, we have plans currently ready to turn in for Phase 1, which will be done within the next week or two, so that we can get the building opened, which has been closed for some time.
Okay.
Following that, we will immediately start with doing the master plan for the entire block.
Okay. And that, of course, would come back to the council anyway and through Councilman Barlow,
Definitely.
I would assume.
Yes.
Mr. Perigo, before I go to the audience, because three gentlemen came up, wanted to make a comment.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. We haven't seen any of the plans for any kind of future development. These two items are simply to preserve their tavern use and the gaming use.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, gentlemen, if you'll step forward, and as each of you wishes to speak, please say your name for the record. We do not need your address. Correct, Mrs. Bridges? Just names. Thank you, sir.
How you doing?
Hi.
Reginald Green. Reverend Ronald Reed.
Hi, Reverend.
And Elijah Green.
Hi. Oh, there's a relationship. Wonderful. Please.
Yes. Oh, and my sister. Yeah.
Tara Green Jackson.
How are you?
Mayor.
Hi.
Members of the city.
Okay, so who wishes to speak on this, please? You're all welcome to, but
First of all, I apologize. I didn't know why we was here until you said they're not trying to purchase everything. You're here because of the tavern license. Did I hear correct? The tavern license and the liquor license?
I think that's what Mr. Perigo, if you would clarify that, please, that answer.
Yes, the current tavern use is a legal, non-conforming use. So in order to continue preserving that right to operate a tavern there, they need this extension of time. And the same for the gaming establishment. So these are to preserve the ability to operate gaming and a tavern at that site.
So they're in front of us today through Councilman Barlow to keep the right to have a tavern and also to have gaming inside that building. And if they don't, I gather, if the extension isn't granted, they lose that right to have liquor and gaming? Yes.
Yes.
So were there other questions that you might have?
Well, because it just was recently closed, and it never had a fire on that side. And I came here because I don't know what the extension is for.
Okay.
So, and I guess I can't go into a lot of
What is the requested time extension that they're asking for? 1 year?
It's 1 year by the code. That's what's allowed.
Okay, thank you. How about I give it to you, Councilman Barlow, and you take it from here, please.
Yes, not a problem. The question that I have for you all, Ms. Jackson, Mr. Green, is do you all still have ownership of the facility?
We going through fraud with stuff.
Well, hold on one second. Hold on one second. So can someone come to the microphone, because I can't hear you?
Madam Mayor and council persons, I want to greet you this afternoon, realizing that we're here on a complicated situation. There's FBI investigation that's going on now against the people here that are representing Comet LLC, and there has not been any legal transaction or financial transactions between the Jackson family over 40 years of business where they obtained legal ownership of this land. So this is why we're here this afternoon, to explain to you there's a FBI investigation going on. I'm with Second Baptist Church under the pastoralship of Reverend Cheney, and we have a very, very intimate relationship with the family. We want you to know that there's a lot of things that can't be said right now, but there are some things that are happening illegally that the FBI wants to make sure that the investigation is taking place further before anything is done. But far as we know, there has not been any money or any legal transaction taking place with the family and the ownership of Tyra Jackson of the Newtown Tavern.
Okay, thank you.
So-
I think where we need to go on this, have you met
Well,
with the group?
I've met with the gentleman here, but I also received information from my office, to pull this forward. This is all new to me right now. So what I'm hearing from the Jackson Green family is that you all still have ownership of the site? Is that true?
Yes, well,
Do you have ownership of the site?
do we have ownership as this?
Do you still own?
No, we're going through court right now to get our license, business license back. They supposed to took our business license from us. So we're going to court now to get our business license to operate, to go back in to operate. It's been in the family for 40
So the
years.
question, the bottom line question
No,
that I
we don't
have is,
have-
who owns the town tavern?
We don't
Please?
own
Can-
the town.
Can you all answer that question? Who owns the town tavern?
According to the documents that we submitted, the recorder's office shows Common LLC and Mr. Steve as the legal owners of the property currently.
Well, how can they own something when we never signed nothing and sold nothing?
Okay, well, hold on one second. Mr. Scott, do you mind jumping in from a
I was
legal
gonna,
perspective?
the gentleman's, what ownership interest did you originally have in the parcel to begin with? Was it a lease, or did you actually own the fee, meaning the actual property under the property itself?
Well, this is my father.
Okay.
Elijah Green, been here all his life, and he owned everything. He worked hard, sweat, and everything to obtain that.
So he has a deed with his name on it as being the owner, the legal owner?
What happened? Mr. Hasheen and his friend of him named Yoshi, and it's all got tied up with some legal business, manipulation with some fraud, signing some papers, and put a deed of trust in it. And it's been fraud, and we're trying to get an injunction to try to clarify all this matter that went down with the property. In the meantime, it cost her almost a liquor license she went through because the property came up in Carbon LLC, and the gaming license is on hold. It's all messed up. She's supposed to have been opened up because the license, the property wasn't in her name. She's about to lose everything because the way it all came about. And there wasn't no money transaction.
So are you saying that is this property in litigation?
Yeah. She's supposed to went to court on it, and the injunction, we're still filing some more charges.
Okay.
So what may have happened, Councilman, if I just heard the word deed of trust, so I'm assuming that someone got a deed of trust in order to get some money on the property, or somebody borrowed money and gave whoever they borrowed the money from a deed of trust. If they didn't pay the money back, then the deed of trust would be exercised, and they could foreclose on the property through that deed of trust. And I'm not sure if all that happened, but we'd need to research the title to determine exactly what occurred and who was the actual owner.
Then this is what I'm going to do, so that we put the council in the best position possible. I'm going to obey this until the 17th, and...
I'm sorry, when does this expire?
When does it expire?
Since the application has already been made and everything is in on time, we can obey it, and it will not lose their standing to preserve the tavern and the gaming.
So everything will be lost?
No, it will not be lost. It is because it was filed on time, and it is.
So I'm okay to obey it?
You're okay to obey it.
Okay. Then allow me to obey this 2 weeks. And Brian, Mr. Lewis, you all, can you work out as far as level of ownership?
What may need to be done is a title search, Councilman, and that's going to require them to pay for a title company to actually go through.
Okay, then my motion will be to have all that worked out before it comes back before the council on the 17th. So work with my legal counsel, and then when we bring this back, I want a clean application back before the council. So that'll be my motion at this time.
Thank you, and there's a comment to be made by Councilman Coffin.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. On the motion.
They'll work with...
On the motion, I got to tell you, I really am upset about something that was just said by the Reverend. I don't care if you're a Reverend or not, you just cannot go up here and swing with words like some people are under FBI investigation, because those kinds of terms cannot be disproven or proven. It's one of those things that I don't like to see the border crossed, because it's absolutely, it could be unfounded, or it could be true. But how are we to know that? But that in this country has always been putting the curse on someone. Now, maybe Mr. Hayashi looks like he's vulnerable because he does not appear to have been born here. But I'll tell you what, you've got to be very careful with your language on things like this.
Yes, sir. I appreciate it very much, and I am very apologetic for that statement.
Thank you for apologizing. For the record, the statement indicates that the Reverend has apologized for that statement. So that should be sufficient at this moment. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. There's a motion made by Councilman Barlow to obey this to the 17th of December.
Mayor, that could be on both items.
67 and 68?
That will be on 67 and 68. That'll be my motion at this time.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I need you all to bring me back a clean application so that I'm not in the middle of a dispute between private developers. Thank you.
Could I ask a quick question?
Yes.
This title report that you're requesting is to be submitted to Councilman Barlow before the 17th, or who are we to submit it to?
You'll be working with my
Over
legal
here
counsel,
to
and my
the
legal
attorney.
counsel will then work with me.
Scott, Brian Scott,
Okay.
in our
Thank you.
legal office.
I appreciate it. I just want to make sure that everything's clean before this council
Thank
votes
you
on
for
something
coming
that
down.
I'm sure it is.
subject ourselves to be attached to a lawsuit in the future.
No,
Thank
I'm
you.
sure it's
Motion
fine.
carries. We'll see you back on the 17th. And thank you. And there is, and Mr. Scott, could you give them one as well, please? Thank you very
Thank you.
much.
We
And
need to look into the whole thing on down the county and all this fraud, this forging signature and all that created this problem. So,
okay, we will move on to agenda item
Thank you.
69. Is that where we are? 69, right? ROC 56669, public hearing, applicant owner Lucky Dragon LP for possible action on a request for review of condition to amend condition number 6, site development plan, review SDR 43890 from A waiver from the downtown Centennial Plan, hereby approved to allow a meandering 8 to 10 foot wide sidewalk and no amenity zone along the back of the curb along Sahara Avenue, and 0 to 5 foot amenity zone along Cincinnati Avenue where a 10 foot wide sidewalk and a 5 foot amenity zone are required, end quote, to a quote, a waiver from downtown Centennial Plan is hereby approved to allow a meandering 5 to 10 foot wide sidewalk, no amenity zone along the back of the curb along Sahara Avenue, and 0 to 5 feet amenity zone along Cincinnati, where a 10 foot wide sidewalk and 5 foot amenity zone are required, end quote, on 2.63 acres along the north side of Sahara, approximately 410 feet west of Fairfield Avenue. This is in Ward 3 with Councilman Coffin, and staff recommends approval. This is a public hearing, and the applicant or representative is here.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I introduce the presenter as advance architect for this project, the Lucky Dragon, which will be very soon our newest casino hotel development here on Sahara, next to the Allure Tower, right across the street from the venue location in the county. I asked for this to be brought forward because, of course, we're always proud of new development. This will be the first new from-scratch development of a hotel casino in a long time, because a few have been made over, but here we have something brand new. And I also like to thank our staff for helping them with a very difficult problem, which the meandering 8 to foot allows these folks to work around an almost immovable Nevada Power installation. They're right, you know, in the very close right away. So I'd like just to take a couple of minutes and ask Mr. Vance if you could please present what the project looks like, because this may be the last time that this comes before the council before they break ground, and I think that'll be a big day for all of us. But again, show us what it looks like. Sure.
And please state your name for the record.
Yes, thank you. Edward Vance representing the applicant, 900 South Pavilion Center Drive, representing Andy Fonfa. And thank you for allowing me to present the project. I will tell you that staff was terrific working with us. As you know, we prepared these plans early on, and we hope that during the course of a year, when we drop these plans, that we can keep pretty darn close to what we originally proposed. But as infrastructure issues emerge, we have to work around those, and staff was very kind in allowing us to make certain changes in our plans and approve them and bring them before you today. Having said that, the overall concept of the project really hasn't changed. We have a casino, two-story podium right along Sahara, and to the west is a 8-story, 203-room hotel tower. Below that, or behind the casino, we have a 400 or so parking garage. Okay. All access will be provided off of Cincinnati in the rear and Sahara in the front. The change that we've made that seemed to work with our neighbor, the Allure Tower, was that we used to have an access, egress, or exit off of our garage, which would have taken advantage of the common drive that came into Allure. And they really didn't like that. They'd kind of gotten used to having the whole thing for themselves. So we made that accommodation, and they were very grateful for that. So that ramp now coming off that garage is no longer there. We've made all our traffic in and out of the project now sort of in this area here and out the back. Other than that, this kind of gives you the aerial perspective. This is what it looks like from Sahara as you approach from the Strip. We have a very sleek, ultra-modern facility, all red glass and red panel. The upper deck of the casino has high-end restaurants with view glass and a balcony there to view the very busy corner of Sahara and Las Vegas Boulevard. Coming from the west, looking toward the Allure Tower, that's what she'll look like. And we're very proud of what we see. And I'm here to answer any questions you may have.
Any pool there? Swimming pool?
Yes. In fact, I'll go back to the original plan. It's kind of in the shadow here, but if you kind of draw your attention to the very west edge of the pool, or the tower, we have an in-ground pool there. It'll be beautifully landscaped. It's right off the hotel lobby, so when you come in, you'll look right onto the pool as you check in, waiting in line.
And what is your timeline?
Well, if you find yourselves willing to approve this, we've already gone through express plans check. And so we're kind of cleaning up the last comments that the building department has. So they can't approve us until planning approves us. So I beseech you to find it in your hearts to approve this.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Parago, any comments here, please?
Your Honor, thank you. I appreciate the kind words, and yes, staff worked hard to make sure that we could get this done because it was a great project.
Great, thank you. Councilman Ross?
You know, this is very exciting, and I say that because, you know, right across the street is the Rock and Rio, and it's under development right now. So this is, and the mayor asked the question, I'm sure Councilman Coffin would probably ask the question, when, you know, because its timing is probably everything.
Right.
You know, but this is an exciting moment to move forward with this. I'm kind of jealous of Councilman Coffin because this project's in his ward, but definitely a beautiful building. You've done a fabulous job with the renderings. So I'm in full support, and I wish you guys the best, and start digging.
Yep, we can't wait. In fact, I was speaking with Councilman Coffin the other day because I do remember before I was even elected, going to a party at the Allure and saw these pictures, and I thought, well, that's coming soon. How fabulous! And that was 3.5 years ago.
That's right.
Councilman Coffin.
Thank you. Of course,
Oh,
Mr. Vance.
excuse me. I'm sorry.
Somebody
Public
else?
hearing. Anybody who wishes to be heard on this, please come forward. Hearing none, I'll close the public hearing now, Councilman.
This project, thank you, Your Honor, is a product of very, very strenuous search for funds. EB5 funds by my old golfing buddy, Andy Fonfa, and his partners and others. And so that literally, with a lot of work and dozens of trips to China and other countries, not just China, you have found enough people to help build something here. And I think that speaks well for anybody that's trying to use it, but it should be a caution to anybody that thinks it's easy, because it is not. And it takes a long time. So Andy, I hope your back is better if you're watching this today, so that we can play golf again, because I need a transfusion of money, and I know that you're a pigeon, and I need to take advantage of it.
I'll let him know.
Your Honor, I now move for approval of item 69.
Thank you very much. There's a motion to approve on item 69. And please vote and please post. And that motion unanimously carries. We can't wait. We're going to be watching. Wonderful. Agenda item 70, also public hearing, ROC 55188, abeyance item applicant YOPCO LLC, owner FEFOS LLC, for possible action on a request for review of condition of an approved special use permit SUP 20505 to delete condition number 5, which states, quote, the sale of individual containers of any size beer, wine cooler, screw cap wine is prohibited. All such products shall remain in their original configurations as shipped by the manufacturer. Further, no repacking of containers into smaller groups other than the original shipping container size shall be permitted, end quote, at 3053 North Jones Boulevard, C1 Limited Commercial Zone, Ward 5, with Councilman Barlow. Staff recommends denial. This is a public hearing, which I declare open. Is the applicant or representative present? Please state your name and who you represent.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Jonathan Wynn. I represent Fresh and Easy in this matter, 400 South Rampart, Suite 400.
Oh, very good. Okay, can you enlighten us as to denial, please, Mr. Perigo?
Thank you, Your Honor. As this is a condition that was placed on the SUP initially by the council, staff is recommending denial of the request to delete the condition.
Thank you. This is a public hearing. Anybody wishing to be heard on this item? I'll close the public hearing. Councilman Barlow?
Thank you. I appreciate it, Mayor. After speaking with the applicant and hosting a neighborhood meeting several weeks ago with the applicant and their attorneys, we've come to an agreement in regards to the new conditions placed on the applicant, which I understand they are in support of, and so I will allow Mr. Perigo to state what those conditions are, and we can move forward with the further comments.
Thank you, Mayor. I believe Mr. Scott has those conditions.
I'm sorry, Mr. Scott.
Councilman? Yes.
I'm sorry.
Condition number 5 will be amended to say, the single sale of containers of malt liquor in any size containers prohibited except for beverages meeting the definition of cooler or cider in Title IX. The sale of single cans of beer in any size is prohibited, and the single sales of bottles of beer is prohibited, excluding growlers, yes. The single craft beer in bottles under 40 ounces, meeting the definition of craft beer as defined on any issued license.
And is that agreed to by your
it's one quick thing. I have Title VI instead of Title IX on here.
Sorry, it is Title VI. You're correct.
Okay.
Sorry.
Yes. Yes, our client agrees to those conditions.
Thank you very much. Okay.
Okay. With that, I'll move for approval, subject to the amended conditions.
Thank you. There's a motion here. Please vote and please post. Motion carries. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and thank you, Councilman
Thank
Barlow.
you.
Okay, agenda item 71 has been obeyed till January 7th. So agenda item 26, we're ready for agenda item 26, administrative. Report by staff regarding the process to establish medical marijuana facilities within the city of Las Vegas and provide appropriate direction to staff. Mr. Perigo?
Thank you, Your Honor. Tom Perigo, Acting Planning Director, for the record. Yes, so there's been a lot of things happening since last time we had medical marijuana on the agenda. Some things we know a little more, some things we don't. Ms. Edelson will give a presentation on what we know.
Thank you, Your Honor. For the record, Karen Edelson, Business Licensing Manager. The state, as we all know, on November 3rd, issued provisional certificates to medical marijuana establishments. In the city of Las Vegas, we received, on the topic of cultivation applications, we received 9 applications in the city. 3 of those applications were approved by the City Council, 2 were denied, and 4 were tabled in order for the City Council to consider integrated facilities in a future text amendment. The state, however, issued 12 provisional certificates. At this point in time, we do not have all of those locations, and we do not know the applicants and the ownership of all of those. There is a website. Most of the names on those websites are blank because the applicants have not allowed that information to be released. So at this point in time, the state, we know, has issued 12 certificates. We do not know, we know some of them, we do not know all of them, and we do not know the differences between what the city received and what the state received. Similar outcome on the topic of production facilities. The city received 3 applications. 2 were tabled for consideration for integrated facilities. 1 of those applications was denied. The state issued 7 provisional certificates. So again, we may know who 3 of them are. We're not sure who the other 4 are or where they might be located or proposed to be located in the city. Concerning dispensary compliance permits, the City Council approved 27 compliance permits. Those were approved in meetings on October 28th and 29th. As required by your ordinance, all of those approvals and all of those denials were forwarded to the state on October 30th, and they were received by the state on that date. 10 of the approved dispensaries that were ranked by the state and issued provisional certificates, those were issued on November 3rd, and there were 2 additional provisional certificates that were issued by the state that did not receive compliance permits for various reasons from the city. One of them was New Leaf and one of them was Desert Air. At this point in time, since that time when we received those lists, we've made several inquiries to the state, both verbally in email and formally in a letter, to try to get some clarification and to get some information from them. So we are sent a formal request for a complete list of the provisional certificates for dispensaries, production, and cultivation. We need to know the proposed locations, we need to know all of the ownership, and we need the copy of those actual certificates that were issued by the state. We also requested from them their timeframes and their processes for applicants that were denied land use and or licensing by local governments. The response that we received from the state was a request for us to look at a position paper that had been placed on their website. I've given you each a copy of that position paper, and it is available on the state website. What it basically says in summary is that the state issued all the provisional certificates on the 90th day of their process. They had 90 days to review their applications and to issue provisional certificates. They took all 90 days to do their review. Therefore, they will not be issuing additional certificates at this time. If a local government does not issue a business license to the ranked medical marijuana establishment, they've made it clear to those establishments that they cannot operate. The division may revoke the registration certificates if the establishment is not operating within 18 months, and that if there are additional dispensaries are needed to fill allotted dispensary quantities within a local jurisdiction, the division will open a new 10-day application period in the next calendar year. We have not been able to tell from the reading of that position paper whether they refer to the immediate calendar year forthcoming in 2015, or if they are indeed referring to the calendar year after that 18-month period. So we still have additional questions for the state. So at this point in time, we have 2 ranked dispensaries that you have items today to discuss. One is New Leaf CLV dispensary. It was a proposed location at 4500 West Charleston. It was denied by the City Council. And then we have Desert Air Wellness proposed at 420 East Sahara. That application was withdrawn without prejudice by the applicant prior to the hearing. So at this point, we have several outstanding issues. We have met with 6 of the 10 dispensaries. We've met with 1 of the cultivation facilities. They are moving forward through your licensing process. We need to get copies of those actual provisional certificates from the state We need, usually in licensing through the Secretary of State's office, we have a unique identifier where we can identify an actual business, its locations, the percent of ownership to know that we are discussing the same identical entity, and we do not have those. We have a fingerprint ordinance that was introduced today. Unfortunately, the state has informed us that they are unable to share the background checks or the fingerprint information that these applicants went through at the state with us. So in order to go through the Metro process, we're going to have to ask all of our applicants, unfortunately, to go through that again because we are unable to get that information.
Who will pay for that? They have to pay for that again?
They will. They will have to pay Metro to do those fingerprints and to process that back through the same systems that they've been processed through. We have an integrated facilities ordinance that's coming forward for your consideration, so we can bring those tabled items back to you. We also have a series of workshops. We're working with UNR on environmental plans. We've got all of our departments. We've made contacts with the health departments. We're going to do actual workshops for all of our applicants. We can get them off to the right start. We can help them get their plans in order, get through all of our processes, building, tenant improvements, learn all of the rules and regulations, help train their employees. We will be starting that in January and conclude those the end of February. And then we are, at this point, waiting for a response from the state for the denied applicants. And I would be glad to answer any questions.
The state should have cloned you, to say nothing of the county that should have cloned you. Anyway, great job, great information. Any questions, comments here before we get into the meat of what's in the agenda here?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, Councilman Barlow.
Thank you. Karen, if we'll go back to the previous slides. One, I believe, one more, right there. Looking at the position paper issued by the state and looking at what's before us today,
Pardon me.
the second bullet says no additional certificates will be issued from the ranked list. So the ranked list was the 10 applications that were submitted to the city?
Correct. The state ranked 12 for the city of Las Vegas.
Okay.
Under the state law, there's 40 in the county, 25% in each city unless the county reorganized, which they did. They allocated 12 to the city. So they took their list, they scored everyone, and then within the city, they gave certificates to, or ranked, since we haven't seen a certificate yet, but they informed the top 12 with the highest scores.
And out of the 12, how many do we know about for the city?
We have had verbal conversations with the state, and they have informed us on dispensaries who those 12 are. So we know who the 12
How many
are.
of the 12?
I'm sorry, what?
How many, all 12?
All 12.
Okay, so all 12. And so the third bullet states, if a local government does not issue a business license to the ranked medical marijuana establishment, the establishment cannot operate. How do you define that?
How I would define that was they cannot open for business. They cannot operate or establish a medical marijuana facility within the jurisdiction.
Okay. Is there a timetable attached to that you know of?
All I can give you is what the state said, and they said that they have basically 18 months to attempt to procure that, the local government approvals, and open their operation.
And as it relates to New Leaf or the Desert Air, being that one, we took New Leaf under consideration, however, Desert Air never came before the council. How do they fall within the definition of the third bullet that you have before us?
They cannot, under your code, get a business license, either one of those facilities at this point in time,
Based on the city's,
the current city code.
okay.
And those that information was forwarded to the state prior to them issuing their certificates.
So if that information was forwarded to the state prior to them issuing their certificates, then how would an application that was denied and an application that was withdrawn without prejudice be approved by the state?
That is one of the questions that we did indeed ask them.
And have we
I
received
don't
a response?
have an answer. I don't have an answer.
And when do we ask for their response? When do we request the response to the question?
I requested let me see, get a copy of it. I believe it was November 17th.
November 17th.
And this position paper was issued November 18th.
And it was presented November 18th? Okay, the position paper. Okay.
But we have not received a response to our request for detailed information on the applicants that they received, their processes, their timetable for how they intend to deal with these applicants. We have not received a detailed response to us.
So the question that I have, and this is more so for council and the applications before us, if the director of business licensing, manager of business licensing is stating that the applications are null and void, then how is it that we have this back before us?
Well, the applications themselves aren't null and void. The state law provides that an operator who gets that certificate has 18 months to then try to convince that municipality to give them their permission to operate. And with both of those, then they're able to operate.
Okay, so we can place it back on the agenda in order to
Correct.
reconsider both applications.
Right, and one of those methods to cure or to, convince the municipality could be to move it, to either get additional people who may be able to operate it. I mean, we don't know, because the state law is so unclear
Okay.
in a lot of respects. It's really hard for us to kind of determine exactly what it was the legislators meant when they were doing this. And we're kind of just trying to extrapolate just from our prior experience, just in our normal land use, to try to make it fit with medical marijuana as well.
Okay, so thank you for that clarification, Mr. Scott. So moving forward, Karen, should we reopen the conversation or the what do you call it, the reopener for New Leaf and also Desert Air? Will we have an opportunity to have the same discussions with Desert Air that we've had with the other applicants?
I'm sorry, Your Honor, if I might.
In October, we went through a litmus test, of all applicants coming before the council for suitability.
Correct.
New Leaf came through, and they received at that particular time a denial. However,
Your
Desert
Honor,
Air.
Your Honor.
Give me one second.
Well, wait a minute, but I need to correct that, I think, or I don't understand. I thought that our process in October was solely about the appropriateness of land use, and it was not the suitability.
Okay, then I stand corrected. I stand corrected. For the land use.
Let's
for the-
have
for the land use.
Ms. Duddleston respond to that, please.
But she can't respond if she doesn't know my full question.
But she could respond to Councilman Beer's supposition.
But I stand corrected to what Councilman Beers is saying. I stated the wrong terminology. I said
Oh,
suitability.
okay.
He's right, it was land use. So I stand corrected. Thank you, Councilman. So a number of applicants came before the city for land use, right? And we
And-
made a decision as a council as to whether that land use was allowed or not allowed, up or down, denied or approved. New Leaf received a denial, however, we never had an opportunity to hear from Desert Air as it relates to the in my terminology, the suitability of the land use. So will we have an opportunity, if this moves forward, to hear from the applicant as to their suitability of the land use of the location in which they're proposing, being that they withdraw without prejudice?
And maybe I
That
can
makes
answer that,
sense.
Councilman. The answer should be yes, that you should give them the same treatment as you gave to those previous applicants in October.
That's the question
And
that
Ms. Dettleston has a comment.
Your Honor, just to be clear, on the 28th and 29th, you had two separate action items before you on each and every applicant. One was special use permit that dealt with the location, the proposed location. The second item was on their application and the package that they were proposing as an applicant. So it was the completeness of their application, the quality of their application, the knowledge, skills, and experience, and did their proposal for that establishment meet the criteria you all had established in your code. That was the second action that you took. So if they did not have land use, you could not approve a compliance permit because it was a requirement of that licensing permit portion. So anyone that was denied land use therefore had to be denied their compliance permit. They were not in compliance with your code. So there were two actions, but suitability, as we consider it in licensing, is the criminal and personal background of the individuals and ownership that are proposing to operate. That will come back to you when we bring actual licenses to you.
Okay, so will we have an opportunity to hear from the applicant as it relates to their land use?
At this time, Your Honor, at this time, that's up to the council. If the council chooses to rescind the decisions from the 29th, I believe, or the 28th? 29th, then at that time, you would rehear those items.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, Councilman Koff.
Thank you for recognizing me. You know, it's been a problem trying to figure out what to do here. It's like in mid-October, I was asking the state informally to try to give us more information. Before even we voted on the 28th and 29th, they said that they could not get their work done in time. That was on the 24th. But I got a letter from Chad Westham at that time, which made me think that we would have the answers to most of these questions in our hands when it was finished. This letter, and I think I might have forwarded it to you, I'm not sure, Karen. Chad said to me, we've worked closely with city staff and we appreciate them. There are too many steps required to release results early, though. We will be releasing all state results simultaneously, so you understand the magnitude. All state results. And yet it didn't happen on the 3rd of November, and it hasn't happened since. And it just appears as if things have gotten worse instead of looser. But having all state results simultaneously would have sure helped, and they didn't do that. And I don't understand it. This is the man in charge. And we didn't have the answer, as told to me anyway. So, of course, that doesn't help us today. But I just say I share your frustration, and I was led to believe we would be getting more. Here it is in black and white, and we didn't get it.
Ms. Dettleston, you had a comment there?
I believe what Mr. Westham may have been referring to is that they would release their list. I think when we made our presentations, one of the notes that we as staff made in those state regulations and in those state forms was in order to have your name, the name of your dispensary or your cultivation facility, released on those state lists, you had to sign a form. In order for the state to release that to us, they interpreted that applicant had to sign that release form. And they have a lot of applicants that haven't signed those release forms. So therefore, we see those lists that says applicant has chosen not to release their name over and over again. And that was our concern when everyone was trying to rely on the state giving that list. We truly believed it would be mostly blank. And that's what we observed on the 3rd when it was released.
Thank you. And Councilwoman, you had a comment?
I tell you, dealing with the state, in this situation is one of the strangest things I've ever been involved in my entire life, and I've been involved in a lot of different things, in a lot of different professions. I can't imagine that they would expect us, well, really, we're out of that because we were very close in the 12 we were picking, but the county, for example, to approve a company that you don't know who's operating it, you don't know the name, you don't know the address. I think that's insanity, and I think it's asking us as elected representatives to abdicate our responsibility. I just feel a tremendous responsibility, a tremendous frustration with what the state has done to us, done to the applicants, and the whole process. And I can understand mistakes, but if you make a mistake, at least acknowledge it, correct it, and let the entities know. They don't even communicate with us well. Isn't that correct? We ask for written answers. We ask for, can you appear in public forums so that you're there and that we have transparency? No, none of that. It's, and I don't think that speaks very well for what we might expect in the future if the state's going to be involved in this way.
So with that, we are going to move on with the agenda items, and I am going to recuse myself because, as I mentioned initially, that I have a son who is a principal in one of the entities and his group did receive approval from City Council on October 29, 2014 for medical marijuana establishment within the city. Item number 36, SUP 55274, 75, excuse me, and item 37, DIR 56427. And there are provisions through NRS, and I do not want to be in any conflict. So with that, I'm going to turn over the agenda for these following items. I believe it's 72 through 79 to Mayor Pro Tem Stavros Anthony. And
Mayor,
the afternoon's
Mayor and Mayor Pro
yours.
Tem, just for the record, we have given that abstention to the city clerk, for the record. We've given your written abstention that we wrote for you into
Oh,
the
you
city
did.
clerk.
Thank you. I appreciate being taken care of.
All right, so it looks like we're going to take a look at two applications. The first one is 72 through 75, and then the next one is 76 through 79. So we're going to start with agenda item 72. This is a rescind SUP 55207. It's a public hearing. Applicant Desert Air Wellness, owner Cecil Properties, for possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed 2,268 square foot medical marijuana dispensary at 420 East Sahara Avenue. This is at C1 zoning. Councilman Coffin has asked for this agenda item.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes?
If we could just hold off on that until you actually vote that item.
Sorry?
And then you'll vote on that item first. So you'll vote on the rescinds first.
Yeah.
And then if that passes, then
That's what I'm reading right now.
Oh, no, we're just going to do number 72 first.
That's what I'm
Oh, okay.
I'm still on 72.
Oh, okay.
All right, I'm still on 72. So, I guess I'll just start with the applicant. Why don't you go ahead and talk about why we're here today?
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Thank you. I am the council member who requested a
Excuse me.
rescission.
Not on
This
this
is
item.
Desert Air.
Not
Oh,
on
this is
item.
Desert Air.
This is the, all right, you guys need
I take
this.
it back. Although I do want to say I've been mulling over the concept of cloning Mrs. Duddleston. And it would seem to me nearly as redundant as requiring, say, 2 sets of fingerprints. Never mind.
Okay, applicant, go ahead
Sure.
and tell us why we're
Good
here.
afternoon. For the record, Jay Brown, 520 South 4th Street, representing the applicant. With me is Lucy Stewart, in addition to which the applicant's principals are also present. As you know, we withdrew our application without prejudice, and we're here today asking for your permission to reconsider and rescind our withdrawal of both the special use permit and the compliance permit applications. I believe that's items 72 and 74. And we'd appreciate that withdrawal, and then we would come back at a later date. I think we're shooting for December 17th, where we would hear the matters on their merits.
Okay. Tom, did you want to make a comment? Or you're okay? Okay, I'll go to Councilman Coffin. He's the one who asked for the agenda item.
Thank you. It's a parliamentary procedure anyway, I guess. We've already covered all this ground. Yes, I asked for this to be put on the agenda in order to give Desert Air Wellness a chance in front of the council because they scored highly in the state results. So, you know, in that regard, we should give them a shot at it. They did not get consideration because they were withdrawn, because I felt there was some neighborhood opposition in sufficient size to, and in addition to the deficiencies as noted by our staff, parking problems and other things. However, in this period of time since October 29th, what they have done is made some ground, once they got the word a few days later that they had scored well, they have gone back out there and found more reasons for why they could be accepted for proper land use. So I think it's worth a try to give them that chance. They had a meeting of some sorts last night in the district, but I've told them to get another meeting scheduled so that we can put them on the agenda for 12/17 if they are, you know, if they've satisfactorily, you know, worked the neighborhood. How does it stand with y'all? You had a meeting last night. Please put some answers on the record.
They actually had a meeting yesterday, and I think nobody came. Nobody attended to the meeting from the
This
neighborhood.
time,
And they're working on
I'm
another one.
asking you to have a record, have a meeting, perhaps at the Mesquite Club, convenient place to the neighborhood, with the list of names of the owners of properties provided by our staff.
That's our understanding.
Okay. And then hopefully you get those as fast as possible.
Correct.
They did. They've picked up the labels.
Yeah,
So
so
they can
that you
mail them.
have a meeting sufficiently in advance of the 17th, so we can measure the temperature. There are a lot of protests out of the neighborhood, and I'm looking at them, but they're not all people who live in the neighborhood. There are people who own property in the neighborhood, and there is a big difference in this sort of thing. So for that reason, colleagues, I am going to ask you to support a motion to rescind our previous action whereby we voted to withdraw the Desert Air Wellness application for a medical marijuana dispensary.
All right, there's a motion to rescind. Please vote. And post. Motion carries unanimously, so we will now go on to item 73. Item number 73, rehear notification, SUP 55207. This is a public hearing. Applicant Desert Air Wellness, owner Cecil Properties for possible action. Was the other one a public hearing? Okay. I didn't actually open up the public hearing, did I? All right. So
Mayor Pro Tem, my understanding is that's the one that's being obeyed, that Councilman
no,
Coffin wants.
the first, one we just voted on was a public hearing. I didn't allow the public to come up and speak on it, so what do we do, Beverly? Just reopen it for a public hearing? Okay. All right, so I'll go back to number 72. Sorry about that. Number 72, the SUP 55207, applicant Desert Air Wellness. Is anybody in the public wishing to speak on that item? Thank you. All right. Okay, so that one's done. Item number 73.
You go ahead and close the public hearing.
70, we never voted on 73 and 74. We didn't do that at the, huh? Oh, close the public hearing. All right, we're done with 72. All right, 73. Rehear re-notification, SUP 55207, it's a public hearing, applicant Desert Air Wellness, Cecil Properties for possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed 2,268 square foot medical marijuana dispensary at 420 East Sahara Avenue, C1. Councilman Coffin. I will open up the public hearing on this item. Anyone wishing to be heard on item number 73? Okay, I'll close the public hearing. Councilman Coffin?
First, my opinion is that, and I haven't heard legal advice on this since this morning about the proper motions, but is this where we would move to create a hearing?
I believe you can just obey this till the December 17th meeting, and then we will actually hear the application then. That's my understanding.
Right.
Okay, I'm seeing a nod from legal. Very well. Move to obey item 73.
To December 17th?
December 17th.
Thank you. There's a motion. Please vote. Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Okay, item number 74 is a rescind DIR 56241 for compliance permit for medical marijuana establishment dispensary, Desert Air Wellness, doing business as Desert Air Las Vegas, 420 East Sahara. This is not a public hearing. So, staff, you have any comments?
No recommendation for staff.
Okay. Applicant, anything else you'd like to add? Nothing? Councilman Coffin?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. For the same reasons, we'll move to rescind the compliance permit in anticipation that in a hearing, they may possibly receive land use, upon which time there would be compliance permits issued for that. So, move to rescind our action on October 29th, whereby we withdrew this request for compliance permit.
All right, there's a motion to rescind. Please vote. And post. Motion carries unanimously. So we'll go at item number 75, which is to rehear the compliance permit for medical marijuana establishment, Desert Air Wellness, DBA Desert Air of Las Vegas at 420 East Sahara. This is not a public hearing. Councilman Coffin?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I now move to obey this item to December 17th.
Thank you. Go ahead and vote. And post. Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. All right, now we have...
Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, now we have the second one. This is one that's going to be a little bit more complicated, so bear with me on this. Item number 76 is rescind SUP 55289, special use permit, public hearing. Applicant New Leaf CLV dispensary, owner Michael and Catherine Hood, for possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed 3,600 square foot medical marijuana dispensary at 4500 West Charleston Boulevard. This is C1 in Ward 1, Councilman Tarkanian's ward. I believe Councilman Beers has put this on the agenda. So I will turn to our attorneys first on this one. Brian.
The councilman had requested this item be placed back on the agenda in order to give New Leaf another opportunity to possibly move their site. We've advised him that there is no requirement in state law nor in the city ordinances that requires that New Leaf or any other applicant be denied twice by the local body in order to move. In order to move, if an application is denied by the city and they receive a compliance permit from the state, in order for them to move locations within 5 miles of that previously applied for application site, they would need to get approval first from the state to move, and second from the local government, or the city in this instance, get approval on that second site and get an SUP on that site. So with that, there is no requirement that they have that second denial, so there's no reason for this to be on this particular agenda.
So what's your recommendation?
We advise the councilman to withdraw his request to rescind SUP 55289, as well as the rescind on the DIR 56389.
Okay, Councilman Beers?
And based on the enhanced clarity that briefly occurred yesterday midday, I did just that. I withdrew both requests for rescissions, which were made based on having voted on the prevailing side of the vote at the time. So I think 77 and 79 were rendered moot yesterday. I don't know.
And that is correct. So if we're withdrawing the rescission on 76 and 78, there's no reason, and it's moot exactly on 77 and 79, and those items may be stricken there, Pro Tem.
So does Councilman Beers need to make a motion to withdraw?
We just make a motion to withdraw on 76 and 78.
We can do all of them together? 79?
I withdrew my request for rescission yesterday, so I don't know that a motion is necessary.
Well, it's on the agenda, though, so we have to act on it.
Yeah, since it's placed on the agenda, we
Can I do all four, read them all four and
Please make the motion.
They're going to be separate items, so why don't we, if we could just, if you want to do the withdrawal of the rescission.
Does anybody else have any comments? Everybody good? Do you have any comments, applicant?
Jay Brown, 520 South 4th Street, just for the record. We understand procedurally, the city attorney's office has explained to us, as well as staff, why this must be done, and we understand. We just want to make sure that the council understands that although there's a withdrawal of the rescinding and, a motion, that we expect to work with staff to come forward very soon with the appropriate mechanism, ordinance amendment, to allow those people that were approved by the state to come back and apply for an SUP at a different location.
Okay, is the motion to withdraw, since doesn't withdraw need a date?
No.
I could
Withdraw
just
means that
withdraw?
the applicant's gone. I mean, the application is gone, correct.
Okay, so,
And if I just could, for the record, Mayor Pro Tem, this application, I know the applicants were concerned about some rights they may be losing as a result of this being withdrawn and stricken. This application and that rescission and this land use only pertains to the 4500 West Charleston site.
Right.
They have their certificate from the state that doesn't preclude them from requesting from the state the ability to move somewhere within 5 miles. If they get that approval and they get your approval for another site within that 5 miles and receive an SUP, they can operate.
okay, I'm not sure what you said, but we'll do it.
And
We'll
if
do
I-
that, we'll deal with that for another day. All I want to do is take care of these 4 agenda items here. So Councilman Beers, if
So
you,
this, let me say that my request for rescission was made based on an earlier interpretation of the city, that there was no provision for a applicant who had received a provisional certificate to move. And it was my understanding of the law that a applicant who received a provisional certificate but did not get land use from the local government could move. This appeared to be some sort of procedural way to allow that to happen. But now the current clarity is that an applicant who received a provisional certificate but was denied land use is given an opportunity to move.
If I could, the clarification is this. Originally, when this was asked to be rescinded, there was an issue with this applicant indicating that they needed 2 denials of the city council in order to trigger their ability with the state to move. There's nothing within the state regulations or within our regulations, and I've confirmed that with their other representative, that there is nothing that requires them to get 2 denials in order to move within 5 miles of this denied site. So in order for them to move, they would have to get state approval first to move at all, and then they need your approval on a new site and get an SUP to operate at that particular site.
okay. All right, so we just do this cleanly.
Mayor Pro Tem.
I have a
could-
question on the motion.
Do you have a comment, Councilman Coffin?
Well, I have a question of the witnesses on the motion, though. So the motion's been made, right?
No, I'm going to get there as soon as everyone's done asking questions.
I just wanted to emphasize that I think our decision of the site not being appropriate might be matched if you look at our protests. We have the most protests at this particular item. It's 20. We got approximately 15 or so calls in our office, making about 35. Again, these are the citizens, and then the rabbi from the Hadassah school called about their children walking by, and he was very concerned. So it was location. It was just location. Thank you.
Councilman Coffin?
Thank you, Your Honor. I just want to make sure, I want to hear from the applicants to make sure that that they feel they're on firm legal ground, because we've heard it from several sides, several opinions from your side, all, ex parte, but nevertheless, it came in. And then a funny thing happened on the way to the Forum City Council last night in Henderson, which I saw in the newspaper this morning. I've discussed with Karen Duddleston, but here it is. A organization was denied in some fashion over in Henderson in July or August. Wellness Connection. So Wellness Connection's attorney, Trevor Hayes, well, of course, they appealed at the Planning Commission, and then he appealed a decision of the council. So last night, the Henderson Council heard from Trevor Hayes, that said that because they were denied over at that location, and I forget where that was, they had now signed a lease and they are going to operate at the Galleria. So there was at a pad on the same property as a Galleria in Henderson. And it did not seem to be controversial because that's the way the story was reported. And I brought that up to our staff, Karen specifically, and she said, well, Henderson did it differently than we did in the initiation of the process. So if you're relying upon the decision last night at Henderson that says you can move if you've been denied, I want to make sure that you understand the way Henderson denied was different than the way we denied. And I'm sure Karen loves the fact that I brought her name into this thing.
Mayor Pro Tem.
But I want her to speak what she said to me while my lips move.
I think we're getting a little far afield from the actual.
Yeah, we need this, the agenda item is to rescind New Leaf's
Well, okay,
dispensary,
are you
so
aware?
I just want to, I
Are
don't
you
want to get
aware
off
that it
this
is a
topic.
different situation?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, anybody else? All right, so just to do this cleanly, Councilman Beers, Councilman Beers, yeah.
Having done 10 years in the state legislature, there is no motion that follows a withdrawal of a decision to rescind, so I will not be voting on the motion that I guess you're going to make, and I'm not going to make one.
And Mayor Pro Tem,
And I did ask for a procedural guideline, a parliamentary authority that the city could show me that would indicate that that would be an appropriate action, and learned that the city has neither adopted Mason's rules, nor Robert's rules, nor has any rules of parliamentary procedure documented anywhere. In the absence of that, it doesn't make any sense to have a motion on my withdrawal of the request for rescission, having voted on the
Mayor Pro Tem,
We're on item 76.
With your permission, Your Honor, I would move to strike agenda item 76 from the agenda.
Well, Brian, you got a problem with that?
I'm just trying to figure out the effect of a strike. But like I said, a strike takes us back to where we were prior to this meeting.
I withdraw
Okay.
the motion, Your
That's
Honor,
fine.
and would move to deny agenda item 76.
You okay with that?
Either strike or deny.
Strike.
Okay, all right, we have a motion to deny item 76. Please vote.
Excuse me, may I ask, can we do strike, since it's the same thing, and you said strike, can we do that?
You said deny.
Either one would be
Down.
fine, Council. If you'd like to strike it, because now it's
That's
no
fine.
longer needed, because now we've clarified that they don't need the 2 denials, you can go ahead and strike the item.
Okay, then, either one of you guys make a motion to strike, please.
Wait, I have to withdraw the first motion.
You've
Because
made
it's
a
driving me
motion,
nuts.
Councilman Ross has made a motion to strike. If he
I'm
withdraws
just trying
that,
to
I'll make a
simplify
motion to
this. I'm
strike.
going to withdraw my last motion.
Yeah, let's
Your Honor.
have counsel.
Sit in my truck.
And I would like to make a motion to strike.
Thank you very much. We have a motion to strike on item number 76. Please vote. We're getting there. And post. Motion carries. All right, item number 77 is to rehear the re-notification on a New Leaf CLV dispensary. Councilman Beers,
Move to strike.
thank you. We have a motion. Please vote. And post. Motion carries. Item number 78, we have a agenda item 78, rescind DIR 56389, a compliance permit for possible action on New Leaf Dispensary. Do I have a motion?
Move to strike.
Thank you. We have a motion to strike. Please vote. And post. Motion carries. Item number 79 is a rehear of a DIR 56389, a compliance permit for medical marijuana establishment, New Leaf CLV dispensary. Do I have a motion?
Move to strike.
I have a motion to strike. All right, motion carries unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, let's see, item number 80, set the date. I'd like to instruct the city clerk to set the public hearing dates and appeals from the City Planning Commission meetings and dangerous buildings or nuisance letter abatements? You're welcome. Item number 81, citizen participation. Public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters within the jurisdiction of the City Council. No subject may be acted upon by the City Council unless that subject is on the agenda and is scheduled for action. If you wish to be heard, come to the podium. Give your name for the record. Amount of discussion on any single subject as well as the amount of any time on any single speaker is allowed may be limited. Anyone from the public wishing to be heard during public citizen participation? All right, I see none. Item number 82, council member recognition. Comments made by individual city council members during this portion of the agenda will not be acted upon by the city council unless that subject is on the agenda and scheduled for action. I guess I'll go first. I would like to invite everyone, especially those in Ward 4, to a holiday movie Friday, December 5th from 6:30 to 8:15 p.m. It's going to be held at the Durango Hills YMCA at 3521 North Durango. We're going to be showing the Disney movie Frozen. It'll be indoors, so you don't have to worry about rain. We're going to have raffles, crafts for the kids. We're going to have free popcorn and water while supplies last. The Durango Hills YMCA is going to be there to entertain us. So we're going to have a bunch of activities beforehand and then watch the movie. So bring a blanket, there's some chairs and some Kentucky Fried Chicken if you want, and you can enjoy a movie at the Durango Hills YMCA Friday, December 5th. Starts at 6:30. Thank you, Mayor. I will turn it back over to you.
Oh, this is such fun. Okay, Councilman Ross, you're next.
Thank you, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem. I want to first express my gratitude to our graphics department for getting this graphic out just this afternoon for me. I am experimenting with a new way to subscribe to my newsletter in Ward 6 for anybody who would like to be more informed and kept informed of what's going on out there, especially with all the construction going on, whether it's US 95 or Grand Teton, or what new stores are opening, or what or who's hiring. So if you'd like to subscribe to that, simple, just text subscribe to 66866, and you're automatically subscribed to the newsletter. I don't think I could make it any more simple. Again, my thanks to our graphics department for knocking that thing out for me, and to my own staff in my office for getting that ready for me as well. Now, something really fun we do every year, it is our annual Cowboy Christmas and Classic Car Show this Saturday, December 6th, starting at 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. at the amazing Floyd Lamb Park at Tule Springs. I think everybody knows where that is. It is going to be a lot of fun. We've got the Arborview crew coming out, Beaux-Arts, Centennial, Seville, Schurgenbach School choirs will perform, photos with Santa, hay rides. Mayor, I believe you and I are riding in on a classic car, as we do every year. Last year we had to cancel because it snowed last year, which was an unusual thing. So let's hope it doesn't do that this year, but a lot of great things going on out there. The farmers market will be there. The petting zoo will be out there. You can ride the carriage rides and the whole 9 yards. So it's going to be a lot.
I'm not sure what time I'm getting there because I know I have something early in the morning.
You do. You have the Santa Run.
I have the Santa Run.
Yes.
That's absolutely right. And as long as I'm not riding another zip line to get to
You're not going to ride a zip line. I'll let you talk about that when the time comes. Now, on a more serious note, our continued partnership with Nevada Child Seekers. We'd have a missing young lady. Her name is Terriana Dominique Smith. Terry is 15 years old. She's 5'6", 130 pounds. She was last seen in the area of Ann and Durango, and was last seen wearing blue leggings, jersey and jacket, and pink and gray Nike gym shoes, and she may be carrying a backpack. Very pretty young lady. Let's get her back to where she needs to be with the people who are going to care for her. If you have any information about the whereabouts of this young lady, please contact Las Vegas Metropolitan Police, 702-828-3111, or Nevada Child Seekers directly, 702-458-7009. Thank you, Mayor and Council.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, Councilman Beers. Beer with beers.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Beers with beers.
Starting this weekend, the Rainbow Company is going to be presenting Meet Me in St. Louis. Actually, the next 2 weekends. This is an old movie remade into a play as their hometown of St. Louis anticipates the spectacular 1904 World's Fair. The Smith family children learn lessons about life and love as they prepare for a reluctant move to New York. That's at least what the back jacket of the VHS version says. A holiday treat for the whole family. everyone will enjoy the Charleston Heights Arts Center show, 800 South Brush Street. Look them up online. I think my family will be attending the Sunday matinee. Another magical holiday favorite is the Nutcracker by the Nevada Ballet Theater, which operates out of Ward 2, although they're performing the Nutcracker down at the Smith Center. That'll be December 19th at 7 o'clock, and then from the 20th to the 22nd at 2 in the afternoon. And then, I'm sorry, those are the performances in Ward 2 at the Summerlin Library Theater. The rest of the performances run from the 13th of December through the 21st of December at the Smith Center. For tickets, you can check them out at lasvegasballet.org. And in the spirit of the holiday season, you can contact VFW Post 10047 for the Adopt a Military program that we heard about at the beginning of the day today. This program was created to show our gratitude and provide a little holiday help to military families for their sacrifice and their priceless gift of serving our country. Most of them are far from home and could use a little hometown cheer. VFW is expert at connecting military families in need with volunteers in the community, and the website on the screen here is showing you how to get involved. That's all we got. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Councilwoman?
Backing up to Councilman's talk about Meet Me in St. Louis, if you go to the Brush Arts Theater, which is in Ward 1, that evening you will see Lois Tarkanian on the stage singing, dancing, and all that kind of stuff. The difference is she's 10 years old.
Oh.
And just named after me, but a lovely granddaughter. But it will be a fun thing for the family, as Councilman said, yeah. We are doing a rehabilitation of Bob Baskin Park and have asked the community to give us ideas and thoughts. I think our meetings have been very successful so far. We've had some excellent help from our city personnel. And at 10 a.m. this next Saturday, December 6th, we will meet at Bob Baskin Park, which is located at 2700 West Oakey, and we're asking people who live in the area or who use the park a lot to come on in and provide input to the City of Las Vegas personnel on what they feel are the most important items to rehab or to put in new and things along that line. It's an excellent chance for people to be involved in getting the resources from the city that they feel would be best for them to use. And then Clark High School will be having a holiday party at 5:30 p.m. It begins on Wednesday, December 17th. And that Clark High School's in the Penwood, Arville area, located at 4291 Penwood. You could come and have pictures with Santa and free drinks and snacks while the supplies last. And we also have toys, and we've managed to have toys for every child who's attended, and that goes from preschool up to high school. So please come and enjoy the festivities, enjoy all the people who will be there with food and non-alcoholic drinks, I'll emphasize that, and all the toys. It's a good time, good fun. We've had lots of people in the past. I'm sure you'll enjoy it. One last thing, since this is a time we can make comments about different things, I just wanted to comment on Lisa Morris and the staff here at the city, the tremendous job she's done in getting the gardens going in some of the elementary schools, one in my ward, and I know in other wards also. Not only can you learn geography and geometry and counting and science through having a garden, it's just a strong re-emphasis for what they're learning in the classroom. So I wanted to say kudos to Lisa. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilman Barlow.
Thank you, Mayor. Coffee with the Councilman will be tomorrow, December 4th, so please join me for the next coffee at Starbucks, located at 751 Rancho and Bonanza. Come on out from 9 a.m. to 10 a.m. and have a conversation with me regarding anything that you may want to bring to my attention, or just find out the latest happenings in and around Ward 5. December 7th, the Bluegrass in the Park will take place November 2nd. So, well, this is November 2nd. Sunday, it should be December. Let me get it right. It should be December 7th. December 7th. So come on out to Lorenzi Park and enjoy the music of local bluegrass bands playing the traditional music and banjos and fiddles. This is free for the entire family, so come on out and enjoy bluegrass in the park. On December 11th, celebration of the completion of F Street is taking place. So this has been a long time coming for the mayor and council, and in particular the Nevada Department of Transportation. So F Street is reopened. It's probably, I'll go on record to probably say it's probably the most attractive bridge in the state of Nevada, underpass that is. So it will take place on 10 a.m. So come on out on December 11th to stand with the mayor and I and other council members who possibly may be there, as well as the community. So if you want additional information, please contact my office and we'll be happy to share that information with you. Of course, you may follow me on social media where you may stay informed, or just follow me on my e-newsletter. So Facebook and Twitter. My e-newsletter is at lasvegasnevada.gov/Ward 5, and forward me your address to be included in the Ward 5 e-newsletter. Thank you so very much, and happy belated Thanksgiving to the residents of the city of Las Vegas.
Thank you very much. Councilman Coffin, and then we have addition to Councilman Coffin.
Thank you, Mayor. On Friday the 12th, we're going to have our annual Christmas party. It'll be at the Italian American Club, that cozy little place on East Sahara, and near Eastern. And but I'm announcing this one more time here today because we need people to RSVP. We have almost 150 people confirmed, but we want to make sure we have a full count. So this day is December 3rd, but actually we would like very much to have our answers this week, and so that we can give a final count to the club, so that we can purchase the food necessary. Please RSVP to Christy Garnes at 702-229-6851, or call my office at City Hall. And it's going to be a lot of fun. It'll be a little volunteer singing and imbibing of a gentle nature, the kind of thing that we all do at Christmas. One fine thing is another business opening up in Ward 3, right downtown on Main Street near Charleston, Makers and Finders Coffee. And I believe the mayor's coming over. Certainly we're having the grand opening and ribbon cutting ceremony Friday morning at 10 o'clock. Good time for coffee at a place that is developing a reputation for being a very, very nice grind. And so for that, all those coffee buffs understand what that means. Anyway, if you need more information, contact Joshua Molina at 523-8309, or just show up and enjoy the ribbon cutting at Makers and Finders this Friday, 10 a.m. The Huntridge Association is putting on a Santa in the Circle, and that's on Saturday the 6th, outdoors on the famous old Huntridge Park, which is about 66 years old this week. We are having a special performance of The Nutcracker by the Las Vegas Ballet School at noon, and I hope the weather's good for that, because those tights can get awfully cool in the wintertime. And Santa Claus will be there. I know him personally, and I know that he will be generous. There will be hot chocolate and cookies, so be sure to bring your own mug, those of you who come. We will not provide styrofoam. And last but not least, this Sunday is the anniversary of the bombing of Pearl Harbor. Sunday, December 7th at 10 a.m., Dougie J's is going to have its grand opening and ribbon cutting. Now that's at 10 o'clock on Sunday morning, but it's an important day because Dougie J's is named after a gentleman who survived the attack on Pearl Harbor, December 7th, 1941. So join me, please, and Jesse Marchesi and Suni Chabra, the owners, as we started off on Sunday morning. And in honor of our fallen Afghanistan veteran, Douglas J. Green. So this is an important day in many ways. 2 wars, 70 years apart, but just as meaningful and just as hurtful to families as any that have ever been seen. Thank you very much, Mayor.
Thank you. And Councilwoman, you had an addition?
Well, I have a correction to make, or I want a clarification. The toys that we give out are only for the youngsters who live in that area, the apartment youngsters. There are many apartments near Clark High School. It's not for the general public, and that's because for a few years we've had many coming as far away as Henderson. And so we felt we had to concentrate on our city children. Also, I wanted to say that between now and the 19th of December, we will have 4 large senior dinners in our senior homes, Sartini, Stella Fleming, Clark, and Jamestown Towers. And we thank the many people who help us provide the food for that. Thank you. That's it.
Thank you. And just in closing, I don't know, for anybody that is viewing this, make sure you get over to Zappos on, on East Fremont, their new pop-up store. It's really quite a remarkable experience. It's part of it's online ordering, and part of it you can touch and try things on and see things. They've got 24/7. It's open. It's in the old Western Hotel, so it's really quite a remarkable undertaking that they've gotten together in the shortest of time. And it's going to be very exciting to be opening finally F Street. And goodness, that's been a long mess that finally is ending up the right way. And we're just thrilled about that. Saturday, of course, is the Santa Run, which is a big challenge. We're trying to get 15,000 people to come out and participate in this run, challenging one of our competitors in England for the largest number participating in a Santa Run, but more importantly, the funds raised all go to Opportunity Village, which is an organization that, if you don't know, there are 4 campuses. They serve 2,000 people a week with intellectual disabilities. It's quite a remarkable group, but we are going to be on stage at 8 o'clock this Saturday morning. The run will, registration's open then, and we'll all be there to start the run at 9:30, or the walk if you choose. You will all get your Santa outfit, and I'm not quite sure the fees are for children, but please come out. I don't think we're quite at 15,000, and we want to keep that title of the best. And I want to conclude this by saying thank you to our wonderful staff that always is on top of things and doing their best comprehensively, and our IT department that is forever sitting there, never gets up, just keeps everything wonderfully done for us, and our city clerk and office. And so with that, we are adjourned. Our next meeting is December 17th, Wednesday at 9 o'clock, and thank you.